Resuming debate, the honourable member from Simcoe Grey has 4 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of all the great residents in Simcoe Grey, and I just want to have a quick thank you, if I might. Last week was Remembrance Day, so I was fortunate. I have 15 Remembrance Day ceremonies, and I attended 2 on the actual Remembrance Day. It's the only 2 I can meet during that time period with driving, but I just want to thank those volunteers in my EDA for helping out to make sure a wreath was placed at each event. And also I had many members out this weekend, volunteers. Once again, thank you. 2 parades, 1 in Angus and 1 in Collingwood, the first of 2. I have many parades as well, so thank you for your support. For those that weren't here the last time I spoke, I only have a short period of time unless everyone wants to start at the beginning. I just was basically talking at the beginning of the speech about a lot of the scandal after scandal after scandal, whether it was the wee charity, S&C Lavalin, and now the largest one, probably the Screen Slush Fund, and just the frustration. So, and I was just at the point where I was talking about some of my residents, like Stephanie, who started a new poultry farm in my riding. She was due a GST rebate in April, but hadn't received it by June, so she reached out to my office. In July, she was told it was under audit and to follow up in 3 months. Already frustrated after the 3 months, she said that the GST refund could really help to keep her new business going. But it's government, so we waited until that October 3rd. And guess what we were told, Mr. Speaker? What? That there was no audit noted on her file at all, and no one was sure what was holding up the refund. Wow. A week later, CRA said there was no agent on her file at all. For 9 months, this brand new business had been waiting for a much-needed rebate check. But CRA had no one on the file. Wow. Couldn't say why the refund had not been processed, and couldn't tell her when it actually might be. Another incredibly frustrated experience for a Canadian just trying to get ahead. And as I have said here before, all of this while Liberals direct $338 million to projects in which board members of the Green Slush Fund had a direct conflict of interest. For anyone who's paying attention right now, that is why so many people are frustrated with this Prime Minister and want him to go. Even some members of the Liberal Party are starting to understand that as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end my speech with the words of one of these courageous whistleblowers who helped bring the Auditor General's attention to the corruption at the Green Slush Fund. And I quote, "The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decisions to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference." I want to take this opportunity to thank that whistleblower, to bring it to light. We don't need to see this. That's why we're seeing the frustration. So, Mr. Speaker, it's time to axe the tax. It's time for us to build the homes. It's time to fix the budget, and it's time to stop the crime. Frustrated Canadians have had enough. They're worried about another budget and what this government will do to all of those individuals and how it's going to affect their life. It's time for us to call a carbon tax election and let them decide what is the right thing to do. It's time to bring it home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the multi-million-dollar game continues as the Conservative Party wants to send a very strong message to Canadians, and that is that they are more interested in the interest of their Leader of the Conservative Party 100%. Than anything else. They are not listening to what Canadians are saying. They continue to play this multi-million-dollar game. I say shame on the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, and if they wanted to contribute something positive and change the dial, one would suggest that one of the things they might want to consider doing is recognizing the leader of the official opposition still refuses to get the security clearance in order to deal with the issue of foreign international interference. And my constituents still want to know why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party does not want to get that security clearance. What is it that he is hiding? Is there something in his past that he doesn't want to tell Canadians?
Probably.
The honourable member from Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I find it quite comical when I get that type of question. I myself last week, we had a week in the riding. I would think that the member opposite hopefully has spent a lot of time visiting his constituents, and no one is talking about anything other than the scandal and the corruption of this government at every event. Every event that I attended to, from veterans to birthday celebrations to new Canadians, they all want to know when is the election going to happen. So I sometimes wonder, and even my emails that I receive in my office are consistently saying the frustration that Canadians are feeling, and they understand that this government just doesn't seem to care. So it's time to have a carbon tax election.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, and the member referenced the Remembrance Day commemorations. This is very important. I wanted to underscore the incredible work commemorations in New Westminster Burnaby, including at New Westminster Secondary School, a remarkable ceremony at George Derby Veterans Hospital, at the New Westminster City Hall, at the South Burnaby Cenotaph, at the Korean War Memorial, and at Legion Branch 83 and Legion Branch number 2 in New Westminster. All of these commemorations were extremely important. And we know that our veterans gave their lives for democracy. And what they want to see is a functioning democracy. The NDP in this corner of the House has been instrumental in getting to the bottom of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, and also the We Charity scandal, and now the STTC scandal. We support the motion. Conservatives had over $7 billion in scandals and have never apologized. Now, will Conservatives apologize for their scandals that they refused Parliament to get to the bottom of?
The honourable member from Simcoe Grey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, why we're here is to get the documents. That is the discussion, and that's the debate that we're on. I don't know why other parties are deflecting questions instead of dealing what really needs to be done. And quite frankly, it's to obtain the documents. It's a simple process. It's unfathomable that the House has made a decision and then we have a government that's not going along with it. That's what I'm hearing in my riding. People are frustrated. Why are we here? Why do I have the ability to vote and to make a difference when the government doesn't accept what the vote might be on that issue? So, Mr. Speaker, once again, let's get the documents so that we can move on. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to, what a great way to start a week. Listening to great, insightful knowledge being shared by my neighboring colleague of Simcoe Grey. Because that colleague is in my area and is border my own riding, I just want to touch base with him because I hear day in, day out in my own riding how hard this gentleman works in his riding, how many events he goes to in riding. He is always out there. He's boots on the ground doing anything he can to listen to his constituents. And I appreciate that from you, and I hear it in my own riding about you. But since you've heard so much information, I just want to hear if you're also hearing about this terrible loss of $400 million and how much your residents are suffering and what this $400 million fiasco scandal could help residents in your riding.
Thank the honourable member from I just want to remind it that I'm glad he heard great things about me and my riding, but I think he was talking about the member from Simcoe Grey. So the honourable member from Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for those nice comments. And just so everyone here is aware, I drove last night to be here to make sure I was in time, and I think the honourable member flew, so I brought his clothes with me. So I think he's thanking me for bringing the clothes. So I think so. So thank you so much. But I hear all the time just wasted spending. Great thoughts. What could we do with that amount of money in my riding as example. Like we have hospitals that could be built, I have two that need funding. We could lower taxes so that seniors, there's more money in their pockets. All the money that are going to scandals, quite frankly, are things that could go to the debt or find ways to save money, because right now people are struggling, whether it's food, whether it's rent, whether it's mortgages. So any money that the government is wasting is money that's not going to good causes. Thank you.
I'm sure all members are grateful that the honourable member was able to help the honourable member out last night. Shudder to think of what would be like today if it were that case. The honourable member from Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too want to commend the good people of the riding of Waterloo, especially Royal Canadian Legion Branch 530. We had a tremendous ceremony in the city of Waterloo, and it was really impressive to see the number of people who showed up. And we really do need to appreciate and never take for granted the democracy that we have. Another point that was raised really was just about Canadians and the challenges that they are facing, and you know, this whole concept of the importance of housing. And it was interesting because we do know that there's 18 Conservative members out of the entire Conservative Party who's been elected, who cares and supports their municipalities when it comes to ensuring that each individual has a safe and affordable place to call home. And so I would just say that it's unfortunate that there is partisan politics being played, because I really commend those 18 Conservative members for stepping up and supporting their municipality. So the question I would just ask the member is, was he one of those 18 MPs, and does he know anybody in this House who is opposed to this question of privilege? Because I know I support this question of privilege and support the Speaker's ruling to ensure that it goes to proc and we get to the bottom of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I know the discussion we're talking about releasing the documents is the first thing, but I can tell you from my background, I come from municipal background. I was a mayor for many years, and then two-tier with the government, the regional or the county council. And I can tell you that a lot of the programs, there's lots of announcements. The Liberals are going to have all this funding. It's going to be fantastic. Let's apply. It doesn't work. I can tell you in the rural areas, they don't get the funding. They don't have enough people sometimes to access the fundings from their program. It's great announcements. Canadian Infrastructure Bank, another flop that didn't amount to anything. It's just empty promises at election time so that they hope that they can get some votes. But I think, quite frankly, Canadians are frustrated and have had enough.
The honourable member from Sarnia-Lant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech and for all of his hard work. Now, he did discuss in his speech that, there was this issue with CRA and a small business, and they withheld funds for a really long time, and I have the same thing happening in my riding with a small business that's owed $90,000, and for no reason it's been withheld. And so, the Liberals seem to have a lot of time to give their friends money and get into all these but not enough time to really help Canadians. And I wondered if the member could comment on that.
Honourable member from Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I'm sure if we could put our hands up and ask a question, not just on this side, but across the whole House, are the services better today than when you were elected? Is your staff more frustrated today when dealing with these bureaucracies than when you got elected? The answer is yes, and I think that would be right across the board if people were to give a true answer. I know myself the frustration that we've had to get information, to get through on the lines, to get back, and all the while, the only thing that's gotten better is the amount of employees. There's way more employees that have been added, and yet the services are a lot less. And the frustration from individuals coming into my office is unbelievable, where they'll wait all day sometimes to get something, no phone calls back, and it's never been like this before, so it's frustrating.
Resuming debate. The question is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moves that the government's failure to fully provide, that the government's failure of fully providing documents as ordered by the House on June 10, 2024 be hereby referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. Provided that it be an instruction to the committee, A, that the following witnesses...
Mr. Kmitsch, appuyé par
Mr. Kmitsch, seconded by Mr. Maguire, moves the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by replacing the words Friday, November 22nd, 2024 with the following, the 30th sitting day following the adoption of this order.
If a member participating in person wishes that the sub-amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Ordre du jour.
Resuming debate on a privileged motion, failure of a witness to provide information to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, has 11 minutes left on the clock. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, what is it going to take for this Prime Minister to fire the Minister from Edmonton, the Minister of Employment? It seems that every day there are new revelations surrounding this scandal-plagued minister. And with each of these new revelations, it is crystal clear to seemingly everyone but the minister and the Prime Minister that that minister is about the last person in this House who should be sitting around the cabinet table. Let's look at the facts. The Minister of Employment was a partner with one Stephen Anderson in a shady PPE company called Global Health Imports. This is a company that has been sued by multiple clients and has been ordered by Alberta courts to pay back $7.8 million for ripping off clients. Those are judgments of Alberta courts. Not only that, the minister almost certainly violated the Conflict of Interest Act. More specifically, the Conflict of Interest Act is clear that a minister of the Crown shall not be involved in the operations of a business. Text messages reveal that someone named Randy from Global Health Imports was intricately involved in the business during the very same time that the Minister of Employment sat in Cabinet. More specifically, those text messages reveal that this Randy from Global Health Imports was involved in a $500,000 shakedown of a California-based client that had ordered PPE equipment. At the behest of this Randy, the client, the Gowie Group, transferred $500,000 to Global Health Imports. The PPE was never delivered. The Gowie Group has commenced legal action claiming, among other things, wire fraud. Now, the Minister of Employment says he's not that Randy, except for the fact that at all material times the Gowie Group believed that the Randy in the text messages is the Minister of Employment. The minister's business partner, Stephen Anderson, has admitted that there is no one from Global Health Imports named Randy other than the minister. The text messages reference Randy as a partner. We know that the minister had been a partner. The text messages place this Randy in Vancouver. Turns out the Minister of Employment was in Vancouver at the same time, and no one can find this other Randy. There's no plausible explanation as to who this other Randy could be. The only reasonable inference that can be that the Randy in the text messages is the Minister of Employment. And therefore, the Minister of Employment broke the law and violated the Conflict of Interest Act, and on that basis alone should be out of cabinet. But, Mr. Speaker, there's more. Recently we learned that Global Health Imports, while the Minister was an active partner in the company, made 2 bids for federal contracts in which the company held itself out as a wholly owned Indigenous company. Now, the problem with that is that it isn't a wholly owned Indigenous company because neither Anderson or the Minister are Indigenous. What they did, what the Minister did, what his business partner Anderson did is clear. They tried to take advantage of the government's Indigenous procurement program to obtain government contracts. In short, what they tried to do was to steal contracts that should be awarded to legitimate Indigenous businesses. This is cultural appropriation that is completely disgusting, and it is something else. It's called fraud. It's called fraud.
Follow the money.
And it raises questions of potential criminality involving the Minister. Now, the Minister says he had no idea that it's all Anderson who did this behind his back. I wish to re-emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister was a 50% shareholder, was one of 2 business partners, so for the Minister to claim that he had no idea that they were trying to rig the system to steal government contracts isn't believable, but it is even less believable when in the face of what has come to light, which is that this Minister has a long-standing track record of misrepresenting his Indigenous status. And in that regard, I would note that this is a Minister, according to news reports, who, as far back as the 2012 Liberal Convention, when he was seeking a party nomination, represented himself to be Métis. In 2015, after he was elected, the Liberal Party, in a social media post, listed the Minister as one of 10 Indigenous Liberal MPs elected. Now, the Minister said he was Métis back in 2012, but then when he got elected to this place between 2016 and 2018, he repeatedly characterized himself as a non-status Cree. Now, the Minister kept referring to himself in that way, non-status adopted Cree, I should clarify, referencing his adopted great-grandmother who he claimed had Cree roots. He even touted that he had a Cree name called Strong Eagle Man. Now, when confronted about his status and the fact that he was falsely representing this, the Minister has seen fit to now change his story to say, oh, he's not a non-status adopted Cree, but in fact now he's alleging that his mother is Métis and his brother is Métis. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a Minister who continually changes his story. He misrepresents who he is. He misrepresents who he is not. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is a cultural appropriator. He has tried to appropriate and represent himself as being Indigenous for political gain as well as financial gain. Now, today, it's reported in the National Post, if that isn't enough, that the Minister's company Global Health Imports, while the minister was a partner, was sharing a P.O. box with none other than an individual involved in cocaine trafficking.
Oh, my goodness.
Someone who was busted by the Edmonton police in 2013 and busted again in the Dominican Republic, caught with 200 kilograms of cocaine. This is who the minister is associated with, the minister is doing business with, or at least connected to, in terms of sharing a post office box. It really begs the question, whose company are ministers in this government keeping? And so between the $7.8 million in judgments against his company, the fact that he violated the Conflict of Interest Act, the fact that he has misrepresented himself as Indigenous for political and financial gain, and his ties now to someone connected to cocaine, it begs the question again, what is it going to take for this Prime Minister to fire the Minister from Edmonton, the Minister of Employment? Now, we have before us a question of privilege to bring in Anderson, who defied a parliamentary committee when he refused to disclose who Randy is, and we know why, because it is the Minister of Employment. When he comes before this House at that bar, we need to ensure that the process is an orderly one. And so with that, I move an amendment, seconded by the member for Caribou Prince George, that is as follows. That the motion be amended by replacing paragraph F with the following. F. During Mr. Anderson's appearance at the bar for the purpose of responding to questions which shall be asked by members with questions and answers being addressed through the Speaker, 1. During the first round of questioning, 10 minutes shall be allocated to a member from each recognized party in the following order. The official opposition, the Bloc Québécois, the New Democratic Party, and the Government Party. 2. During the second round of questioning, there shall be 13 periods of 5 minutes each for members from the recognized parties who shall be recognized consistent with the proportions observed during oral questions, namely and in the following order. 5 members of the official opposition, 2 members of the Bloc Québécois, 2 members of the New Democratic Party, 1 member of the Government Party, and 3 members of the official opposition, provided that the same member may be recognized more than once. 3, during either round, members may be permitted to share their time with 1 or more members, so indicating to the Speaker. 4, each of Mr. Anderson's answers shall approximately reflect the time taken by the question which preceded it. And 5, the Speaker may, at his discretion, suspend the sitting briefly during the questioning. G, at the expiry of the time provided for questioning, and after Mr. Anderson has been excused from further attendance, the House shall resume consideration of the usual business of the House for a Wednesday. And thank you.
Good amendment. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by replacing paragraph F with the following. F, during Mr. Anderson's appearance at the bar for the purpose of responding to questions which shall be asked by members, with questions and answers being addressed through the Speaker. 1. During the first round of questioning, 10 minutes shall be allocated to a member from each recognized party in the following order. The official opposition, the Bloc Québécois, the New Democratic Party, and the Government Party. 2. During the second round of questioning, there shall be 13 periods of 5 minutes each for members from the recognized parties who shall be recognized consistent with the proportions observed during oral questions, namely, and in the following order, 5 members of the official opposition, 2 members of the Bloc Québécois, 2 members of the New Democratic Party, 1 member of the Government Party, and 3 members of the official opposition, provided that the same member may be recognized more than once. 3, during either round, members may be permitted to share their time with one or more members by so indicating to the Speaker. 4, each of Mr. Anderson's answers shall approximately reflect the time taken by the question which preceded it. And 5, the Speaker may, at his discretion, suspend the sitting briefly during the questioning. G, at the expiry of the time provided for questioning, and after Mr. Anderson has been excused from further attendance, the House shall resume consideration of the usual business of the House for Wednesday. And the amendment is in order. Question and comments. The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, for his speech on this very important matter. The member, like myself, as chair of the Ethics Committee, has had a front row seat to what I would call a charade, a mockery, contempt of this institution. Mr. Anderson came to the committee. He wouldn't answer questions directly, and this is why we're in this situation. But I want to ask the member about the minister. We have seen text messages. We have seen WhatsApp messages. We know that the minister was a director in this company and that he received payments from this company. We also have seen lately a sworn affidavit that identifies the minister by his name. So my question to the honourable member is, who does he think Randy is?
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the chair of the Ethics Committee, for that question. The answer to that question as to who is Randy is obvious. It is the minister. And he is quite right in his characterization of what has happened before the Ethics Committee being a charade, not just on the part of Mr. Anderson, but on the part of the minister, because this is a minister who first came to committee and said it couldn't be him, being Randy in the text messages, because he was in Vancouver at a cabinet meeting. And then text messages come out that show that Randy in the text messages was in Vancouver and the minister was in Vancouver. So he comes to committee and he suddenly admits, after claiming he had no association with Anderson other than that he was a partner, was that he had spoken to Anderson at the material time in question. So it is not only, he has been frankly not forthcoming all along, and we need answers.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask the member, just based on the amendment that he's put forward, I do know that this place, I do know that even though we recognize the parties who have more than 12 seats, so the officially recognized parties, there are members of the Green Party who contribute in this chamber who have been duly elected. And so I just wonder if the member would be interested in actually providing space to the leader or the members of the Green Party, or at least one of them, to be able to ask questions. I know within his amendment he suggested people could share time, but to acknowledge those individuals who have been duly elected in this chamber, would the member have any interest in ensuring that all people represented in this chamber are able to ask questions as he's suggesting we should do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I thought there is something of significance in obtaining official party status. And it should mean something, official party status. And the Green Party doesn't have official party status. They have 2 members of Parliament. They're the equivalent of independent members of Parliament. So if the Green Party wishes to participate in debate and committee, then what they should go about doing is convincing Canadians to vote for them and to elect more Green MPs. And with respect to the debate that will take place and the questioning that will take place with respect to Mr. Anderson, if the Liberals want to cede their time to the Green Party, I invite them to do so.
The honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you, my honourable colleague, for his speech. And I very much join issue with him and share his deep concern about the need for absolute probity and respect for ethics in any cabinet, with this government and any other government. Still confused. There was reference to Randy being involved in business decisions, and the defense has been thus far from the minister that it wasn't him, there was a different Randy. Has there been another Randy identified in any of the documents or before his work at committee that might plausibly, I guess, back up that contention by the minister? Is there another Randy in that company that this could be referred to or not?
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Vancouver Kingsway for that question, and the short answer is no. No other Randy has been identified. His business partner, Anderson, said that the only Randy at the company was the Minister of Employment, but then implausibly claimed that the Randy in the text messages wasn't the minister because of 9 autocorrects, which simply isn't credible. And the minister himself can identify no other Randy, and when Global News embarked upon finding out who that other Randy is, the only Randy they were able to come up with is the minister.
The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, for his great speech and the work that the committee's been doing on this matter. It's very, very important. I appreciated the words he spoke this morning, Speaker, and one of the things that struck me repeatedly when he said is this Prime Minister has an obligation to Canadians and to the credibility of this House to deal with those who have been found either in contempt or corruption or any sort of things that would bring government to disrepute. I'd like to ask the member through you, Speaker, if he can identify a reason in his mind why the Prime Minister has been hesitant, reluctant, or just negligent in dealing with this minister.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I would submit that perhaps the reason why the Prime Minister has been reluctant to deal with the minister is that the Prime Minister has engaged in similar conduct as the minister. The minister violated the Conflict of Interest Act. Well, the Prime Minister violated the Conflict of Interest Act, not once, but twice. In fact, the Prime Minister has the dubious distinction of being the first Prime Minister to be found guilty of violating the Conflict of Interest Act. So that may shed light on the Prime Minister's reluctance to fire this corrupt minister.
Yep.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Brantford Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech. Now, we know from evidence that both Mr. Anderson and the Minister of Employment have both denied having any communications with each other since his election in 2019. How do you reconcile those points with the fact that a story broke which confirmed that the minister reached out to Mr. Anderson with respect to an outstanding per-later bill?
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, we learned about that because the minister got caught as a result of additional text messages. The minister represented, as the member pointed out, that he had no communication with Mr. Anderson. Then text messages revealed that the Randy in question was in Vancouver while the minister was in Vancouver, and he was asked to explain that. He then tried to explain that he had communicated with Mr. Anderson about a pure-later bill, but not about the $500,000 shakedown. Coincidence? I think not. And by the way, it's very interesting calling or making inquiries to Anderson about paying a bill. That pertains to the operations of a business. So it raises even more questions about this minister violating the Conflict of Interest Act.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Leader of the House Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to put things into a bit of a context here, ever since day one, even when the Prime Minister was leader of the third party, the Conservative Party has been focused on character assassination. Now, let's take a look, fast forward to what we have today. We have an ethics commissioner that has cleared the minister in question not once, not twice, but 3 occasions. Why should any Canadian actually believe the Conservative character assassination that we've witnessed over the last 10-plus years over what the ethics commissioner is saying?
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton also has time for a brief answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's simply not accurate to say that the Ethics Commissioner has cleared the minister whatsoever. In fact, what we have on the part of the minister is someone who has not been forthcoming with the Ethics Commissioner, just as he hasn't been forthcoming with committee. He was supposed to turn over his phone devices to the Ethics Commissioner. He didn't do that. He only turned over one phone. And then when he got caught, he turned over another phone. He doesn't appear to have advised the Ethics Commissioner that he had been in contact with Anderson at the time in question. So there's a lot of questions that haven't been answered, and we need to get to the bottom of this.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it shouldn't come to anyone's surprise that the Conservative Party continues to want to play this multi-million-dollar game, Mr. Speaker. And that's what it is. It's all about the self-interest of the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party of Canada wanting to prevent the legislature or the House of Commons from being able to debate the types of issues that Canadians are genuinely concerned about and a number of pieces of legislation that are before us. Listen to, if I were to repeat the question that I had asked the member opposite, I think that members opposite should listen very carefully in terms of the tactic that we have witnessed from the Conservative Party. Even when they were in government, when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and their current leader was a member of the Cabinet and used to be the Parliamentary Secretary for the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. And that is the way in which you attempt to win an election is you just continue to label things as being corrupt and attack the personalities. And no personality has been harder hit than the Prime Minister of Canada from the Conservative Party. They do it not only inside the chamber, but also outside the chamber. And they have no reservations whatsoever in terms of misleading Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Look at the question that I asked the member opposite. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The independent office of the Ethics Commissioner has cleared the minister in question. Yet the Conservative Party doesn't recognize that, doesn't recognize the independence of the office, because what trumps the independent, the Commissioner, is the political self-serving agenda of this leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party in general, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we have seen individuals reflect very negatively on the Conservative Party of former Prime Ministers. Whether it was the late Brian Mulroney, Kim Campbell, and others that have been critical of the Conservative Party of Canada today, because it has lost its moral compass in dealing with issues of a progressive nature as they focus solely on misleading through social media and virtually attempting to paralyze the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, there is no opposition days, government business, legislation, private members' bills being discussed, because the Conservative Party is completely preoccupied with this multi-million-dollar game. And it's a continuation. Just like we are debating another privileged issue, they brought forward another privileged issue that we have before us today, and they said, well, okay, let's stop the debate on the amendment to the amendment of a motion in which they introduced, in which all of us wanted to be able to support, but it didn't fit their agenda because they didn't want it to come to an actual vote. They didn't want the debate to go to the standing committee, Mr. Speaker. Instead, they want to use the motion as a way in which to blackmail members of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, as a way to filibuster what's taking place, what should be taking place on the floor of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. It is disrespectful to Canadians. It is absolutely a waste of tax dollars. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, ironically, it is borderline in contempt of Parliament, the manner in which the Conservatives continue to play this multi-million-dollar game. And the best way to describe in terms of the abuse is to take a look at the motion in which we are debating today. The essence of it, Mr. Speaker, is that a member of the community is actually called to the bar and has to answer questions. Is there anyone opposing that, Mr. Speaker? But like the other motion of privilege, which is still going to be debated this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, it stops the government from bringing forward anything else. And as one member across the way says, yay, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, there are issues, even that's not government issues. You know, the Conservatives have Opposition Day motions. And when they bring forward their Opposition Day motions, they like to say, well, these are confidence motions. I think Canadians would love to see an Opposition Day motion that deals with the Housing Accelerator Fund, Mr. Speaker. When you have 17 Conservative members across the way that are scared because the leader of the Conservative Party says, no, we oppose it. We're going to kill that particular fund. So you have Conservative MPs that are having a difficult time trying to justify their very existence on such an important issue. I think we should have a vote on that particular issue, Mr. Speaker. But we can't, because the Conservatives know full well all they have to do is continue to put up speaker after speaker after speaker on matters of privilege, and then nothing else can be taking place on the floor for debate, Mr. Speaker. So ask yourself, the Housing Accelerator Fund is providing thousands of housing units or homes in every region of our country. And you have the official opposition, actually that's not fair to say, you have the leader of the official opposition saying that it's bad, that the program needs to be cut, yet they have a dozen or more members saying, no, we like this program. They're writing to the Minister of Housing saying, we want this program to be applied in our communities. We have mayors in different areas of the country saying that this is a good program, Mr. Speaker. Yet you have this division within the Conservative Party. In order to avoid that sort of a division, why not continue to talk about a privilege? A privilege that everyone is saying, well, yes, have the member come before the bar. But, Mr. Speaker, voting on these privileges, the Conservatives have no interest in doing that. Because, as I've indicated very clearly, it's a fairly straightforward motion that Mr. Anderson is called before the bar to answer questions. So if everyone believes that, fine, we'll accept that, we'll allow that to come to a vote, then what is the purpose of the Conservative Party to continue not only to debate the motion, but now they've actually moved an amendment to the motion, which means, Mr. Speaker, that we could see dozens speak to it. What happened on the previous motion? In the previous motion, what we saw was over 100 Conservatives speak to it. Weeks and weeks of potential debate on issues, Mr. Speaker, was left on the wayside, never dealt with. Issues that dealt with C-71, the Citizenship Act, C-66, which actually transferred issues related to sexual abuse from military courts to civil courts. C-33, dealing with our supply lines, the Rail Marine Safety Act. C-63, the Online Harms Act, to protect children from internet, Mr. Speaker. Not to mention the fall economic statement. Not to mention the many different opposition days that are being lost because the Conservatives are filling the time on issues of privilege, even though the very motions that they are bringing forward are motions that we're okay with in terms of actually seeing passed. So the reason why is because it is, as I started off by saying, it's a multi-million-dollar game, and it's all about character assassination. And that's why when I posed the question to the member opposite, I said to him, well, Mr. Speaker, what is the issue? The issue is we have a minister representing an Edmonton riding where there's been concerns in regards to some text messaging and how that could have impacted the issue at hand. The Conflict of Interest Commissioner, as I've pointed out, not once, not twice, but 3 times has looked at this issue, all of which have cleared the minister that is responsible. So, Mr. Speaker, when I posed that particular question to the member, his response was, well, that's not true. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is true. Members of the Conservative Party know it's true. But they continue to push because why? Because, as I pointed out in my question, even when the Prime Minister was the leader of the Liberal Party in third party, the Conservative Party continued to attack the individual. And nothing has changed, Mr. Speaker. That's the wonderful thing about Hansard. Everything that's said inside the chamber is actually recorded. And it's there for people to read. You don't have to believe me. You can just read the Hansards. Go back to the time in which the leader of the Liberal Party was in third party. And what you will find, especially during member statements, is personal attacks on the leader. And we have witnessed it of other ministers inside the chamber. You know, it's the type of thing in which if I was to enter into that same field and talk to personalities and start looking at the leader of the Conservative Party, you know, there's an interesting document that I made reference to. And the relevance to this, by the way, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to the issue of attacking the character of an individual. And it's an interesting book that was published, or some sort of a report, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting, you know, they have the title is Stephen Harper, Serial Abuser of Power. The evidence is completed. And actually, it's not completed because there's a number of things that I'm aware of that are not actually included in this document, Mr. Speaker. But it's abuse of power, scandals, and corruption. Now, interesting enough that one of the things that it refers here, and there's 70 of them, Mr. Speaker, for those that are interested. There's 70 of them, and one of them that's really interesting is when Stephen Harper was actually found in contempt of Parliament. Think about that. The only Prime Minister in Canada, no, not only Canada, the only Prime Minister in the British Commonwealth, which includes Canada, to ever be found in contempt of Parliament. Guess who his parliamentary secretary was? The leader of the Conservative Party. But anyway, that's one, a little bit off topic there, Mr. Speaker. You know, interesting, you go through this book, and the leader of the Conservative Party, his name comes up on more than one occasion, Mr. Speaker. You know, here on, I think it's page 31. Let's go on page 9. They called it the vanity video. The Globe and Mail had revealed that Harper's chosen minister for democratic reform, I can't say the leader of Conservative Party's name, Mr. Speaker, but that's who it is, commissioned a team of public servants for overtime work on Sunday to film glad handing, and then it goes on, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, what it was is that he was promoting using civil servants, and he was wearing his Conservative Party uniform, Mr. Speaker. And of course, you can't do that. Now, I suspect, Mr. Speaker, if the Ethics Commissioner was to look into that, maybe they would have found some sort of fine or a penalty, or he would have been found offside. But one of the ones that he's really well known for was the Elections Bill strips powers from Elections Canada. You know, and just quoting from the story here, the Fair Elections Act also makes it harder for Canadians to vote as more ID is required. Nationwide protests in which more than 400 academics took part forced, I can't say his name because he's the leader of the Conservative Party, forced the leader of the Conservative Party to withdraw some of the measures in the bill because of their alleged anti-democratic bent. Anti-democratic. I think there could be some relevancy here, Mr. Speaker. It goes on. You know, the Reform Minister, leader of the Conservative Party, you know, accused Elections Canada CEO Mark Maynard of being a power monger and wearing a team jersey. So here you have the Conservative Party now calling into question the Ethics Commissioner, and when he was the minister, when the leader of the Conservative Party was the minister responsible for democratic reform, he's labeling the chief of the our electoral system, Elections Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's why I don't say it lightly. You have a leader of a Conservative Party that's borderline contempt in terms of what it is that we're witnessing in Parliament today. He has no qualms to do that. And it's demonstrated. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but if you take a look at the issue of security clearance, I don't know how many times I've asked the questions of Conservative MP after Conservative MP, why doesn't the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada get the security clearance so that he can better understand foreign interference, Mr. Speaker? That's a very real issue. We have all sorts of things that are taking place in our community, from people that, an individual that has been murdered, from individuals, Mr. Speaker, that are being held in many different ways for financial purposes. We have all sorts of interference in political parties, in the leader of the Conservative Party's own leadership. When he was elected as leader, Mr. Speaker, there's been issues related to foreign interference and how that influenced the leadership in which he ultimately won, Mr. Speaker. He's the only leader. The Bloc, the Green, the NDP, the Prime Minister, all have the security clearance. Why won't the leader of the Conservative Party do likewise? The arguments that he is using are bogus. He knows that, Mr. Speaker. We have experts that are clearly indicating that the leader of the Conservative Party has nothing to worry about in terms of being able to get the security clearance from a perspective of being able to listen and talk about the issue of the day. That's not the concern. But it does raise the issue. What is it that's in the background of the leader of the Conservative Party that ultimately he is scared to get that security clearance? I believe there is something there, Mr. Speaker. There is something that the leader of the Conservative Party does not want Canadians to know. And I think we should find that out, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, whether it's myself or other members of this government, will continue to call upon the leader of the Conservative Party to get that security clearance. So instead of playing this multi-million-dollar game, let's start dealing with the issues that are important to Canadians. Let's talk about the fall economic statement. Let's talk about the series of legislation that's before the House that the Conservatives don't want to have discussions on. Let's have opposition days. Let's have private members' bills, Mr. Speaker. Allow the chamber to do the work that Canadians want us to do. As the Conservative Party, in particular the leader of the Conservative Party, is so much focused on them. I can assure people that are following the debate that the Government of Canada and this Prime Minister will always and continue to be focused on Canadians first and foremost. Unfortunately, we have to participate in this game, but at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to push a Canadian agenda, an agenda that reflects what we believe Canadians want. And that is something in which we will continue to advocate for. And I would ask that Conservatives across the way understand the cost of the game that they're playing. Stop with the character assassination which they began back in 2011. And let's get down to business and do some good things for Canadians. We can do so much more if we start working together, Mr. Speaker. And they, too, were given a responsibility to also do some good things inside the chamber. Not only to all the parties, but the Conservative Party, too.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader spends most of his time in his speeches casting aspersions on this side of the aisle and pointing fingers, when on his side of the aisle, there's, the Cabinet Minister for Public Safety who was involved in a $25 million clam scam. There's the Minister of International Trade, 2 ethics breaches, giving money to her friends. We have the Minister of Environment and Climate Change now giving money to a company that he is invested in. And of course, Minister Champagne, the Minister of Innovation, Mr. Speaker, thank you, did not meet the contract obligations to get the money back in the Green Slush Fund scandal. So the question for the member is this: is he not concerned about the corruption in the cabinet members on the Liberal side?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the member opposite that when I was in third-party status inside the House of Commons, not that long ago, when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, I was more concerned about the corruption, abuse of power, and so many other things within that particular government. I can tell the member opposite that as she would know, that the sole purpose of the Conservative Party under the current leadership is nothing more than character assassination, and that continues to be the case. To try to say that this government is corrupt, then, under that definition, I hate to think in terms of how she would classify Stephen Harper and his government. As I say, I have a document, and I'd love to table a document, Mr. Speaker. If I would leave the House, I'd be happy to table it. There's 70 things in which Stephen Harper is serial abuser of power, all sorts of scandal, corruption, and abuse of power. So if there's leave, Mr. Speaker, I would table a document, and I can tell members that there's even more, because there's stuff that I'm aware of that's not in this booklet.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy hearing my colleague. And of course, the NDP wants to get to the bottom of this, and we do believe in convening and support the original motion and believe in convening the gentleman in question before the bar to answer questions. Canadians deserve to have those answers. I'm a bit perplexed, though, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask my colleague his reaction. We have had a principle when called before the bar of, because it is Parliament, calling people before the bar, that there is a fair distribution among the recognized parties in the House. And that's certainly how it acted when they were Mr. Firth before the bar. The Conservatives have just tabled a motion where, after paying lip service in the first round to that equality of Parliament convening this individual before the bar, they're now going to take 2/3, they propose, of all of the subsequent questions. It's unbelievable to me, particularly given the Conservatives' history of cover-ups we saw during the Harper regime. Unbelievable corruption. Unbelievable scandals, all of which were covered up by Conservatives. So I want to ask my colleague, appropriate, the Conservatives try to take 2/3 of the questions when this is something that should involve all members of Parliament.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One would think that there would be a higher sense of fairness within the amendment, and you only need to take a look in terms of what takes place, whether it's the last time we had someone called to the bar, or if you take happens in our standing committees, Mr. Speaker. Am I surprised? No. But I can tell the member opposite that I'm anticipating that we'll see yet an amendment to this particular amendment. And the Conservatives have demonstrated that their true intentions are not necessarily to see tangible results on their motions, but rather to continue to prevent the House from being able to deal with issues of concerns that Canadians have, because they're more preoccupied in terms of the interests, the self-interest of the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party in general than they are in terms of providing any sort of a movement forward in terms of getting legislation passed, debating opposition motions and private members' bill. That we've seen clearly demonstrated over the last, 5 weeks or so.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just build upon some of the comments the member shared on this question of privilege and the amendment that we're debating, or I'm sure there'll be more to come. He mentioned in regards to the history of Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and I think it was, and I would ask that he correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's only been one Prime Minister in the history of Canada since Confederation to be held in contempt of Parliament, and I believe that was Prime Minister Stephen Harper. So I would like to hear the member's comment on that. Additionally, he referred to the Housing Accelerator Fund, and it's no secret that the leader of the official opposition would get rid of that program. That program helps constituents within the riding of Waterloo. The region of Waterloo has also done really well because we know that each Canadian should have a safe and affordable place to call home. Less than 15% of Conservative members actually took the time to support their municipalities when it came to housing. 18 of them, I believe the member said 17, I think the number is now 18, and they're no longer allowed to speak about it. Either they are a Conservative or they can fight for Canadians. I'm a Canadian first. I chose my political party, but I will always fight for my constituents. I'll always fight for my community of Waterloo. So I would like to hear the members' comments, first of all, in regards to, has a Canadian Prime Minister ever been found in contempt of Parliament? And also, you know, what is the role of members of Parliament, and should they be supporting their communities, or should they have to have blind trust in their leader, is my question. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the two-part question. On the first question, as I've indicated, Stephen Harper was actually the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada, and even beyond Canada, we're talking the British Commonwealth, that has actually been found in contempt of Parliament. The interesting fact on that is his parliamentary secretary was actually at the time the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada today. In regards to the Housing Accelerator issue, I believe that if we could stop debating this multi-million-dollar game that the Conservatives are playing, maybe we could have an opposition day on the Accelerator Fund and see in terms of whether or not it would pass the floor of the House of Commons. I believe it would pass the floor, Mr. Speaker. The real question is how many of those 18 that have written, doesn't talk about the numbers that still support it, but 18 that have written the government saying that they indirectly support the program, Mr. Speaker. It would be an interesting vote. There's no way the leader of the Conservative Party would allow that to take place.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. Wow, the stuff is really flying around the room today, isn't it? Interesting debate that we have here today, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that has more ethics violations and more scandals than any other government in the history of our country. This is a government that has spent more than all other governments combined and padded their pockets and their friends' pockets with more taxpayer funds than any other government combined. But, Mr. Speaker, and this is a Prime Minister that's wore blackface more times than he can remember. Yet this member stands up and still backs him up on it time and again. Elbowgate, Aga Khan, blackface. It goes on and on, but this member from Winnipeg North stands up and defends them time and time again. But a simple question to you, to our honourable colleague, through you, Mr. Speaker, is who is the other Randy. Who is Randy, Mr. Speaker? Because I don't even think Randy knows who he is nowadays. So does the honourable member know who the real Randy is?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
There should be a little bit of a warning. You know how when you look on the TV and it has the bar that goes across and it'll say conservative speaking? When they have conservative speaking, they should have in brackets beside that, not necessarily true or accurate, all comments being made. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, you know, they say the most scandalous government in the history of Canada. What a bunch of crap, Mr. Speaker. Like, where did... Oh, I'm sorry, I withdraw that word. I withdraw...
Okay, I want the Honourable Member to retract that word. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I was thinking of the acronym of the former Conservative Party. My apologies. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that the Conservative Party, just because the Conservative members say something in the chamber, does not make it true. People, please understand that the Conservative Party, whether it's inside the chamber or on social media, have no qualms in terms of misrepresenting the reality of life and in terms of factual information at times, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
This Prime Minister's Liberal minister from Alberta has said a lot of things. But we know that he's a fake and he's a fraud. He said that he wasn't the Randy involved in the company in question in hundreds of thousands of dollars in fraud cases that are now before the courts. He said he wasn't involved with this company while he was in cabinet. But now there's evidence, of course, that that's not true. And he said that he was Indigenous. And he said this to profit off of contracts, effectively stealing from members of First Nations communities. He should resign.
Yes, absolutely.
And here we are today, again dealing with more revelations about this Liberal Prime Minister's minister from Alberta, from Edmonton. And there's lots of proud Albertans who serve on this side of the House, and I know that it's a real challenge for them to have to hear over and over and over again who this Prime Minister, this Liberal Prime Minister, has elevated to cabinet to represent that province. Because he doesn't represent the people and the values of the great Canadian province of Alberta. And nor does he represent the values, the hardworking Canadians from across our country. Now, we've heard that today in debate from representatives of this Prime Minister that there's some kind of conservative fiction, but they're telling on themselves. Because after 9 years, the facts have become really inconvenient for this NDP Liberal coalition. It's just shocking. Liberal cabinet ministers shifting Indigenous. It's from the National Post. We've got from Global News, Ethics Committee reports the Ethics Committee reopens inquiry in wake of new Randy texts. Multiple texts about other Randy blamed on autocorrect by the minister's former business partner. Minister from Edmonton, past questions. Now I want to zero in on this for a quick second. This is from Le Devoir. There's been a lot of talk about the other Randy. And how many other Randys are there? Well, let's start with fake journalist Randy. Because this article in Le Devoir from June 27th lays out the disproven claim by that Liberal minister at the heart of this scandal that he claimed that he was a journalist. So we've got journalist Randy, reported in Le Devoir. We've got across the Canadian media spectrum, including in their CBC, his fake claims about being Indigenous. So we've got that other Randy. In committee, we had Liberal members say that the other Randy might not even be Randy, it might be Randeep. So we've got the cover-up Randy. And now, today in the news, we have cocaine Randy. The cocaine connection, if you can imagine, with a Liberal cabinet minister. His business, it's not like he owned a 1% share in a company. 50% of the business owned by that Liberal minister. And what was this business? It was a pandemic profiteering enterprise, to be clear, that's now at the center of more than a half dozen fraud allegations that are before the courts. The subject of an open investigation, an unresolved investigation by the Edmonton police about a suspicious fire in the warehouse of that Edmonton minister from this Liberal Party. That's what we're talking about. And his business partner, his 50% business partner, came before committee and he lied. And that's why we find ourselves here, the prima facie case of privilege before this House. And why he needs to come before the House, and questions need to be put to him about that. Because he lied. And this Liberal minister, and we know there's rules in this place about what's parliamentary language. So let's just quick rewind. He said he was a journalist, this Liberal. It's printed in the media. They looked into it. It's not true. He said that he was Indigenous. We see it in media reports. Again, what he said wasn't true. He said that he wasn't involved in the ongoing operation of his business. But then, in the media, we get more text and in court filings about the fraud that his business perpetrated. We see that it's not true. Now, he claimed that it couldn't have been him who was communicating with Mr. Anderson, his 50% business partner, because he was at a cabinet retreat in Vancouver. The text messages where his business partner said that he was talking to Randy in Vancouver, but claimed that Randy was an autocorrect. The dozens of messages were all autocorrects. Well, that's exactly where he was. And when we brought him back before committee, like so many other examples in this Liberal scandal, he changed his story. And so they've talked about, well, the ethics commissioner has cleared him. Only these guys would come in here and say, well, he's been investigated a bunch of times, but they haven't been able to nail him yet. Because he keeps hiding the evidence. Totally. He keeps hiding the evidence. The first time he said, oh, I turned over the phone records, but it wasn't all of the phone records. And he was just asked, this Liberal minister from Edmonton, he was just asked over the last couple of days in a press conference if the Edmonton police should investigate, if the police should investigate what's been revealed. And he didn't say yes. Now, why wouldn't this Liberal want the police to investigate if he's got nothing to hide? Oh, well, we're going to get the ethics commissioner said I'm clear. Well, the ethics commissioner isn't able to go to court and get a warrant and seize the bank records, seize the phone records that would demonstrate that this minister was doing the exact opposite of what he said he was doing. He was directly involved in the operation of his business. By the way, which was bidding on and won federal government contracts while he was sitting at the cabinet table. That's a fact. But he said that it didn't happen. You can't believe anything that he says. But if none of that is astonishing for Canadians, that this Liberal minister and his business partner are sharing resources, their business being co-located with cocaine traffickers, hundreds of kilos of cocaine involved in their trafficking enterprise, is that this Prime Minister and that Liberal parliamentary secretary is going to stand up and go to the barricades for him. They don't think he did anything wrong. That's how rotten that Liberal government has become. The corruption that we've seen, whether it's hundreds of millions of dollars with the Green Slush Fund going to Liberal insiders, 186 conflicts of interest, $60 million for their Arrive scam, with 2 jokers in a basement getting paid $20 million to do no IT work on that IT program. Well, 1 in 4 Canadians in this city and across the country are lined up at food banks in record numbers, and they're lining the pockets of Liberal insiders. That Prime Minister said in 2015 there'd be sunny ways, and it sure is sunny for Liberal insiders and their well-connected friends. But for everybody else, it is stormy skies and a rocky ride. They don't know how they're going to feed themselves. They don't know how they're going to heat their homes this winter. Small business insolvencies up 40% this year, to say nothing of the businesses who are just not opening because they can't survive in this anti-competitive, inflationary environment with this Prime Minister raising his carbon tax on absolutely everything. They're punishing Canadians just for living their lives, and it's all to finance their reckless spending. But all the money they take from Canadians isn't enough. They've still devalued our currency with their money printing to pay for their schemes and to pad the pockets of their friends. So that Prime Minister, twice found guilty of breaking Canada's ethics laws. His public safety minister broke the law. The Liberal Speaker, the former parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, broke the law. The Trade Minister broke the law. Liberal, 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 and a Liberal, and they all broke the law. It's a cabinet and caucus of serial lawbreakers, so no wonder that we learned today about the cocaine connection between that Liberal minister from Edmonton, a right hand of this Prime Minister, at the center of more than a half dozen fraud cases before the courts, his business partner coming before committee and lying, that minister saying he had no communication with his business partner while he was serving in cabinet, but he was doing it from a cabinet retreat. If you want the answer, if you want the truth from these guys, get it on the first crack. That's why this is so far beyond the ethics commissioner. And that pointed question from a journalist that this Liberal minister was too much of a chicken to agree that, yeah, the police should investigate, the police should take a look. Because that's who these Liberals, that's who that Liberal Prime Minister after 9 years has in charge. Fraudsters and scammers, fakes and phonies, disenfranchising the very people that they claimed that they would be best to protect. He spent his weekend, that Liberal minister from Edmonton, on an apology tour now that he's been caught for claiming to have been Indigenous in order to win contracts for Indigenous-run businesses. But he's only sorry that he got caught. That in and of itself should have every one of them over there standing up and calling for his resignation. But where are they? Where are they on that? They're too blinded. They're too blinded by their hope that in the dying days, as crew members of the Titanic, that they might be called up to the bridge to serve in the cabinet. Oh, gee, it could be me. I better not say anything. I better not say anything. Better not stand up for Canadians. That's right. That's their legacy. That's that death rattle that you hear from this Liberal government. It's the sound of complicity from self-interested Liberals who literally are trying to change the law so that the election can be a week later, knowing that they're going to lose their seats, so that they can get their pensions. That's what their preoccupation is. looking after themselves, not looking after Canadians. It's government by apology and photo op is what they've done for 9 years. And Canadians are paying the price. What haven't they broken? They broke housing in our country. They broke our immigration system. It's unbelievable. They broke our food banks. Food bank use has doubled. They're running out of food. They have to extend their hours because when you have 25% of Canadians who are depending on food banks and the unemployment rate is under 6.5%, well, that's an awful lot of people who are working who have to rely on the food bank to feed themselves. But it's worse than that. I'm hearing from food banks and meeting folks who have to get to the food bank between shifts at their 2 jobs, which aren't enough to pay the bills. So they've got to go from their first job, go to the food bank, get enough food to feed themselves and their family, and then go back to work at their next job. That's the legacy of this government after 9 years. But who are they looking out for? Well, it's not Canadians. It's not Canadians who are struggling to afford a meal, to heat their homes, or to buy their first home. They're abandoning Canadians in their time of need. And when we put forward common sense solutions, like taking the GST off of new home constructions under $1 million, they won't do it. Why? Well, first of all, it would increase housing supply by about 30,000 homes a year. It would save Canadians tens of thousands of dollars on the purchase of those homes. And that's not what they're interested in. Government by photo op and by apology. But man, do they have a lot to be sorry for. And not to tell Canadians that they should be sorry, which they also like to do. They should be standing up and apologizing. Because it's shameful what we've seen. A minister of the Crown serving in the Liberal government connected to cocaine traffickers, his business. And that connection, while he was in cabinet, we're not talking about something from 20 years ago. This is currently involved. And he's not in business anymore because he collapsed his shares on the eve of his appearance at cabinet to testify about his involvement with these fraudsters and hucksters. It is obscene. It is obscene what goes on with those Liberals and that Liberal Prime Minister after 9 years. But I have great news for Canadians. That the scandal and mismanagement and corruption that we're seeing over there today, that Canadians have now come to get used to, that has them feeling, it's been normalized, it has them feeling like there's no hope. Well, life wasn't like this before that Liberal Prime Minister and that NDP Liberal government, and it's not going to be like it after him. There's no political opportunity that these Liberals won't take to help advantage themselves, and it does not seem to faze them if it disenfranchises or disadvantages Canadians in the process. But you really have to wonder, without having to drill down into any of the waste in the government programs that they've put on that just, again, build more bureaucracy but do nothing to help Canadians, like their supposed solutions for housing that have driven down housing starts but driven up bureaucracy, or the tens of millions of dollars on their failed confiscation with compensation scheme, their so-called gun buyback to give people money for things that the government never owned. Meanwhile, you have police unions across the country, including today the Toronto Police Association, calling on the government, red circling these Liberals for the chaos and disorder on the streets. And these Liberals will say, oh, those are conservatives and conservative lobby groups. It's the largest police association, the largest police union in the country is calling them out. But they are so blinded by their own self-interest that they just can't get out of their own way. And how they can stand up in here today and defend the indefensible, that Liberal minister from Edmonton who refuses to resign, and they also, and he won't stand up. He won't stand up today to offer his resignation or an apology on the floor of the House of Commons, though Canadians deserve a lot more than that. He should have been fired. And I've got to tell you, it seems like they don't have the moral clarity, or the intestinal fortitude to do the right thing and to make sure that Liberal minister, that minister from Edmonton, doesn't continue to serve in cabinet and represent their party and their prime minister. But they're going to have a rude awakening when Canadians get that carbon tax election, because common sense Conservatives will demonstrate our plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, especially the crime from those criminals in the front bench and the back benches across the way.
Questions and comments? Councillor Kamal, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, you'll notice that at the very end, and I think it speaks volumes, the member gets the gold star because he carried the 4 election platform issues. He knows the slogans. They know the slogans. They have the bumper stickers. They're all ready to go. There's no doubt about that. So he gets the gold star for that. And that's the premise as to why it is they want to speak, Mr. Speaker. No matter what it is that the member tries to say, he wants to go back to the economy. I would love to debate the issue of the economy. I'd love to talk about the issue of housing. Wouldn't it be nice to be talking about the fall economic statement or a number of the legislations, not to mention the opposition days. But instead of doing that, Mr. Speaker, they want to have this multi-million-dollar game being played. The motion is very simple. It's to call an individual before the bar. They've moved an amendment. They will talk and talk and talk and talk. They'll put up 100 speakers. We might put up 2 or 3, possibly, Mr. Speaker. Maybe 2 or 3. The question is, why is the Conservative Party, beside wanting to get their gold stars, putting up so many speakers in order to be able to prevent Canadians from being able to witness a House of Commons that's more functional, as opposed to this opposition that wants to demonstrate that they can use their weight to demonstrate that they can paralyze the House of Commons.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Breda Lakes.
Why does that Liberal keep standing up and defending the indefensible? It's a member of his caucus, a member of cabinet that he's defending, who came before committee and said one thing when the other thing was actually true, who said he was Indigenous in order to win government contracts, but it wasn't true. His business is sharing business resources with cocaine traffickers.
Not a good look.
That's who that Liberal MP is standing up and defending. And he says that, they'll stand up 3 people. We know he's going to get up, as often as he can to defend the indefensible. But I got to tell you, the impacts of this government's economic vandalism and mismanagement is directly related to the type of people that they've put into these senior positions. When the experience is coming from cocaine trafficker adjacent ministers, maybe they should take a good look in the mirror and they should have their prime minister fire that failure of a minister, or better yet, call a carbon tax election.
Good idea.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've just come back from a riding week, which was beneficial for us as elected officials. And now our Canadians are wondering what's happening in the House. The answer is simple: nothing. Not because the questions we're debating here aren't important. It's because they're using parliamentary power to extend a debate, which is paralyzing government. And then there's also a government that is paralyzing the government. It was accusing others of doing that, but it's doing absolutely nothing to get out of the situation because it may suit them. So as elected officials who value our democracy, I'd like to ask my colleague a question. These are serious accusations with respect to Randy, and we're talking about the Minister of Employment and official languages. So what other mechanisms could we use to shed light on this topic, which already went before the Ethics Committee? How come there's a question of privilege which will paralyze the House? I'm not sure how much longer, but the honourable member for Leeds Grenville Islands.
This issue is incredibly important. This is why the Ethics Committee has called for that Liberal minister from Edmonton to come back before the Ethics Committee to see if we can get a third version of his truth, or maybe get to the actual facts of the matter. It's a real problem when you have someone come before a parliamentary committee, a minister come before committee, and you have to bring them back because you've learned that evidence demonstrates that what they said at committee was not true. So we have to hear from the minister at committee, and of course we need to have Mr. Anderson come before the House to answer questions and to answer for his contempt. But this is a scandal that goes right to the Prime Minister's office. When that Prime Minister is supporting the minister from Edmonton, that Liberal minister from Edmonton, who is involved in this, this business venture, had an ongoing involvement with, like the National Post says today, cabinet minister's firm shared mailing address with person named in cocaine busts, and that same minister being at the cabinet table, while his business that he owned a 50% share in was winning government contracts. They won a contract with Elections Canada. What an advantage that he gets. If claiming that he was Indigenous when he's not, for Indigenous-only contracts, wasn't enough of an advantage to put him at and to disadvantage Canadians, he also is sitting at the cabinet table. I wonder if that weighs into anyone's decisions in government when they're deciding which vendor to pick, if one of the vendors sits around the cabinet table.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad my colleague opened up such a wide area of topics, but in particular with regards to sitting at the cabinet table. I want him to tell us the official Conservative policy now on his leader and Stephen Harper before him closing veterans' offices, including the one in Windsor, Ontario, from our veterans. Shame. What's their official position now on the actual cabinet decision that actually locked the doors, fired workers, and threw veterans to the streets on the services that they needed? What's his official position now, and what will Windsor West residents expect in the future about closing veterans officers after they recruited veterans off the streets to go to Afghanistan and all the other different wars before that? What's the official Conservative response to his current leader at the cabinet table, as you just referenced right now, responsibility of actually closing veterans offices?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
It's a real shame that today Canadians who voted for NDP members, they see that those NDP members are supporting a Liberal government and a Liberal Prime Minister that's attacked workers. And
a point of order, the honourable member for Windsor West.
I asked a very simple question to this member about closing veteran offices.
That's just falling into the debate of the day. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Canadians of...
Order. 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 I'll just wait. Is the honourable member for Windsor West going to be continuing the debate? Thank you. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Canadians are rightly disappointed, especially those that voted for the NDP, to see the NDP members supporting and voting for a Prime Minister and a Liberal Party that have attacked workers. And it's really shameful, and I understand why they're so upset when they must be taking marching orders from their leadership to attack, to support a prime minister, to support a Liberal Party that's attacking workers. And they continue to give confidence to a government that's attacked workers at the two ports with the labor disruptions that have been going on there. With respect to veterans, this prime minister has said that veterans are asking for more than they can give. But when it comes to the NDP, they continue to give that prime minister carte blanche. And they're very upset about it, Speaker, but I've got to tell you, Canadians are upset with them and their failures to stand up for veterans and to stand up for workers. They should be ashamed.
Before going to our last question, I just want to make sure that when a person has the floor, that they have the floor, and that the other folks should just hold it to themselves and they can ask a question in the process later on. Questions and comments? Gentleman for Barrie and Isfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, you couldn't write a Hollywood script better than what this Parliament has been experiencing with this latest scandal that's been before Ethics Committee is now making an appearance before the House. We've had a former member of Parliament start a business with a character of suspect. They got government contracts. They defrauded companies and are facing civil actions right now. We've also got a fire that's happened at a warehouse, and now with the latest bombshell, seemingly involved with cocaine. We've seen Liberal members at committee filibuster this issue. We're seeing Liberal members defend this issue. I know the honourable members spoke about defending the indefensible. I mean, what are Liberal members thinking in defending this minister, Mr. Speaker?
Little time left. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands relates.
Well, it's hard to imagine how these Liberals and their NDP counterparts can defend, this Prime Minister and that Liberal minister from Edmonton when, he had to come out and apologize now that he's been caught for misrepresenting himself as being Indigenous when he isn't. Him being involved, that minister, Liberal minister, being involved in a business that's facing fraud allegations and under investigation for arson, and it's just unbelievable. That Prime Minister should have fired him. This minister should resign, and it's just unbelievable that he's getting cover from the backbenches of the Liberal and NDP.
Outstanding.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me first off to thank my colleague from Greeds, Lenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lake for his outstanding work on the Ethics Committee and for bringing to light so that the public understands better all these revelations that we see in the newspaper about the minister responsible for official languages in Canada. This was very meticulous work, but it has brought to light the extent to which the minister responsible for official languages has used his office, his position, his name, or another name, we'll talk about that later, for his own personal interests. I'd also like to thank everyone on the committee, but particularly my Conservative colleagues, for tirelessly asking questions so that we could learn a lot more about this business that is currently before the House of Commons. It's a very important issue. We're talking about a minister in the Prime Minister's cabinet who's an imposter, a fraud in a number of ways, and we now have tangible evidence of that. And I'll come back to that later. So instead of dealing with the dire straits Canadians are currently in, this is a country where the cost of groceries has shot up and where young people can't even dream of buying a house one day because the prices are so out of reach. This is a country where food banks are crying for help. they're running out of food. This is in the newspapers. The food banks are running dry. This is a country where in big cities and in regions, violent crime has increased by 250% since 2015. And the priority of this Prime Minister and his cabinet is what? It's to protect the Minister of Foreign Languages, to help him keep his job, despite all the evidence that was brought against him to show that he gleefully stuck his hand in the candy jar, and when he got caught with his hands in the candy jar, he tried to eat the candy as quickly as possible so that there would be no evidence, and he wanted to empty his hands so that he could eat more. That's the story of this Minister of Official Languages. I have a little file here about everything that happened with the minister responsible for official languages, the other Randy, as many people are calling him. And one finding is quite astonishing when you look at all the press clippings since June. If you look at the headlines, just the headlines, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important for Canadians to see how this situation evolved when it comes to the Minister for Official Languages. The minister, I'll begin with the Francophone press because there are fewer articles, but you'll see that there's a correlation with the rest of my speech. On June 27th, the first article that talked about this, they talked about the background of the minister in question. On July 5th, Radio Canada, it says the minister was exonerated by an ethics review, but not by the opposition. October 2nd, the minister's dealings are being debated again in Le Droit. And then November 15th, the minister apologized for being vague about his Indigenous identity. So that's it. So for Francophones watching and listening, people following federal politics, it looks like a little story, not very significant. Why is the House of Commons spending so much time talking about the Minister for Official Languages background? But if you look at the English press, Mr. Speaker, since June 4th, and I'll give you the titles in English.
Le 4 juin, Global News dit, text from Randy raised questions about minister's role at company while in office.
So here we learn that there were text messages involving the other Randy. I'll say it that way because we're not allowed to name any minister. So this other Randy. So this raises issues about the role of the Minister for Official Languages. July 16th now.
Former partner in a medical supply company has ties to an Edmonton woman who was detained in a massive cocaine bust in Dominican Republic in April 2022.
So that was July 16th in Global News. July 17th.
Hearing about Liberal minister, businesses exec admits he lied to a reporter. Ça, c'est global.
That was Global. The company belonging to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He had a 50% interest, together with Mr. Stephen Anderson, the individual who refused to answer questions and who is the subject of the question of privilege we're debating here and now. So his partner admitted that he lied to journalists in July 17th. On July 30th, the Minister of Official Languages
testimony to Ethics Committee. On apprend.
So here we learn that basically what the minister said at committee was not quite accurate when compared to the facts. So that was July 30th. On August 15th, Global News.
New Randy text. leads to third ethics probe into dealing. Le ministre des Affaires étrangères. Désolé, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time. It's complicated when a person wears so many hats. It's hard not to get mixed up. And obviously, I can't name the individual in question. So the third probe by the Ethics Commissioner, there wasn't a lot of coverage in the French media, but on August 15th,
partner faced civil fraud allegation. Donc, Monsieur Stephen Anderson.
So Stephen Anderson, the 50% partner in Global Health Imports, was sued in civil court. August 21st, Global News.
Officiel awarded federal contract in potential conflict of interest. La compagnie aurait...
So the company allegedly got contracts and in so doing violated the ethics legislation. On September 11th, Global News.
Won by Mr. Stephen Anderson, the former minister associate, went undisclosed for months. Mais des choses à cacher.
There was something to hide. Why was it not disclosed that there was a contract? And that's what Global News said on September 11th. September 20th.
He spoke to business partner in 2022 as MPs tried to find the other Randy.
Remember, initially he wasn't there, and so, Mr. Speaker, that was September 20th of this year. And remember that June 4th, the minister appeared before the Ethics Committee, and my colleague for Leeds, Grenville, Rideau Lakes asked a question. He's the shadow cabinet minister for ethics. He said, there's a fraud here. There's another Randy involved in a company. What is that other Randy's family what's their last Randy's surname? That was at the very beginning, back in June. And the minister answered, I don't know that person's name. As I said in my opening statement, I played no role in the operations of GHI. I do not know the individual in question. That person is not me. Mr. Speaker, on September 20th, in the National Post, the Minister of Official Languages admitted that
to find the other Randy. Contradiction.
So it's a contradiction or a lie. The man's an imposter. He's a fraud. In October, the National Post
soon be found incompetent in other Randy saga. C'est pourquoi on est ici.
That's why we're here today. On November 9th, the National Post.
Firm alleged it was defrauded by Liberal cabinet minister partner. November 12th, 12 November.
November 12th.
Le ministre des Langues officielles inquiry in wake of a new Randy text. Il y a eu encore d'autres révélations.
So there were even more revelations made public. On November 13th, the Minister of Official Languages
should investigate claims of fraud against his former business partner. Quand il y a fraude, il y a fraude.
Where there's fraud, there's fraud. And when you're a cabinet minister, you should be in favor of justice, in favor of getting to the bottom of things. If the minister claims, as he has since the outset, that he had nothing to do with this whole matter, he should be able to open his books and let the police investigate the dealings of his former business partner. When you open a can of worms, well, the worms get out and they crawl all over the place. They don't stay in one place. And that's why the Minister of Official Languages is afraid to ask the police to investigate his former business partner. All, Mr. Speaker, on November 13th in the National Post.
It's just shocking. Liberal cabinet minister shifting indigenous identity scorn. Quoi?
What? Initially, it was some other Randy. It wasn't some other Randy, it was he himself. And now we learn that that company allegedly, fraudulently claimed that one of the stakeholders was, one of the owners was Indigenous, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he himself admitted that he was a member of the Liberal Party's Indigenous caucus. So he allegedly used Indigenous identity to steal money from actual Indigenous people. And why? Once again, because, as I said before, he wanted to keep both hands in the candy jar and line his own pockets. That's unacceptable. Carrying on, Mr. Speaker, November 15th, the story broke in the National Post.
He was Indigenous, he's not. C'est pas nous qui le disions maintenant.
This isn't us saying it. It's the media. Then, on November 15th, we saw in the National Post,
Et unequivocally, le ministre des Langues officielles said
the Minister of Official Languages,
about his tie to Indigenous ancestry. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this is full of information. I have so much information to share with Canadians about all the wrongdoings of the Minister for Official Languages. But, Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand. What I don't understand...
Order. I know there's another conversation going on. I'm hearing it quite readily as I try to listen to the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Donc, j'espère que...
I'm trying to listen to the member for Mégantic-l'Érable, so I hope that everyone can listen while the member has the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying...
Member for Windsor West.
I apologize. That was myself. I was just talking with some colleagues here, reminding that it was Stephen Harper and certain cabinet members.
I'll take the apology. I'll take the apology for what it's worth. I'll take the apology for what it was worth. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
Once again, it is very obvious that each time we go after the Liberal Party, an NDP member stands to distract the House, to defend the Liberal Party. That happens every time. Either way, we have reached this point today. Our public finances are in a mess. So many Canadians are in line at food banks. Crime keeps rising. Canadians have to live in tents because they can't find housing. All of this, Mr. Speaker, is because the NDP supported and continues to support this bad Liberal government which is tolerating an imposter within its own cabinet, an imposter who admitted to being an imposter, but doesn't have the courage to resign. This minister does not respect ministerial responsibility or accountability enough to resign. But why is the Prime Minister hanging on to this minister? That's the real questions Canadians should be asking. But there's more. There's more. There's another imposter in the Minister for Official Languages CV. He claimed in his CV, and even campaigned on this, he campaigned as being a successful entrepreneur. Well, of course, he may have been successful given the relationships he has within the government. The Minister for Official Languages claimed to have worked as a journalist. It's true, he really did. I couldn't make this up. This isn't a joke. Le Devoir newspaper looked into this claim. They looked into it around June 27th. The Minister for Official Languages claimed on his CV that he was a journalist, but Global News confirmed that he was leading a business which sold millions of dollars of PPE during the pandemic. Well, according to the digital archives that Le Devoir consulted, the minister campaigned in 2019 and 2021 as a former journalist and investigator for Radio-Canada. Well, the Order of Journalists of Quebec found that claim to be rather shady because, get ready for this, the Minister for Official Languages never wrote or published an article in the two newspapers he claims to have written for. The representative of Radio-Canada, a Radio-Canada spokesperson, told Le Devoir that he had never signed an article in either of those newspapers. And as for the Journal des Affaires, the second newspaper, Marine Thomas, representative of the paper, said, "I was unaware that he had ever worked for us. She is the editor-in-chief. She is the one who approves all opinion pieces." But the minister had written some editorial or opinion pieces from 2005 to 2007. When he worked with the Journal des Affaires, he signed off as president of Xenex Venture Capitalists and Alberta Businesses. He did not want to comment. He did not provide any comment, rather, about the claims in his CV. The president of the Professional Federation of Quebec Journalists, Mr. Champagne, said it was apparent to me that he was not a journalist. He said so in an interview that the minister had not been a journalist. But anyone can send a letter to a news media organization. It does not make them a journalist to do so. Mr. Speaker, for all the reasons I've enumerated, to name a few, the other Randy scandal, for being a pretendian, for claiming to be a journalist, which is in fact directly misleading Canadians. For all of these reasons, the Minister for Official Languages has only one choice. If he has any dignity, any honor, he will resign. If the Prime Minister is honorable, respectable, respectful, and dignified, he will fire his official languages minister because there should not be an imposter in cabinet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the motion that we have before us is actually to have Mr. Anderson come before the bar, just in case anyone's actually following the debate, in which I suspect all of us want to ultimately get to that vote and see that happen. But the question I have for the member is, because the Conservative Party is so hung up on this whole character assassination, and they've been doing this since 2010, I'm wondering if maybe we should universally apply that, and let's start talking about the leader of the Conservative Party and the numerous scandals that he himself has directly been involved in, Mr. Speaker. I think that would be an interesting subject as an opposition day type of motion. And specifically, let me raise an issue that is out there, that is real, and that is that you have the only leader of the House of Commons that refuses to get the security clearance on foreign international interference is, in fact, the leader of the Conservative Party. I'm wondering if the member would not agree that the leader of the Conservative Party really needs to reflect on his motivation for not getting it. I believe it's because there's something in his personal background that he does not want to share to Canadians. Would he not agree that the leader of the Conservative Party should come clean and tell us what about his personal background is preventing him from getting the security clearance?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, that's quite ironic, Mr. Speaker, but that's not surprising coming from the member for Winnipeg North. He began his question by saying that he wanted to remind members that we are here to discuss a question of privilege about Stephen Anderson. But then he did not go on to ask a question about Stephen Anderson. Come on, Mr. Speaker. He should take this more seriously. This question of privilege is incredibly... We're debating it here today because Stephen Anderson refused to give the House of Commons the documents which would surely prove the Minister for Official Languages' involvement with the company while he was minister. There was communication between the minister and his business partner, even though he should not have been doing so under the Conflict of Interest Act. The Liberals will do everything they can to distract us, to avoid talking about the real facts, and that's not surprising from the member for Winnipeg North. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you and happy Monday, Mr. Speaker. Did the member for Mégantic-L'Érable think for just a second that maybe Randy had multiple personalities? Right. More seriously, there was a question of privilege. The first one, we debated it for a month. We're starting a second question of privilege today. Here's my question for my Conservative colleague. When will he be ready to get back to work, parliamentary work, and to do so seriously? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. What a shame. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful that the Bloc Québécois supported this government on $500 billion of inflationary spending. They voted countless times to keep this government in power. The Bloc voted twice against our motions of non-confidence in the government. And now he's telling us that asking an imposter minister for accountability is not our parliamentary duty. Well, there you have it, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois doesn't understand what it's doing here in Ottawa. All opposition parties must seek accountability from the Liberal government rather than just support them vote after vote after vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we're talking about some of the past practices that are taking place, this shows that his former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, talked about Atlantic Canada and Quebec being part of a culture of defeatism. Is that still the current position of the Conservative Party, a culture of defeatism for Atlantic Canada and for Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has a special opportunity to walk the talk. They made a big show of ripping up the collaboration agreement with the Liberal Party at the end of August. They said on that occasion that the Liberals weren't working for them anymore, that the Liberals were not bringing the country in the right direction. Yet, every time they have an opportunity to defend this bad Liberal government, they do so. They try to distract us, change the subject, talk about something else, all in an effort to avoid being accountable and being responsible in voting with Canadians and with the majority of opposition MPs to bring down this government so that we can finally trigger an election, so that we can finally put an end to all the harm caused by this Liberal government. They are, of course, voting with the Liberal government. I don't think anyone should be taking lessons from the NDP. We're in this situation today in Canada in the House because they supported the Liberals 1,000 times over. Questions and comments?
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent speech. We're in the House today discussing the fraudulent, dishonest behavior of the Liberal Employment Minister pretending to be Indigenous, his company claiming to be Indigenous-owned in order to try to get contracts that had been set aside for Indigenous entrepreneurs. And there's a context to this. The AFN has testified before the Government Operations Committee that actually a majority of those companies that are benefiting from these Indigenous procurement set-asides are shell companies. There's rampant abuse in this program. Elite, well-connected insiders trying to take advantage of this program. People that are not Indigenous themselves trying to take advantage of a program that is supposed to be about creating economic development for Indigenous peoples. Our Conservative Party is committed to real solutions that will advance economic development for Indigenous Canadians, whereas the Liberals, it is clear now, have been using this program to try to advantage not only their friends, but themselves. So I wonder if the member can comment on just what the abuse of this program by the Minister of Employment's company says about how this government likes to talk, on the one hand, about reconciliation, but it's clear now that they're just using that as an excuse to try to enrich their friends and themselves.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, I could not agree more with my colleague. For the Liberals, everything is opportunistic. They're trying to take advantage of the system as much as possible. What I have here, Mr. Speaker, is an article from the National Post. For years, the Liberals said that this Member of Parliament was Indigenous. He is not. I cannot show you the article, Mr. Speaker, but it's clear that the Liberal Party has described its Indigenous Liberal caucus. Their list of that caucus was published on November 14th, 2024. And who do we see in the photos of the members? Oh, well, it might be the other Randy, but I don't think it is, because, in fact, it is a photo of the Minister for Official Languages, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister is an imposter. The minister tried to trick and defraud Canadians. This minister does not deserve to keep his spot in any cabinet, in any position. It's time that the Prime Minister fire him. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Monsieur le Président, donc,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Winnipeg North said he is in agreement with this question of privilege, as am I. We do need to understand what has transpired. We do need to hear from Mr. Anderson. If all members support that, then we can make that happen. Here's my question for the member across the way. Is there a member or a party which is not in agreement with having him appear before the House? I agree with the member for Winnipeg North. We agree. The Liberals agree. I believe that the Conservatives are in favor of this. The Bloc and the NDP have expressed their support. So can the member name another member or another party which is not in agreement? Because if we all agree, then we can find a solution together. Then we can obtain the information that this House, and I believe all members, want. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. There is one solution, Mr. Speaker. It's simple, it's readily available to us, and then we could conclude this matter and move on very, very quickly. And what is that solution? I am fairly sure you already know it, Mr. Speaker. The solution is for the Minister for Official Languages to resign because he is no longer worthy of his position. So that's the solution. Or, Mr. Speaker, if he doesn't wish to resign, if he's not dignified enough to do so, then the Prime Minister should fire him. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on this issue. The sub-amendment, of course, that we're not supporting, I'll come back to that in a moment, and the motion that we are supporting when it comes to this issue of the question of privilege. And I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives who were acting incredibly childishly and disingenuously in the House of Commons, we actually believe in transparency and getting to the bottom of things. And that's why we have raised broad concerns about both of the questions of privilege, the STTC, that my colleague from Windsor West has raised repeatedly, and now this issue of calling before the bar Mr. Anderson, that the member from Hamilton Centre has also raised in committee and raised in the House of Commons. We've raised concerns because we want Canadians to get to the bottom of this Liberal scandal. And I will submit as well, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, that when it came to the SNC-Lavalin scandal, it was the NDP MPs that played the pivotal role in actually getting to the bottom, getting answers for Canadians. When it came to We Charity, it was the member from Timmins James Bay and myself that got to the bottom of that issue as well. And when it comes to the STDC, and coming now to the questions swirling around GHI, these are issues that the NDP believes Canadians have the right to transparency on. And that is absolutely a fundamental principle in this democracy, Mr. Speaker. It was abused horribly during the Harper regime. Conservative corruption, conservative scandals, the cover-ups were unbelievable. I'll come back to that in just a moment, Mr. Speaker. Every single Conservative MP should hang their head in shame when they speak to issues of transparency and accountability, when we had the worst government in Canadian history, without a doubt, over a number of years with a majority government shutting down every single parliamentary inquiry, shutting down every single attempt at transparency. We didn't have people called to the bar during the Harper regime, Mr. Speaker, because Conservatives refused it, shut it down, refused any information going to Canadians. So for Conservative MPs to stand up and postulate and do the play acting that they do so well when they had the worst, most corrupt regime that engaged in the broadest cover-ups in Canadian history and have never apologized for it. They've never come forward and said, we're sorry. They obviously haven't learned the lessons. In fact, we know the 4 slogans that the Conservatives are saying that they'd love to bring forward in the next election. And it's bring back, Mr. Speaker. It's bring back Conservative cover-ups. It's bring back Conservative cuts, as we saw during the Conservative regime. Bring back Conservative corporate tax havens and bring back Conservative corruption. The reality is Canadians deserve better. They deserve better than the Liberal scandals that we're seeing now, and they deserve better than the unbelievably horrible years of the Harper regime and the cover-ups and scandals and misspending and the billions of dollars that no Conservative MP has ever apologized for. No Conservative MP has ever stood up and said, gee, you know, we really screwed up. We shouldn't have covered up. We shouldn't have had all of this corruption. They've never done it. And so Canadians can't trust Conservatives to clean up Ottawa, and they obviously can't trust Liberals either. That's why the NDP has stood up and said repeatedly, we need transparency regardless what the source of the scandal is. It's important to get to the bottom of things. And Mr. Speaker, the National Post article is profoundly disturbing today. When I'll read just an excerpt into the record, Mr. Speaker. This is something that is profoundly concerning, published just a few minutes ago, that the medical supply company, co-owned by the employment minister, shared a post office box with a woman named in arrests in 2 major drug busts, according to corporate filings. The mailbox, rented at an Edmonton UPS store, appears on the April 2020 license for the Edmonton MP's former enterprise, Global Health Imports Corporation, or GHI, which I mentioned, which National Post obtained from Health Canada through access to information legislation. UPS store spokesman Steve Mormon said that someone named Francesca LeBlanc had rented the mailbox since 2013. GHI's name is not on the rental agreement, he said, although GHI's mail sometimes arrived at the mailbox. He said people occasionally turned up at the store in the Edmonton Strip Mall looking for GHI. The member from Edmonton Centre owned half of GHI at the time the mailbox was shared with her, and the Liberal cabinet minister recently said he gave up his shares this year following public scrutiny of the business's dealings. This summer, Global News revealed a link between the member from Edmonton Centre's former business partner, Stephen Anderson, who is the object of the motion that is before us today that we support to call him before the bar, and Francesca LeBlanc. It reported that after the member from Edmonton Centre won the September 2021 election, was appointed to cabinet, LeBlanc and Anderson registered a business together called 13560-449 Canada Limited. Now, Mr. Speaker, these are serious concerns, serious allegations. That's why we support the motion bringing Mr. Anderson before the bar to answer these important questions. I know that the member from Hamilton Centre, who is our ethics critic, was forthright in pushing for answers that Canadians deserve to get, to ensure that Canadians would actually understand what transpired. And because Mr. Anderson was not forthcoming repeatedly at committee hearings, when repeatedly asked questions that Canadians demand answers to, it is important that he be called before the bar and forced to answer those questions. Now, I have 2 points to make, Mr. Speaker, before I come back to the issues of how Parliament and how government should be run. From the NDP standpoint, from the member from Burnaby South standpoint, it is time now that we close off the decades of Conservative corruption and Liberal scandals, and we move to a Parliament and a government that Canadians can be proud of. But my first point is this. These are serious allegations of connections, as Conservatives have pointed out in their statements as well, concerning the issue of illegal activity linked potentially to the post office box that was registered in the name of a company that belonged at least 50% ownership to a member of cabinet. These are serious allegations that need to be fully explored. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to remind the Canadian public of how bad things were under the Harper regime. We don't want a repetition of that. But I'll read into the record an article dated May 8th, 2008 from the Toronto Star, which talks about concerns about a top cabinet minister in the Conservative government and a former girlfriend with past ties to the Hells Angels. Yep. Now, Prime Minister Stephen Harper, this is a quote from the article, dismissed security concerns over the relationship between a top cabinet minister and a former girlfriend with past ties to the Hells Angels. Yep. Stephen Harper brushed off the matter and instead accused the opposition of being, and I quote this, gossipy old busybodies. Now, Mr. Speaker, this was the reaction of Stephen Harper to a similar situation. And this is why I say that New Democrats, as the adults in the House, are not going to take any lessons from the childish Conservatives. That their reaction to a similar set of circumstances being tied to a cabinet minister in the Conservative cabinet, a similar set of circumstances was to say nothing to see here. That's the Conservative record. That's the record of the member from Carleton. That's the record of every single Conservative MP, except for the member from Richmond, Arthabaska, who resigned because he could not stand the hypocrisy of the difference between what Conservatives say and what they actually do. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is something that Conservatives wear, and they will wear forever, until they stand and apologize to all Canadians for their misbehavior, for their corruption, for their cover-ups, for their cuts that hurt so many people. A member from Windsor West spoke earlier about the cuts to veteran services across the country. How mean do you have to be, Mr. Speaker, to say we're to finance these massive overseas tax savings, $30 billion a year given to the corporate elite and the billionaires. To finance it, we're going to cut health care. We're going to cut supports for seniors, and we're going to cut veteran services. How mean do you have to be, Mr. Speaker? How irresponsible do you have to be? How unbelievably mixed up in a sense of priorities to say billionaires first and veterans, we're going to throw you out on the street. Yep. The member from Windsor West spoke very eloquently to that earlier, Mr. Speaker. That's the Conservative record. Cutting veterans, forcing them out on the street, forcing them to be homeless. Unbelievably. And yet, no Conservative MP has ever stood up and apologized for the years of corruption and cuts and all the hurt that they caused to so many Canadians. Not a single Conservative has ever done that. I think Canadians would be forgiving if one Conservative was willing to stand up and say, we're sorry for all the damage we did to this country. We're sorry for the $300 billion that we gave to the rich and the well-connected and to Conservative insiders. We apologize for that. We're sorry for slashing our healthcare system, for the implications that we're still seeing today. We're sorry for throwing veterans out on the streets. We're sorry for cutting CBSA and RCMP officers and cutting the crime prevention centers and seeing crime go up. Crime is always higher when under the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. We've seen this time and time again. In the United States, it's Republican states that have the highest crime rates. In Canada, it's Conservative provinces that have the highest crime rates, time and time again. And why? Because Conservatives cut all the infrastructure and the institutions that actually enhance public safety. And the cruel cutting of crime prevention centers, when we know that $1 invested in crime prevention saves $6 in court costs and policing costs and in prison costs, to cut the crime prevention centers is unbelievable hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. And yet Conservatives pretend that they have some credibility on public safety. They certainly do not. They were terrible. Now, you can criticize, Mr. Speaker, as we do in the NDP corner of this House. They criticize the Liberals for not fixing what the Conservatives broke. They haven't reestablished the crime prevention centers. They haven't sourced up CBSA and the RCMP to the extent that's needed. They haven't corrected all of the Conservatives' gaffes and irresponsible actions, and that's on them, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, if the NDP wins in the next election, we're going to be making sure that those investments take place, Mr. Speaker. And we have the Conservatives.
Order. I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time hearing the member speaking. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
And so, Mr. Speaker, I mean, they laugh. The Conservatives laugh at their health care cuts that caused so many problems. They laugh at cutting all the public safety infrastructure. They laugh at the $30 billion, according to the PBO, that they gave Mr. Harper and the entire Harper regime. And every single Conservative MP voted for it. The $30 billion that go to offshore tax havens, they laugh at this. Canadians aren't laughing, Mr. Speaker. We saw under the Conservative government a doubling of food bank lineups, a doubling of housing costs. And Conservatives will say, well, Liberals did the same thing. And that's why we have to stop this cycle of two inept parties, neither of which are able and capable of governing the way Conservatives deserve, Canadians deserve to see. They want to see a government that does things like put in place dental care and pharmacare. This is the result of the NDP, anti-scab legislation, affordable housing. Finally, after decades of having affordable housing simply ignored under the Conservatives and the Liberals, the NDP forced investments in affordable housing. Finally, these are all things that the NDP did with 25 members, and you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, what we'd be able to do with 225 members. We would make sure that Canadians are taken care of. We'd make sure that seniors actually receive the supports that they need. We wouldn't be throwing veterans out on the streets. Yep. And this is, Conservatives laugh at this. You say, you threw veterans out in the streets, and Conservatives laugh. Yep. They laugh at veterans with disabilities being thrown out in the street, and they laugh at that. They find that funny. They find it very, very funny, right? And yet they go to Remembrance Day ceremonies and they pretend, they put their hand over their heart and they say, we stand for veterans. No, they don't, Mr. Speaker. We saw what they do to veterans, and we're not going to let them do it to veterans ever again. What they did was reprehensible. Every single Conservative MP should hang their head in shame. Hang their head in shame for what they did to veterans, for what they did to seniors, forcing them to work longer, cutting their pensions, Mr. Speaker, all with the goal. The Harper regime's primary goal was to make sure that the billionaires and the big banks and the wealthy CEOs had massive amounts of money. $30 billion a year they gave away to overseas tax havens for the rich and the privileged. They gave $118 billion to the banks, taking that money from CMHC, housing, which should have been a priority under the Harper regime. It was already in crisis, and yet Conservatives took that money from CMHC and gave it to the banks so that they could get executive bonuses and dividends paid out. An unbelievable track record, the worst government in Canadian history. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have offered up an amendment to their own motion. Now, we're supporting the motion. We want to call Mr. Anderson before the bar, and we want to do that because we weren't able to do it during the Harper years. Conservatives refused any sort of transparency. This is the second time that we'll be able to call a member before the bar. We did the same thing for Mr. Firth. This is important, transparency. It is tools that members of Parliament can use, that parliamentarians can use to ensure that we get to the bottom of issues. And when we have uncooperative witnesses, that we can actually get the answers that Canadians are asking for. For Christian Firth, we supported that call to the bar. And because it is a parliamentary demand, it is done. The practice is, Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, to ensure that every recognized party, and in this case as well, there was an allocation given to the Green Party, which is not a recognized party, to ensure that all members of Parliament had an equitable distribution of the questions. So you would think Conservatives, if they were mature, they weren't children, they would approach this call to the bar in the same...
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, upon a point of order.
Certainly parliamentary language is something that the NDP pretends to care about, and the member's sort of gone on a bit of a tirade with anti-parliamentary language. I wish he would get back to the subject at hand, and please proceed with parliamentary language as you should.
I thank the honourable member for the reminder. I will remind everyone just to stick to what we were debating here today. I think the point of order, the honourable member for Waterloo, same point of order.
Yes, just on that same point of order, we've heard many speeches today from Conservatives as well. One of the Conservative members actually was referring to a cabinet minister in a very derogatory manner. So I would suggest that member talk to his own.
Yep. No. I would remind honourable members to try to stick to as parliamentary as we possibly can, even though maybe sometimes the debate that we're having is difficult. Same point of order or different point of order? The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a moment there, actually for the last 8 or 9 minutes, I thought I was transported back to 2011.
That's right. We're following the debate. We're following.
I'm calling for relevance.
I appreciate the relevance.
Mr. Anderson, I've heard nothing about Mr. Anderson.
I appreciate the relevance. The honourable member to Westminster, Burnaby. And
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the truth hurts for Conservatives, and they can't ignore their record. They can't hide from their record, and they can't cover up their record like they did the myriad scandals that took place during the Conservative reign. Now, I'll just mention just for a moment, Mr. Speaker, because we've talked about the Liberal scandals. The Conservative corruption needs to be read into the record to be believed. The ETS scandal was $400 million stolen from seniors, stolen from veterans, stolen from people across this country who are just trying to make ends meet. The G8 scandal was $1 billion. You'll remember the gazebos, Mr. Speaker, and you'll remember how the Harper regime shut down any inquiry into that. They didn't care about taxpayers' money then. Phoenix pay scandal, $2.2 billion. The Liberals, ill-judged, continued on with the Phoenix pay scandal, and we see the results even today, Mr. Speaker. But that's $2.2 billion, and Conservatives wear that. The anti-terrorism funding. You remember that paper trail that just disappeared, $3.1 billion. Now, you put all those numbers together, that's $7 billion, Mr. Speaker, misspent. No Conservative has ever apologized for it. No Conservative spend billions and billions of dollars. We were wrong to shut down Parliament so that we couldn't get to the bottom of it. This is something that we apologize for. I just want to hear one Conservative MP stand up and apologize for depriving veterans of basic services, forcing seniors to work years longer, slashing health care, slashing public safety funding so that, of course, criminals could prosper because there were no more crime prevention centers. The RCMP was cut back. CBSA was cut back. And Conservatives have never apologized for that. Their record is absolutely deplorable. And yet, no Conservative MP is willing to stand up and say, we were wrong to do all that. So, of course, how can we trust them today? Now, the sub-amendment, Mr. Speaker, very clearly, where they want to take 2/3 of their questions, basically deprive the rest of Parliament, we're not going to be supporting. And my final point is this, Mr. Speaker. We do not want to go back to Conservative cover-ups, Conservative cuts, Conservative corruption, and Conservative corporate tax cuts.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I almost feel like seeking unanimous consent to give the member more time to speak, because I think there's a lot more Conservative scandals that we need to hear about.
Don't have all day.
And so,
Take all week.
sorry, I got distracted. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of back and forth chatter in the chamber. The question I just want to ask the member is, first of all, I want to give him appreciation for reminding us what the previous government...
Order. I'll interrupt this for a second, because I see some secondary conversations going on again. So I just want to make sure that we'll put that aside and we can actually allow the honourable member for Waterloo to ask the question. The honourable member for Waterloo.
So first, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, just appreciation for reminding Canadians as to what took place under 10 years of Prime Minister Stephen Harper. The question is that he referred to a precedent that was set not too long ago where parliamentarians were able to ask Mr. Firth to come to the bar, and the way that breakdown of questions happened. I recognize in this chamber it is parties that are recognized because they have 12 seats or more. The Green Party was given an opportunity to ask Mr. Firth questions. I would like to hear the members' comments on whether, having been duly elected, Green Party members should also have the opportunity to ask questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, this is a Liberal scandal. We have to get to the bottom of it. Parliament is making the decision to call Mr. Anderson before the bar. But this wacky Conservative amendment, which basically says, hey, the Conservatives will take 2/3 of all the questions, when we know that their track record is absolutely dismal, that they, under their years in government, were the most corrupt and most dishonest government in Canadian history. And now they're saying, well, we want to have 2/3 of the questions. We don't want the questions to go to the opposition parties like the Bloc or the NDP or the Green Party. We don't want the government to have questions. We want to take 2/3 of all the questions. It's a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, and it just shows how immature they are and how they can never form government, because God help us if they do.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bit of a nightmare. It's like a nightmare. We've been here for a month. We haven't been able to deal with the housing crisis, the climate crisis, the language crisis. We could have been talking about that for a month, but instead, we haven't been able to. So this morning I thought maybe finally we'll be able to get down to work and get to the bottom of things today. But no, what a disappointment. One question of privilege ended, and yet it's just being followed by another one. It's important, I agree, but still, we're going to spend more weeks just talking about that and nothing else. What about homelessness and the encampments for people? And it's important to deal with this issue, and the government of Quebec has a plan already to deal with the unhoused, but the money needs to flow to Quebec City so that can be dealt with. But no, the federal government wants accountability. They want to attach strings, and so the money still isn't flowing, and we're on the verge of. And if we want to put pressure on the Liberals so that the money flows, so that the money can be invested in Quebec to put an end to the encampments before winter, why can't we do that? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have a lot of respect for my colleague. The fact is, as he knows, that all that funding to deal with homelessness and all the funding for affordable housing, it all comes from the NDP. We pushed for that for years, and tens of millions of dollars were finally earmarked for that. That's something the NDP's been pushing for years. It's going to make a huge difference. We fought, the member for Burnaby South also fought for that funding to go to Quebec as well as all across Canada in order to provide affordable housing, to make sure, to get assurances that affordable housing would be built after years of Conservative inaction, no investment, and so on. So finally, the NDP managed to force the government to invest in housing. And I'd like to say one other thing. My colleague raised some significant issues in Quebec. There are 600,000 Quebecers who are already part of the NDP's plan for the dental care, and obviously dentists in Quebec and denturists and hygienists, dental hygienists are a part of the NDP's dental care plan, and the coverage is almost 100%. So I hope my colleague from the bloc will stop opposing the NDP's dental care plan, because it's something that's truly improving the lives, the daily lives of Quebecers.
Question.
Questions and comments?
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm really grateful to my colleague for his speech, but also talking about the importance of supporting veterans. Here we are, all of us MPs coming back from our ridings where we went and paid respect to those that served in the military and RCMP, put their lives on the line to protect us, Mr. Speaker, and serve our country. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad he talked about the amnesia down the bench here on the Conservative side, where the leader of the official opposition, who was in cabinet, Mr. Speaker, cut a third of the employees at Veterans Affairs, led to a backlog of tens of thousands of veterans with disability seeking disability benefits, Mr. Speaker, that are waiting for their support that they need. They closed 9 veterans offices. Mr. Speaker, they fought veterans in court. The Phoenix pay system, I will correct my colleague, because it wasn't $2.2 billion. It's now over $3 billion that it's cost Canadian taxpayers. It was supposed to save, the Conservatives promised, it was going to save us $78 million a year, Mr. Speaker. That's how the privatization scheme went for the Conservatives and how it's impacted Canadians. So through you, Mr. Speaker, does my colleague agree that the leader of the official opposition who was in cabinet, in the Stephen Harper cabinet, that caused so much harm to the Canadian military and RCMP veterans, does he agree that he should apologize, Mr. Speaker, for the harm and damage that he created? Because the institutional damage is run so deep, and the Liberals have failed to fix it, but it is run so deep that it causes harm to veterans today.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to praise the member from Courtney Alberni. I've been in his riding right across the length and breadth of Courtney Alberni. He stands for his constituents, and he stands up for veterans, Mr. Speaker. He's one of the loudest and strongest and most passionate voices for veterans in our country. And at a time when we're just coming out of Remembrance Day commemorative ceremonies, it is so important to have his voice, as he has been so eloquent for so long, on supporting our nation's veterans. We send them overseas to fight. Often they are wounded for life. And then if they have a disability, they seek to get the supports from Veterans Affairs that they deserve. That they, from a grateful country. There's no Canadian that would stand up and say, no, we're going to deprive veterans of those essential services and supports. But yet, the member from Carleton and all the Conservatives that were present in that despicable Harper regime slashed those services, forced that person with a disability to travel sometimes hundreds of kilometers to try to get the basic services that they deserved. They put their lives on the line for the country, and Conservatives gave them the back of the hand, and every single Conservative MP should hang their head in shame.
Questions and comments? The very patient member for Avalon.
Thank you for that. I have been patient, Mr. Speaker, because I listened to a good part of the member's speech, and he was quick to throw darts at the Liberal Party, who were the government of the day. He was quick to throw darts at the government, former Conservative government, but he didn't throw any darts back at the NDP. And you wouldn't know, but they were squeaky clean. They had the scandal of office rentals that went to court, and they all were ordered to pay back the money. So I wonder, has he and all the NDP members paid back the funds from the scandal that they had?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
This is why the Liberals, unfortunately, are going to find themselves in another part of this House after the next election, because they refuse to stand up. And it'll be an NDP government fixing things. And one of the things that we will never do, Mr. Speaker, I commit to that, we will never use or misuse the Board of Internal Economy for partisan purposes. And the member knows fully well what was involved in that scandalous time under the Harper government where we saw basic parliamentary institutions, the Auditor General's Department slashed, the PBO slashed, the Board of Internal Economy turned into partisan, for partisan purposes. It simply was a low time in our democracy, and fortunately an NDP government will enhance our institutions, not diminish them.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, and for a whole 12 minutes, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the good people of Brantford-Brant. But here we are, another day, yet another Liberal scandal. This time, a member for Edmonton Centre, a cabinet minister, who finds himself embroiled in yet another scandal that seems to be growing legs, Mr. Speaker. And what a legacy for this Prime Minister and members of his government to take with them when they are defeated in the next general election. A legacy of being the most corrupt, the most unethical government Canada has ever seen. But, you know, this is not what the Prime Minister promised Canadians. In 2015, he talked about sunny ways, talked quite a bit about sunny ways, and in fact followed that up with an open letter to Canadians dated November the 4th, 2015, and I want to highlight certain passages. Canadians need to have faith in their government's honesty and listen. That is why we committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in Ottawa. But in order for you to trust your government, you need a government that will trust you. When we make a mistake, as all governments do, it is important that we acknowledge that mistake and we learn from it. We know that you do not expect us to be perfect, but you expect us to work tirelessly and to be honest, open, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest. He finalized the letter by saying this, Mr. Speaker: I am committed to leading an open, honest government that is accountable to Canadians, lives up to the highest ethical standards, brings our country together, and applies the utmost care and prudence in the handling of public funds. What an absolute joke, let alone disgrace to the Canadians who voted him into power into 2015. Because we've seen nothing but an open, honest, ethical government. And just to name a few of the scandals that we have discussed over the last 9 years, we all remember Gropegate. We remember Elbowgate. We remember blackface, with the Prime Minister not even remember how many times he wore blackface. We all remember the disgraceful comment to an Indigenous proud woman at a fundraiser, "Thank you for your donation." We remember the experience it differently.
Point of order to the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yeah, I think he just misrepresented. The disgraceful comment was the leader of the Conservatives who said Indigenous people needed to learn how to work hard.
That's we're following the debate again. So yeah, I appreciate the help, but let's stick to the points of order for this House. The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Point of order instead of disrupting all the time.
So where I was interrupted with not a point of order but debate was I was talking about experiencing it differently by our Prime Minister. We of course know the SNC scandal. We know the WE scandal, the ArriveCan scandal, which continues to be debated in committee and in this House, the Green Slush Fund scandal that is approaching $1 billion of wasteful taxpayer dollars. Shame. We remember foreign interference that is still a problem with our democracy. We remember Billionaires Row condo scandal, and now, Mr. Speaker, we have the other Brandy scandal. For the past 9 years, this Prime Minister has led the most ethically compromised government in Canadian history. It took him more than a year of foot-dragging to appoint an ethics commissioner, probably because without one, he and his government and his backbench wouldn't be investigated for bad, unethical behavior. From his frequent taxpayer-funded vacations, his protection of SNC Lavalin, granting a government contract to a company that gave money to his family members, handing out billions of dollars to well-connected Liberal insiders and consultants, the Prime Minister has a long track record of using government to benefit himself and his friends, and Liberal MPs are learning from the best. The Trudeau government has been slapped with 5 ethical violations.
The Honourable, you can't use the name of Trudeau.
Yes, thank you for that.
Prime Minister.
Thank you. Prime Minister's government, thank you, Mr. Speaker, has been slapped with 5 ethical violations, the most in Canadian history. Time after time, this Prime Minister has shown total contempt for our ethic laws. He himself has been the subject of 3 ethics investigations and was found guilty of breaking those laws twice. This Liberal government allows the culture of law-breaking to persist as 6 Liberals have been found guilty of breaking ethics laws. Several ministers in the Prime Minister's government, as well as the Prime Minister himself, found guilty in violation of numerous laws. In fact, the Prime Minister, as I indicated, has been found guilty on 2 occasions. The first was for accepting a 2016 vacation on the Aga Khan's private island while the Aga government. The second was for improperly pressuring the Attorney General during the SNC Lavalin scandal to interfere in a prosecution. Similarly, the former finance minister breached ethics laws by failing to disclose ownership of a French villa held in a corporation and for overseeing federal dealings with We Charity, despite his family's financial ties to the organization. The former fisheries minister also violated conflict of interest rules by awarding a lucrative Arctic surf clam contract to a company linked to his wife's cousin. And additionally, the Minister of Small Business was found guilty of violating ethics laws for awarding a contract to a firm co-owned by her friend Amanda Alvaro. These cases, Mr. Speaker, underscore persistent issues of ethical lapses within this government. After 9 years, it is now the member for Edmonton Centre, the Employment Minister, who is caught yet in another ethics scandal. While serving as minister, just by way of background, Mr. Speaker, he co-owned GHI, Global Health Initiative, Imports, a company that secured questionable government contracts. Despite claiming to step away from the business, evidence leads to his continued involvement, ultimately violating ethics rules. His former business partner, Stephen Anderson, is now facing fraud charges, raising further questions about the misuse of taxpayer dollars. This minister has also faced criticism for false claims about his Indigenous heritage, which the government and he had to retract. This, combined with his ties to a lobbyist who secured $110 million in federal contracts and his company's receipt of $8 million in contracts, shows a pattern of misconduct. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, deserve accountability, but this Liberal government continues to protect its own instead of delivering solid, ethical leadership that Canadians expect. Before I get into the crux of the speech, I want to share for those listening that the conflict of interest requires cabinet ministers to divest their controlled interests either by selling them or placing them in a blind trust within 100 days of their appointment. It also forbids them from having any management or control over the trust assets. A minister would then be found breaking the law if he was found to have either managed or controlled the trust assets or the day-to-day business of the company itself. And I'll get into that later on in my speech and how it bodes very poorly for the Minister of Employment. So how does this all start? The mysterious Randy texts are at the heart of the probe in the Employment Minister's shady business dealings. A year after he joined the federal cabinet, revelations came about questioning about his involvement with GHI. When appearing at the Ethics Committee, the minister repeatedly denied that he was the Randy in question and stated that he never had any operational role in the company that he co-founded since his re-election in 2021, even though he still owns half of the shares in a number company that he in fact disclosed to the Commissioner. The first set of text messages obtained by Global News showed that Stephen Anderson, the co-founder of GHI, transferred an urgent message from a certain Randy to a Melvini Goawi, principal of a PPE company in California, to send a wire transfer of $500,000 to secure a large shipment of nitrile gloves. The quote reads, and the text reads, "Additionally, Anderson, it takes 10 seconds to complete a transfer. I am telling you, we are not allocating like this. Please reach out and see what the reason is now. You assured me this morning that this was done first thing and allowed you to hold the stock today. It's midday and nothing is completed," reads the text. The message ends by telling Anderson to be ready in 15 minutes for a partner call. Anderson followed up with Gowie 30 minutes later, telling her that he spoke with Randy and other GHI employees who agreed to wait a little bit longer for the wire transfer. Those exchanges, Mr. Speaker, were dated September 8, 2022, which is almost a year after the minister was first sworn in Cabinet as Associate Minister of Finance. I see I've got 5 seconds left, so I will wrap up right there before I move into a second area. Thank you.
When we return, the honourable member will have about 9 minutes left in his speech. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Doxing is the unauthorized and malicious release of private information to harm or intimidate. It infringes on Canadians' rights to privacy and free expression, leaving victims vulnerable to threats, harassment, and harm. Canadians targeted by doxing may face unjust penalties from employers, professional associations, or regulatory bodies based on reputational harm rather than verified misconduct. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees freedom of expression, yet these rights are compromised when individuals face threats from doxing and intimidation. Protective legislation is necessary to penalize doxing perpetrators and deter those abusers, ensuring Canadians' rights and securities in the digital age. I call on Canada to criminalize doxing and prevent individuals from getting penalty based on reputational harm caused by doxing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Desnette, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Speaker, it is with bittersweet thankfulness that I stand and recognize the life and legacy of Dr. Jake Letkeman. A pillar of our communities, he was once in a lifetime larger-than-life man who knew his faith had called him to live a life in service to others. He did that joyfully and with abundant love. Dr. Jake recognized the health care struggles in Saskatchewan's rural north. He delivered thousands of babies and spent decades traveling to provide ultrasounds and other maternal care to expectant mothers. Holidays for Jake, his wife Myrna, and their family would often find themselves overseas helping in clinics in smaller communities or helping rebuild homes after a hurricane. One of the most lasting legacies Jake left in the community of Meadow Lake was as a founder of the Door of Hope, a food bank and life skills organization that serves the most vulnerable and marginalized people in our community. Speaker, today, I ask all to celebrate with me the life of a man known by some as father, papa, or doctor, but who was known by all as friend, Dr. Jake Letkeman.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, at a time when we talk so much about division, I'm going to share with you a wonderful story of what happens when we bring people together. Last week, we literally moved the mouth of the Don River and reconnected it to Lake Ontario. I got to join with members from the provincial, federal, municipal government, including the Mississaugas as accredited as Indigenous partners and hereditary owners of that land, to make a big splash about a big moment in urban renewal. When we look at it, it's one of the largest infrastructure projects in all of North America. It flood protects homes in my community of South Leslieville. It unlocks land for housing. In fact, when the project is done, it will be home to over 100,000 people. But in the first phase, there will be housing for 14,000 people, including affordable rental homes. We're going to be opening a new park that you can check out next summer. It's a big moment. Thank you, Waterfront Toronto, for all of your work to bring us together.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. On October 24th, the group Lendemain de Veille was crowned Group of the Year at the Country Gala, and that is no small feat. These musicians, who are as talented as they are entertaining, and that's saying something, because they have won this honour for the third year in a row. Fans of Lendemain de Veille won't be surprised by this. Anyone who's seen them perform on stage knows that their talent is memorable. Whether they're performing original compositions or covers of the best of Quebec's classics, when you're watching them, you can't help but want the evening to go on and on. I remember their very first appearance at the legendary Fête Nationale party in Saint-Étienne-de-Beauharnois. They were so young and already so passionate. And they've been at it ever since. Life hasn't slowed them down or worn them down, and that's just as well. Thank you, Lendemain de Veille, for spreading your joy to the four corners of Quebec. I am so proud to say that you're homegrown guys from our riding. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recently found out that the traditional music group Le Diable à Cinq, well known in Quebec and originally from Ripon in my riding, well, I found out that they've been selected to represent Canada at the World Expo 2025 in Osaka, Japan. It's one of the most prestigious events in the world. It will be held in May of 2025. What an honor! They will be part of the National Arts Centre delegation, along with Pierre Lapointe, Lisa Leblanc, Dominique Fils-Aimé, and Élie Sapie, among others. They will perform several times at the Canada Pavilion during the expo. Le Diable à Cinq has performed about 150 concerts everywhere in Canada, in the United States, and in Europe. Guys, I'm so proud of you. You are worthy ambassadors for our country, but especially ambassadors for our beautiful Petite Nation region. Kudos for passing on your love of traditional music, and happy Expo 2025.
Member from Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a great parliamentarian. John Glass Williams sadly passed away this past July. A 15-year veteran of the House of Commons, John served the people of St. Albert with class and distinction. Born in Scotland, John immigrated to Canada as a young man to continue a career in finance, working for Royal Bank before starting his own accounting business. In 1993, he answered the call to serve his country and was elected as a Reform Member of Parliament. John served as the chair of the Public Accounts Committee for many years, exposing corruption in the sponsorship scandal and publishing his widely read Waste Report. After retiring, he continued public service, leading the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption. John was a mentor to me from a very young age, and I'll always remember our get-togethers at his farm outside of Morinville. He will be dearly missed by all who knew him, particularly his wife Christine and his children Alan, Monroe, and Vienna. John was also a man of deeply held Christian convictions, and his courageous stand for the truth, both secular and spiritual, will not be forgotten. You have served your country and your God well. Rest in peace, John.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, today I pay tribute to Michel Brault, a dedicated, exceptional constituent of Ottawa-Vanier. He had a huge heart, and he passed away on October 29th of cancer. He was a lover of cars. He had his own car rental and maintenance franchise. He was also a longtime volunteer of Gloucester Centre Minor Hockey Association. He did everything he could to ensure that young people could have access to hockey. He was very interested in accessibility and inclusiveness, and as he was also president of the Hockey Association Centre. He even created a program for young Syrian refugees and others to be able to play hockey. The Government of Canada even recognized that project. He is so passionate and even through his illness, he continued his projects with passion. Every one of his family members, I offer them my deepest condolences. We will miss you very much, and thank you for having inspired us every day.
The honourable member from Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, media freedom advocate and newspaper publisher Jimmy Lai prepares to turn 77, yet he remains unjustly imprisoned in Hong Kong. By the end of this year, he will have endured 4 years in solitary confinement, a condition deemed tortured by UN standards when prolonged beyond 15 days. Mr. Lai, he has been an outspoken critic of human rights violations by the Chinese government, giving voice to those seeking a brighter future for Hong Kong. This is a life sentence, deprived of precious time with his family and enduring deteriorating health. In December 2023, this House unanimously called for Mr. Lai's release and an end to his prosecution. I continue to stand in solidarity with Mr. Lai and reaffirm this call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Ever since the first Canadian traveled to space in 1984, our Canadian astronauts have held a special place in our hearts. Names like Chris Hadfield and Roberta Bonder are synonymous with the values of courage, curiosity, and hard work. Just 14 Canadian men and women have traveled to space, but that number will soon be 15 thanks to Henry Wolfon, who on Friday will venture beyond the limits of this Earth as part of Blue Origin's New Shepard mission. A successful businessman, a lawyer, a fierce community advocate, and a family man, Henry will soon be able to add astronaut to his already impressive CV. This isn't the apex of his incredible story, it's just the beginning, and I would tell him that the sky is the limit, but for someone as extraordinary as him, even that's not enough. As Henry embarks on this mission, he will see the Earth from above, without any dividing lines or the conflicts that separate us on his journey of his own campaign to end the pervasive anti-Semitism on this planet. We stand with him, looking up. Hank, good luck, Godspeed, and may all parts of your mission be a resounding success.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today I was honoured to join senior leaders from the Canadian Museum for Human Rights as we celebrate the 10th year that this iconic building has been open to the public. The CMHR has played a profound role in helping us understand who we are, where we have been, and where the road to progress lies for the future. Through beautifully crafted exhibits and world-class educational programming, visitors are introduced to powerful stories and narratives that shed light on our shared humanity. In particular, the museum's advancement in helping us understand the history of Indian residential schools has played a major role in supporting the journey towards truth and reconciliation. The witness blanket, made from hundreds of items reclaimed from residential schools, churches, and other cultural displays across Canada, is but one of the many moving displays that ground visitors in the importance of the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. Mr. Speaker, our history is not void of failures that have caused immense harm to generations both past and present. The CMHR serves a critical role in helping us move forward with hope and conviction in pursuit of a better world for all. Congratulations on 10 years of service to our beautiful country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Anti-Semitic violence threatening the lives of Jewish Canadians has now come to Parliament Hill. The RCMP foiled a plot to detonate a homemade bomb built by ISIS terrorists during the rally for Israel last December. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, hate crimes have increased by 251%, with 66% being directed towards Jews. Synagogues and Jewish schools are being firebombed. Canada's Jewish community has implored the government to act against this rising tide of hate. The Conservative members of the Public Safety Committee have asked for an emergency meeting to root out this evil. Every Jew has the right to live safe and free from harm. But Liberal members are shamefully blocking them. It's frankly disgusting. Will the Liberal members of the Public Safety Committee do their job and keep Canada's Jews safe before a bomb actually goes off?
Yeah, well done.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, 9 means 9 years of failure when it comes to housing. The Liberal government Party doubled rent, mortgage payments, and down payments. A recent Habitat for Humanity survey revealed that 88% of Canadian renters feel that access to home ownership is out of reach for them. And 75% of those surveyed feel that they have to sacrifice basic needs like food and education in order to pay rent. It's a disgrace that this should be occurring in Canada, Mr. Speaker. In the throes of a housing crisis, Quebecers are no longer getting by. Last week, the Journal de Montréal reported that a Montrealer, after a 30-year career at a bank, is on the brink of homelessness. We have rent payments that are too high. There was a chiropractor. He worked as a chiropractor for 29 years, but then he needed to go and live with his parents. That was his only option. Liberals have failed when it comes to housing, Mr. Speaker, but we Conservatives will fix this.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, Christmas is still more than a month away, but Conservative MPs have already written to the big guy with great enthusiasm and hope. Their hope is for a stocking filled with a housing accelerator money that their communities will need to build new homes. But alas, these Conservative MPs, their mayors, communities have been grinched by the leader of the official opposition. Slinking down the chimney, the Grinch has removed all their hope, and not even Cindy Lou Who can change the Grinch's mind these days. Only 6 affordable homes for Canada, says the Grinch. But, Speaker, don't you worry. The big guy is leading the chorus and is delivering the homes that Canada needs, like in Sault Ste. Marie, where we're building and refurbishing over 1,000 homes.
Here, here.
And with 175 agreements in place, we're fast-tracking the construction of 750,000 more homes across Canada. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Order. The honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is home to some of the planet's most vital resources. Chief among them is our abundance of fresh water. Our Great Lakes, aquifers, and rivers are a critical part of our ecosystem and economy. Managing our water sources sustainably is vital, particularly in the face of potentially unsustainable industrial usage. Selon une étude
According to a study by Statistics Canada, industrial water use accounts for 91.2% of total water use across our country, and it continues to climb.
The government recently launched the Canada Water Agency. Its mandate must remain focused on keeping a close eye on how climate change and industrial policy is impacting our freshwater resources, particularly after the American president-elect commented on diverting Canadian water to the U.S. In Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, Lake Huron, Lake Superior, and hundreds of lakes and rivers and aquifers will be impacted by this work. We must treat this issue with urgency in order to protect and manage this vital resource for generations, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Erwin Kotler has been living under police protection for over a month. That's what the Globe and Mail reported this morning. And this is because an authoritarian regime wants him dead. Mr. Kotler campaigns for human rights and against racism and anti-Semitism. He has incurred the wrath of the Iranian regime by calling for the Guardians of the Islamic Revolution to be placed on the list of terrorist entities in Canada and elsewhere in the world. The Guardians of the Islamic Revolution, who were involved in preparing the October 7th attack and who are responsible for the deaths of young women in Iran. We will never accept that people, regardless of their beliefs, should have their lives endangered because of their opinions. We unreservedly condemn the death threats against Mr. Kotler, and we condemn the growing temptation of foreign powers to commit political assassinations on Canadian and Quebec soil. Mr. Kotler, you are not alone.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, during his taxpayer-funded stay in South America, the Prime Minister attacked Canadians for not liking his costly carbon tax and even accused them of spreading misinformation. Meanwhile, his radical Environment Minister not only plans to quadruple the carbon tax, but also to introduce a brand new one, a global shipping tax. That's carbon tax number 3, All the while, Canadians are lining up at food banks and struggling just to get by. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Canadians are fed up with this government's high tax, high spend, high hypocrisy agenda. It's time to elect a common sense Conservative government. It's time to restore the promise of Canada. It's time for a carbon tax election.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about a bad idea. Members will know that the leader of the Conservative Party had another idea, Mr. Speaker, and this one's a real winner. Let's talk about the Housing Accelerator Fund. What is it that the leader of the Conservative Party is saying? That he's going to kill it. He's going to tag or get rid of that particular program. What he needs to do is to start listening to what Conservatives are actually saying. Let me tell the leader of the Conservative Party what they are saying. If by any chance I attend a municipal housing announcement funded by a Liberal initiative, I would be in a lot of trouble. Another one says it's extremely frustrating. One Conservative source told Radio Canada, MPs are being stopped from helping their cities for partisan reasons. The leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, needs to free up his Liberal conservatives, the progressive conservatives, to get behind the Housing Accelerator Fund. Better yet, do a flip-flop and support the program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is still acting like a firefighter who's setting fires. Now he's blaming immigration on bad actors instead of himself. He decided to open the door to 725,000 asylum seeker requests in 5 years. He approved a 211% increase in international students. He allowed foreign workers in communities with high levels of unemployment. If there are bad actors, should he not look in the mirror? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that Canadians expect any responsible government to take decisive actions, and you saw the levels I tabled last week, a 20% decrease in permanent resident, and the PBO himself has said that we have to meet our housing needs, and the member across the way wants to go to election. He has no plan. Perhaps in terms of math, he said that they'll build 6 units and he can count to 6. So, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Maniac masquerading as a firefighter, this time on immigration. He blames bad actors for his decisions that destroyed our immigration system. He decided to increase and open the door to 726% more asylum claims. He decided to approve 211% more international students. He decided to lift the ban on temporary foreign workers in communities with already high unemployment. If the Prime Minister is hunting for the quote-unquote bad actors who ruined the system, will he have a look in the mirror?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think we'll take any lessons from someone who spent the last 20 years lighting fires in the House of Commons. That's it. We put forward a plan 2 weeks ago to reduce immigration levels by 20%. Canadians expect us to be responsible and to react to their needs. That's what we're doing with this plan. The Parliamentary Budget Officer himself has said that this new needs by 50%. That's what Canadians want. It's responsible.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Employment Minister first denied that he and his company were profiting off government business, and then text messages showed the contrary. They referred to a Randy. Well, he claimed that it was another Randy. We now know there is no other Randy. We know he falsely claimed he was Indigenous in order so that his company could steal resources that were meant for real Indigenous people. And now his company address matches the address of a place that was the location of 2 cocaine busts. Any one of these things would be a resigning offense. Why won't he resign now?
Order. The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, know the person referred to in today's article. I've never met that person. I've had no dealings with her whatsoever. Those are the facts.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Apparently the person he doesn't know is himself. He says that he's not the Randy in the text messages, but his own business associates say there is no other Randy. He says that he said that he was Indigenous in order that he could get grants and contracts that were meant just for Indigenous people. Now he admits he's not Indigenous at all. And now, while his company has the same address as a place that has 2 cocaine busts, he says he doesn't know the person involved in that address either. Does this minister even know who he is?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, the article states...
And ask all members, please. There's the Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development from the top.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the person referred to in the article today. I've never met her. I've had no dealings with her whatsoever. The article states that fact, and that is the fact.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After the Prime Minister took his private jet, burned 105 tons of jet fuel, and emitted 300 tons of greenhouse gases to go down to Brazil, he claimed that Canadians who are opposed to his carbon tax are just confused by disinformation. No, Canadians aren't stupid, Mr. Speaker. They know that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has calculated that 100% of middle-class Canadians pay more in the tax than they get back. The Prime Minister already also said, though, that this will be the subject of the next election. I couldn't agree more. So why don't we have a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Minister for Order. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources. And
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, it would be nice if the Leader of the Opposition was not spouting disinformation and misinformation in the House. At the end of the day, 8 out of 10 Canadian families, the vast majority of Canadians, get more money back. It is those that actually live on the most modest incomes that are the best off as a result of the price on pollution. But I would also say it is a price on pollution. It is about addressing climate change, something that organization across the way simply has no idea how to do and does not care.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The next few hours will be critical for our agriculture. Senators Peter Boehm and Peter Harder have literally sabotaged Bill C-282. They amended it to prevent it from protecting supply management in existing trade agreements. Imagine, while Donald Trump wants to reopen NAFTA, these guys want to serve him supply management on a silver platter. The Senate could vote on this amendment as early as tomorrow, so all the party leaders have to speak out, starting with the Prime Minister. Will he defeat the amendment and save supply management? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, on this side of the House, we're asking senators to support Bill C-282 in its original form because we do believe in supply management. We believe in our farmers in Canada, whether it's dairy farmers or others, to ensure that they do have protection. We agree with the Bloc, and we want to pass this legislation in its original form. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Their excuse is that they're saying that the independence of senators is at stake, but they appointed them, and they are sabotaging C-82. One of them even advised the Prime Minister. And what's more, they're both fighting to sponsor government bills. So let's be serious. The Prime Minister can and must demand that senators pass Bill C-282 as voted by all parties in this House. We're talking about the future of supply management. It's serious. Will all the leaders in this House demand that senators vote against this amendment? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, this House, Canadians, they know that a Liberal government will vote for this bill in its full form, and it's a good question. Will the Conservative Party leader ask the Conservative senators, to vote for this bill in its original integral form? Order, please. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, people are having a hard time making ends meet. Rents have doubled, and grocery prices just don't make sense anymore. Clearly, the Liberals have let people down. And the Conservatives, they're going to cut everything, including the Canada Child Benefit and dental care. Who's going to pay the price? Quebecers. We at the NDP are going to eliminate taxes on basic products like food, hydro, internet, and cell phone bills. Will the Liberals eliminate the GST on basic necessities? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague is right in terms of the importance of supporting the middle class and all those who are working hard to join it. And that is why it's really sad to see the Conservatives voting against dental care. And the NDP also worked really hard to put it in place. So 1 million Quebecers now have their dental care card, and they want to move forward with this in 2025. We're going to sign up more Quebecers and Canadians between 18 years and up.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, working and now middle-class families are cutting back on their groceries. They're getting less and getting gouged at the till by greedy CEOs. Liberals let this happen and are letting families down. Conservatives will cut and cost families even more. They'll take away important services like dental care, costing families thousands of dollars a year. The NDP's tax-free essentials plan removes the GST from grocery items to bring families relief. Will the Liberals take the tax off grocery items so Canadians can get a break?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree with the member that what we're going to see from the Conservative is cut, Mr. Speaker. Right. They're going to cut dental care. They're going to cut child benefit. Mr. Speaker, Canadians at home know that on this side of the House, we will always stand for the middle class. We will always stand on those who are working hard to join the middle class. We will fight for Canadians as we've done on grocery. We will build more homes, Mr. Speaker. We will create economic opportunities. We will fight for workers. We will create jobs. We will create opportunities and possibilities for this country so the middle class can thrive, Mr. Speaker.
9 years. On a couple of occasions, I've caught the voice of the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby. I'm going to ask him, please, to not speak when he's not recognised by the House. The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
It seems like every time the employment minister finds rock bottom, it keeps getting worse. First, he said he wasn't the Randy involved in his company, but we know there was only one Randy at his company. He said he wasn't involved with his company while in cabinet, and text messages reveal that he is. He said that he was Indigenous to profit from government contracts stealing from First Nations communities, and now there's new news of coordinating business activities with drug smugglers and convicts. This is the behavior of a low-life fraud, not a federal cabinet minister. Simple question. How does that guy still have his job?
Order. The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, despite the innuendo, here are the facts. I don't know the person in question. I never met that person in question. And Mr. Speaker, those are simply the facts. The article even says that I've never met the person in question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Speaker, here are the facts. He flaunts the ethics rules. He claims a false identity. He gets caught in a web of lies. That's what the Prime Minister rewards after 9 years. We find out more about the employment minister's scams and schemes, and we learn that he's just a phony and a fraud. Canadians want to know. Indigenous communities who stole from him, who he stole from, want to know, and Liberal backbenchers want to know when the Prime Minister is going to fire that cabinet minister.
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know the person in the article from today. I've never met the person in the article from today. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives may not like it, but it's actually in the article that I don't know the person in question. Never met them.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Liberal minister from Alberta is a fake and a fraud. He said he was not the Randy involved in his company, but we know that there's only one Randy. He said he wasn't involved in his company at the cabinet table.
I'm going to ask colleagues. Today we've been skating close to the line in terms. Excuse me, colleagues. I will start my comment again if you would give me the privilege of listening. At several occasions today, we've been skating close to the line in terms of what's acceptable language. The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, I think, has skated over that line and accusing a direct member. Can I ask the honourable member to withdraw that comment and start his question from the top, please?
Restart, Speaker, that this Liberal minister from Alberta has been implicated in fraud and media reports. Today, we've seen that. It's very clear.
I'm just going to. I'm not certain if. I was having trouble hearing the member. I don't think I heard the withdraw. If he could withdraw and start again, I'd appreciate it. If members were not to take the floor while a member is being recognized, the Speaker will be able to hear the member. The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Withdrawing the previous words, Speaker, we'll talk about this Liberal minister from Alberta who has been implicated in media reports in fraud. Some of them he's even apologized for. He misrepresented his identity, claiming to be Indigenous, trying to steal contracts from people who are in fact Indigenous. This same minister said that he wasn't the Randy at his own company. We know that there was only one Randy at that company. It's pandemic profiteering. We know that there's allegations of fraud. Why is it that this Prime Minister just won't fire that minister?
The honourable minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite just said is simply not true.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
It's unbelievable that with the cocaine connections to the Liberal minister from Alberta, that those Liberals, that Prime Minister, want to allow him to continue to be in cabinet. He said that he was Indigenous to try and steal contracts from individuals who are Indigenous. That's okay as long as you are a Liberal. The company is involved in more than half a dozen lawsuits because of fraud, and that's okay as long as you're a Liberal. They came before committee and said things that we now know weren't true, like it must have been some other Randy. If he won't resign, why won't this Prime Minister fire that fraudster?
Again, members at the very last possible moment used a word which would not be considered acceptable. Can I just ask the honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes to please withdraw that last word?
I'll withdraw the last word. He should be fired.
I thank the Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite said, once again, is not true.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Official Languages campaigned as a successful entrepreneur, but he's an imposter. We know that he said he wasn't involved in his company when he was a minister, but the text messages show the opposite. He was taking money destined for First Nations communities. He said he was a journalist even though he was a lobbyist. When will the Prime Minister fire this professional fake? The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development. Mr. Speaker, despite the insinuations, I have never met that person in question in today's article. I've never dealt with her. I've never met her. Those are the facts. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les Mr. Speaker, there are so many Randys that they didn't even understand the question I asked him. But the Minister of Official Languages presented himself as a successful entrepreneur and journalist, but he said he worked for Radio-Canada and Les Affaires, and even the editor-in-chief of Les Affaires said it was obvious he wasn't a journalist. He was uncovered, even though the Prime Minister made many efforts to protect him. When will the Prime Minister fire his fake minister? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the statements of that member are false.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is unable to acknowledge that he's responsible for the crises caused by the rapid increase in immigration. Even in his mea culpa yesterday, he was still looking for someone to blame. It's the pandemic's fault. It's the fault of businesses or schools. Yet he's the one who issued every permit. He's the one who took over McKinsey's immigration targets despite our warnings. He's the one who raised the targets to 500,000 people a year despite warnings from his own civil service. When will he finally admit that he's the one who's responsible? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I think the member has spent a little too much time in Ottawa to say that the federal government controls absolutely everything, but he knows in full well that the government of Quebec also controls things. We do have our side of the responsibility. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. It's not as if anyone had told him to be careful with the immigration targets. His own officials warned him back in 2022 that his immigration thresholds would exacerbate the crises in housing and access to public services. The Bloc has been warning him for years that taking on the Century Initiative's immigration targets would be totally irresponsible. Quebec has been warning him for 2 years that our welcoming capacity has been exceeded. Does the Prime Minister realize now that we wouldn't be facing the current crisis if he had listened and thought things through instead of insulting everyone? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Well, in terms of their ability to welcome people, if we had listened to provincial governments, there might have been a significant increase, because the last time CAC mentioned this, when they made decreases, they had, well, now they're facing the situation with the international students, and it's a shared situation. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. It's confusing. The Prime Minister couldn't have just acted faster on immigration. He should have acted faster. He should have considered the capacity of the country before drastically increasing the population as he did. Second, he should have listened to all the people's warnings that it wasn't working, but he was too blinded by his own multiculturalist pipe dream to base his immigration policies on facts and reality. Does he realize that yesterday's mea culpa is far too little, far too late, and far too easy after so much irresponsibility? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Let's remind everyone of the facts. Since 2009, the Quebec government tripled immigration in some areas that they control. These are the facts where we're going to work together to reduce this. The plan that I put forward last week proposes a 20% reduction. It's responsible. It's important. It's what Canadians and Quebecers are asking us for.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The minister from Edmonton is a fake and a phony. He said that he was not the Randy...
I'm going to ask, this is a couple of times that I've asked the honourable members. I'm going to ask the honourable members again to remember when they speak directly to members, they have to be, of course, extend to them all the respect that each member, as members, are deserving of. So I'm going to ask the honourable member, please, to rephrase this question to start from the top.
Mr. Speaker, this minister deserves to be criticized in the People's House, the House of Commons. He said he was not the Randy involved in his company, but we know there's only one Randy at the company. He said he wasn't involved in the operations of the company, but text messages reveal that he is. He said he was Indigenous to profit from government contracts, trying to steal from First Nations communities. When will the Prime Minister fire this phony for making false claims to steal from First Nations?
I'm going to invite all members to be very judicious in terms of their use of their language in this place. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has addressed this issue and stated that those claims are false. Mr. Speaker, we addressed the fact that that business was never listed as an Indigenous business on the procurement site, and it in fact received no funding from the Government of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good answer.
The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The company did actually receive funding from the Government of Canada. The Minister of Employment's business partner claimed that their company was fully Indigenous owned. How would he have gotten that impression? Maybe because the Liberal Party repeatedly said that the minister was Indigenous. Now, it is possible to get kicked out of the Liberals' Indigenous caucus, not for corruption, but for refusing to participate in corruption, as Jody Wilson-Raybould found out. After 9 years, they've gone from firing the first Indigenous Attorney General to keeping the first fake Indigenous Minister of Employment. When will the Prime Minister fire this phony minister?
I'm going to encourage all members to be more judicious in their use of their words and referring directly to other members. The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Service Public,
Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague knows full well that in the House we have to choose the right words to express things properly. He would like to, if he'd like to know more about the procurement process in favor of Indigenous companies, what's really important for Canadians, he should ask it so in a respectful way, and I would be happy to meet with him to explain to him how things work. I will encourage the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, please, to not speak until he's recognized by the chair.
The honourable member from Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's only minister from Alberta is accused of being a fake and a fraud. The member from Edmonton Centre said he wasn't the Randy involved in his company. Yet we know he is the only Randy involved in that company. He said he wasn't involved with his company while in cabinet, yet text messages clearly show that he was. Right. He pretended to be Indigenous to profit from government contracts, effectively stealing from First Nations businesses. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. When will the Prime Minister do his job and fire that minister?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, my colleague has addressed those issues that his colleague raises, and he has clarified that they are false. Mr. Speaker, we have stated that that business was not listed as an Indigenous business, and it did not receive funding through that program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, families are getting gouged on essentials by greedy CEOs. Liberals have let families down. And the Conservatives, all they're planning to do is cut like the National School Food Program, making kids go hungry. But there's good news, Mr. Speaker. The NDP's plan to remove GST on life essentials like kids, clothing and diapers will bring relief to so many families. Will the Liberals follow the NDP's lead and cut the GST so families can get ahead?
The Honourable Minister for Families and Children.
As the members rightly pointed out, on this side of the House, we're moving forward with a national school food program, which we've, and again, the leader of the Conservative Party called bureaucracy. Bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker, is not what is happening. We are seeing thousands of children already this school year receive food at school because of this investment in our children. We'll continue to work with the provinces to see this roll out across the country, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian families are getting gouged on essentials while the biggest corporations are posting massive profits. And the Liberals could have prevented this, but instead they've let Canadians down. Now, Conservative cuts would make matters far worse. In fact, cutting childcare alone would cost Canadian families up to $13,000 per child. The NDP has a plan to take the GST off essentials like home heat, phone and internet bills. Kids, the Liberals do it.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, it's great to hear this member speak about the importance of the investments that we've made in childcare. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a million families. These are real people, Mr. Speaker, that we've been able to support to get them into affordable, high-quality childcare, saving them thousands of dollars each and every year. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have made it clear they do not support affordable childcare. They will do everything they can to take this away from the families that need it.
Hear, hear. I'm going to invite ministers and members of the opposition to have their conversations outside and not on over the floor while someone else is speaking or has the microphone. Then the Honourable Member from Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, we found out the Conservative leader is silencing his own caucus, barring them from promoting federal housing funds in their own constituencies. One Conservative MP told CBC MPs are being stopped from helping their cities for partisan reasons. Conservative MPs, like the member for Kelowna Lake Country, whose community is receiving over $31 million in federal funding through the Housing Accelerator Fund, have had a pretty rough time back in the riding. So, can the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities tell us about the impact Conservative leaders' cuts would have on Kelowna?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
You may have seen the news, Mr. Speaker, but last week the Conservatives had a very bad week. First, their leader went out in public to announce that he was cutting billions of dollars in funding directly to communities to build more homes, but later it was revealed that his MPs were advocating for that fund and were since banned from advocating on behalf of their communities. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but my constituents want to make sure that they're the boss, not the leader of our party up here. It seems that is not true. But when we look at the example in Kelowna, let's take a look at what the mayor said. To replace this funding, he would need to look at other options like borrowing, reserves, or tax increases. Tax increases on the Conservative side, money for communities.
It's very clear to the Speaker that everybody got a lot of rest during this last week. Going to ask members, please, once again, don't take the floor unless they're being addressed. The Honourable Member Excuse me, for the honourable member from Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, it's clear that this NDP Liberal government isn't worth the cost or the corruption. Now we have a Minister of Employment who says he sees nothing, he hears nothing, he knows nothing, but there's too much here to pass up. First, he claimed he wasn't the other Randy implicated in his business partner's text messages. We now know that he was. Then he claimed that he had no active role in his company's operations while he served in cabinet. We now know that he did. And we now know that he claimed Indigenous heritage and status, and it was a complete fabrication. These attempts to steal funds earmarked for Indigenous companies is fraudulent. When will be enough for this Prime Minister? When will he fire this minister?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Procurement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Deux premières.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two things. First of all, what the member just said is false. And secondly, the minister has explained himself repeatedly. What we have still not heard today is why the Conservative leader still has taken hundreds of days to get his security briefing, not just to protect himself, but to protect his own members. His only priority is to trigger an election. How can he expect to hold an election without being able to protect the security of his party and his members?
From Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this minister keeps explaining himself, but the answers aren't coming. The minister's facing multiple scandals. We know that his company has been charged with fraud. We know that he was illegally involved while he served in cabinet. We know that the minister for years claimed that he had Indigenous heritage, and we now know that's a complete fabrication. And today we learned that the minister's company shared a post office box with a known international cocaine dealer. At best, the minister has shown abhorrent judgment, and at worst, he is completely corrupt. The fact that this Prime Minister continues to have confidence in him demonstrates exactly why he's not fit to lead this country. When will this Prime Minister fire this minister?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague has stated that those are all false, and he did not know this person in question. But if you want to talk about fit for leadership, you should be asking his own leader why he has not yet gotten a security clearance. Because if that's someone who wants to lead the country, they should probably know what risks are facing Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are wondering why the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada has not gotten a security clearance. Thank you.
Yes, they are wondering that.
The Honourable Member from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost. The Prime Minister is jetting around the globe promoting his failed carbon tax while Canadians line up at the food banks. According to the Prime Minister, the carbon tax is, quote, the best tool out there, and anyone who disagrees is using, quote, propaganda. But Canada's Environment Commissioner disagrees. He revealed the Liberals will not meet their own emission targets despite quadrupling the carbon tax.
That's right.
It's all pain and no gain. So will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's disingenuous for the Conservatives to continually link the food bank situation in Canada with carbon pricing. There's a 108-page report that they produced. The Food Banks Canada came forward and made 4 recommendations around Canada's social safety net. And not once in that 108-page report did they mention the carbon tax or carbon pricing, because they know that Canada's carbon rebate that comes out 4 times a year supports Canadians, particularly lower and middle income Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They should cut out the misinformation and stop being so disingenuous, particularly on the backs of lower income Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. After 9 years of this Liberal government's posturing, Canada has the worst environmental performance in the G7. The Environment Commissioner found that emissions reductions weren't because of anything government did. They're thanks to a review of data and a change in methodology. In short, Mr. Speaker, the 2 Liberal carbon taxes don't work, and now the government's planning a 3rd carbon tax. An overall export tax. If they're so sure of themselves, why don't they call an election on it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. It's a very important question. Canada's and industry's performance when it comes to climate change is important.
The oil and gas sector is the one that's continually increasing their emissions, and we're challenging the oil and gas industry with a pollution cap. We're asking them to invest some of their astonishing $66 billion in profit in making their products more efficient. Intensity of their oil. That's a good challenge, Mr. Speaker.
Well said, well said.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the media recently reported that fraudsters were taking full advantage of CRA and claiming bogus tax refunds. According to Radio-Canada, the agency hasn't understood the need to clean up its act. Instead of going after fraud and malpractice, they've launched a witch hunt to find out who's talking to reporters. Managers have even gone so far as to spy on employees' computers. They don't want to deal with the problem, they just want to shoot the messengers. Will the minister ask the agency to track down on fraudsters instead of whistleblowers? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are situations that need to be reported, and that's why we support the bill. But, Mr. Speaker, if I were to publicly share information that comes under the Income Tax Act, I could be liable to 7 years imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, employee staff, agency staff also need to protect the tax base, so it's important to remind them of their duties and obligations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Imagine fraudsters have gotten millions of dollars in bogus tax refunds because CRA didn't check before transferring the money. So the agency wrote to its staff not to ask them to tighten up the checks, to ask them to keep their mouths shut. Management thinks the main problem isn't fraud, it's the media. We need accountability, and accountability starts with protecting whistleblowers, not fraudsters. Will the minister do something about the total lack of ethics in CRA senior management? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is mixing things up. There are two very distinct things here, but I can assure him that when it comes to CRA, we take fraud very seriously. We have very professional teams working on fraud. We have strategies. We work in partnership with the RCMP, with financial institutions, with our international partners. There are a number of levels of security to catch these fraudsters, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the agency is a prime target, obviously, with the benefits and the checks that we pay out, but we are doing a good job all the same.
The honourable member from Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost. Now, the Prime Minister got on his taxpayer-funded carbon-emitting jet, flew to Brazil, and bragged about how great his punitive carbon tax is. His carbon tax has done nothing for the environment while literally making life's basic necessities unaffordable. The Prime Minister called it the best tool out there, but the only tool that Canadians want is a ballot box. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's emissions are lower now than they've been since all of Connor McDavid's life. Last time they were this low was 1997. Our emissions are down because of industrial carbon pricing, because of pricing on consumer fuels, and because of the over 100 measures that this government has undertaken to lower our emissions and protect the environment. And what have the Conservatives done over that same time? They voted against every single measure, Mr. Speaker. It's not just us that think carbon pricing is effective, it's also William Nordhaus, who has a Nobel Prize to prove it. So if even one conservative economist, if they could find one that said they've got a solution for fighting climate change, we'd love to hear it.
Absolutely.
The honourable member from Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Under this Prime Minister's carbon tax regime, grocery prices have skyrocketed to the point that scurvy is now a serious health concern in Canada. 27 cases of scurvy have been identified in northern Saskatchewan. The Prime Minister wants to blame, quote, propaganda, misinformation, and flat-out lies for opposition to his carbon tax. But unlike him, Canadians do not get to turn a blind eye to the affordability challenges that they face. Will the Prime Minister show some compassion and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Canada is second in the G7 on health span, second only to Japan. We're 1 year longer than both France and Italy in terms of the number of years we live in good health. We are 2 years better than the United Kingdom. We are 6 years longer than the United States. You know, when you're talking about things that have been gone for a long time, let's talk about what's happening with measles. Let's talk about what's happening with misinformation generally. The approach to attacking public health that the Conservatives are taking, the attack on information, puts lives at risk and fundamentally endangers our health system, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Toronto St. Paul's.
Fact. This Liberal Prime Minister is out of touch. First, he gets on a gas-guzzling jet. Then, he glorifies the punishing carbon tax that Canadians pay. And everyone who disagrees, he says, quote, they're using propaganda, misinformation, and flat-out lies. Meanwhile, more than 1 in 10 people in Toronto are using food banks, and 87% of them are living in unaffordable housing. Enough is enough. Why won't the Prime Minister treat Canadians like adults, let them decide, and call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a fact that 300 economists in this country have all said that a price on pollution is an effective way to reduce emissions, and the majority of Canadians actually get more money back in rebates. It is a fact that the Parliamentary Budget Officer said exactly the same thing. On this side of the House, we have a plan that is about addressing affordability issues, it is about growing a clean economy for the future, and it is about fighting climate change. My goodness, it is time that some of those folks across the way at least accept the reality of climate change and have something positive to say.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, we know the Conservative leaders had a rough week because of the scandals surrounding his plan to cut the housing agreement with Quebec. Today, we announced a significant plan to invest in housing in Quebec, which will add thousands of social and affordable housing units to the existing stock. Can the Minister of Public Services and Procurement tell this House about the impact of today's announcement and the potential impact of the Conservative leaders' cuts for Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Good news, Mr. Speaker. We announced this morning $92 million being added to the historic agreement with Quebec. They're building 3,000 new housing units. It's a big problem for the Conservative leader who says that housing simply doesn't exist. What would the Conservative leader do that would affect the Conservative members from Quebec, where there are hundreds of these housing units currently being built? How long are they going to put up with this?
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost of housing. The failing Liberal housing plan is not building more homes. Housing starts are down last month compared to 2023. 11% in Canada, 30% in BC, and 87% in Kelowna. I've talked to home builders and residents in my community who all support the common sense Conservative plan to axe the GST on new homes sold under $1 million. Will the NDP Liberals agree with home builders and families and axe the GST on new homes sold?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
I am very happy to correct the record that my Conservative colleagues put on the floor of the House of Commons. Housing starts are actually up this month 8% compared to last month, and year over year are trending in a positive direction, near the all-time record home building pace that Canada has ever seen. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that this question would come from this particular member who represents the city of Kelowna, which received $31.5 million to build thousands and thousands of more homes. Not only is she opposed to that investment, her leader is barring her and every one of her colleagues from advocating on behalf of their communities. I came here to represent my community in Ottawa, not to take my leader's words back home.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Police associations nationwide are demanding urgent bail legislation to keep our communities safe. Yet just this morning, a stolen BMW crashed into a Toronto bus, injuring 9 people, 2 critically. 2 of the 4 accused were, surprise, surprise, out on bail, including 1 for a violent robbery. If the safety and security of Canadians is no longer a priority for this Prime Minister, will he call an immediate election so that Conservatives can bring jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the incident this morning in Toronto is a concern for all of us in this House, all of us who believe in prioritizing public safety and community safety. What's concerning and what people need to understand is that calls for bail reform echoed in this chamber 18 months ago. We responded, tabled legislation, and with the cooperation of all parties, we got it passed. Now the ball goes to the province's court. What we need to ensure is that that very person who should have been detained, did the Crown contest that bail? Did the Crown decide to appeal the bail if the bail decision was made in error? Was there enough space in detention facilities run by the province to hold that person in detention? These are important questions. We need answers.
Going to invite the honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, please to not take the question or not take the floor unless is recognised by the Speaker. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, crime is everywhere in Canada, and the Liberal government is willfully blind. Even the leader of the Bloc says there's no crime in our regions. We read this morning that a mother will have to pay $7,000 a year for car insurance because her car has been stolen multiple times. It's always our constituents who end up paying for the inaction of this Liberal government. When will this Bloc Liberal government punish crime, even in rural Canada? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, our colleague is falsely using the term inaction. He knows full well that our government for many years now has been investing in the police, whether it's the RCMP, the CBSA, or even our provincial and municipal partners in fighting auto theft. This situation is wholly unacceptable to Canadians, and what's good news is that the number of cars being stolen is decreasing, but that's not enough. We will continue to do everything we can to support our police and put an end to this situation.
Honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, from the rising cost of living to climate change, we know young people today face unique challenges. Their mental health needs are complex. Our government is making sure that young Canadians get the care they need, when and where they need it. It's a promise we put forward in 2021 to build a stronger, more resilient Canada. Today, the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions announced the launch of the Youth Mental Health Fund. Can she share details about this historic investment with the House?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Scarborough Agincourt for being such a tremendous, unwavering advocate for mental health in this country. Mr. Speaker, community organizations are the lifeline when it comes to mental health that's local and that is trusted. This fund, a $500 million investment, once in a generation, to make a difference for our youth, to make sure that they have access to the services that they trust the most, adding capacity, filling gaps, and making sure we meet them where they're at. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the youth of today, we want to make sure that they have the tools that they need to thrive, because when they thrive, Canada succeeds.
Bravo. Brilliant. The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, a UN report has found that Israel's warfare in Gaza is consistent with the characteristics of genocide. The Liberal government is legally obligated by the Genocide Convention to prevent and stop Netanyahu's attack on Palestinians. Turning a blind eye to mass casualties is not an option. Entire families have been decimated. Children are starving to death. When will the Liberals live up to their obligations, sanction Netanyahu and his extreme cabinet, and finally put in place an actual arms embargo?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, before he takes the floor, I just want to encourage all members, to remind members to be very careful about what they wear in this House to ensure that it is not considered a prop. The Honourable Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think everyone in this House realizes that the situation in Gaza is dire, that the situation faced by men, women, and children in Gaza is horrendous, and we will continue to seek every possible way to find peace. Peace with justice in this situation. However, rhetoric doesn't help, symbols don't help. Hard work, diplomacy, and engagement will be what Canada needs to do on this every day. We'll continue to do our part to bring peace in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, many closed work permit holders have their renewal applications rejected for want of an impact assessment, either through ignorance or haste. They only find out about the problem at the deadline, and as a result, their application gets rejected. Why doesn't the department take the simple step of letting them know by email about the missing documents so as to avoid work interruptions, impacts on families and businesses, and unnecessary costs for businesses, immigrants, and government alike? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, it's very important for us to be able to have work permits when employers need them. So I will work with the member to help solve this problem.
I see that the Honourable Minister is rising on a point of order. The Honourable Minister for International Development.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, at the conclusion of asking his question, as he was sitting down, called the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development Cocaine Randy. That is extremely unparliamentary, and I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to ask him to withdraw that remark. Thank you very much.
I see that the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes is rising in response to this point of order.
Speaker, I'm sure that I was referring to the other Randy as Cocaine Randy.
I will come back to this House after some further reflection. I see that the Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm deeply concerned. So you raised the issue of me wearing a pin in the House of Commons. I have to tell you that I stand here proudly wearing the pin that stands in solidarity with the Palestinian people, but people within this place are wearing pins for a various number of reasons. One of my colleagues is proudly wearing the moose hide pin to show his support for the causes that are important. You know, people wear poppies within this House. I have many times worn a flag for the Ukraine-Canadian to support.
Order. I'd like honourable members. Honourable members. it's important for the chair to be able to hear the point that is raised by the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona. I couldn't hear much after the reference to the poppy. I'm going to give the honourable member another 10 seconds just to wrap up after, so that the chair can hear this in order to make a proper determination. The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to point out, when I cannot, as a member of the House of Commons, bring up a point of order without being heckled and shouted down by the Conservatives, that imposes as well on my privilege. Now, I proudly... Mr. Speaker, I have proudly worn many pins in this House. For example, tomorrow, to mark 1,000 days since Putin invaded Ukraine, I will wear the Ukrainian pin. I need to know whether the Conservatives will call this out as a prop.
Here, here. Here, here.
I thank the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona. The chair will take that into consideration and will come back to the House if necessary. I saw the honourable minister rise on her feet for a point of order before I saw another honourable member. So the honourable member, the honourable President of the Treasury Board, Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to submit a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada, signed by her own hand.
It's not that is not a point of order that the honourable member is rising. We will get to that point, which is important, but it is not a point of order. I saw l'honorable député.
Honourable member for Lac Saint Jean. He's rising on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There has been consultation amongst the parties, and I think you will say that there is unanimous consent with respect to the following motion, that the House pay tribute to the contribution of Mr. Irwin Cutler from the Human Rights Association and the Anti-Semitism Association, that in his role he condemns the death threats received to him by a foreign regime. All those opposed to the honourable member moving this motion, please say nay.
D'accord.
Agreed. The House will now has heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried. I see another member rising on a point of order, the honourable member or Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a correction to an answer I gave earlier during question period. I missed some information that is protected in the Revenue Act. It's a prison for 12 months. I appreciate that rectification from the Honourable Minister.
The member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to follow up on the point of order raised about pins that members wear in the House. In the past, different positions have been taken with respect.
So I see. I see that the honourable member is trying to make a point that was raised earlier. I did indicate to the House that I had heard points on this, and I will come back to the House if necessary on this matter.
So Heather gets to make points.
It being 3:22, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on a sub-amendment of Mr. Kimmich in related to the privilege motion. Excusez-moi. The Honourable So as I was saying, call in the members. The question is as follows. The question is on a sub-amendment. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moved that the government's failure fully providing... May I dispense? That the government's failure fully providing documents as ordered by the House on June 10, 2024 be hereby referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. Provided that it be an instruction to the committee, A, that the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. 1. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 2. The Clerk of the Privy Council. 3. The Privacy Commissioner of Canada, who respected the order of the House and deposited unredacted documents. 4. Paul McKinnon, the former Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet. Governance. 5. The Auditor General of Canada. 6. Can I dispense?
Mr. Kimmich, appuyé par Mr.
Kimmich, seconded by Mr. Maguire, move the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by replacing the words Friday, November 22nd, 2024, I'm getting to the end, with the following. The 30th sitting day following the adoption of this order. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Pitipat-Taylor.
Madame Pitipat-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragaskatos.
Mr. Fragaskatos.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abutseif.
Mr. Abutseif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Butterfield Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrut. Mr. Dance.
Monsieur Bouliris.
Monsieur Bouliris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the end of electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members weren't able to vote because of a technical issue, they can now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Zuberi. Mr. Zuberi, you have to say some words.
I'm voting yay.
Mr. Zuberi, yay pour.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 319, 319. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the sub-amendment carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the recorded divisions, the time for government orders will be extended by 14 minutes. Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Routine proceeding.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le lundi.
Pursuant to order made Monday, June 10th, 2024, it's my duty to table in both official languages a letter I have received from the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council regarding the production of documents from the Government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada. Honorable President of the Treasury Board.
Submit a message from Her Excellency, the Governor General of Canada, signed by her own hand.
Here, here. I invite all members to rise. J'invite tous les députés à se lever, s'il vous plaît. Order. Her Excellency the Governor General transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates B of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2025, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Signed by the Governor General on October 25th. Son Excellence la Gouverneure Générale.
Her Excellency, the Governor General of Canada, submits to the House the estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, and pursuant to the Constitution Act of 1867, Section 54, recommends this budget to the House of Commons as signed by the Governor General. The supplementary budget of 2024-2025, I table this in the House.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 37 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Speaking on
Who's your seconder?
Member from Battle Road, second.
Mr. Schmill, seconded by Ms. Gladue. Moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022 be concurred in. Debate. The honour member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for being a seconder, although the member from Battle River-Crowfoot was right there as well. And I agree it is on an important issue. It is on the Standing Committee, the report number 2, Barriers to Economic Development in Indigenous Communities, tabled back in April of 2022. The report's study highlights the ongoing challenges faced by Indigenous peoples in Canada in achieving economic development, despite their right to self-determination. First Nations, Inuit, Métis communities continue to experience significant socio-economic disparities when compared with non-Indigenous people. This includes lower income, education levels, employment rates, and property values. The committee concluded that these disparities are largely the result of historical and systemic inequalities further exacerbated by federal policies and regulations. In February of 2022, the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs initiated a study aimed at identifying the barriers to Indigenous economic development and exploring ways to eliminate them. Addressing these barriers could not only enhance outcomes for Indigenous communities, but also contribute significantly to Canada's economy, potentially adding $30 billion to the national GDP by closing the socio-economic gaps between Indigenous and non-Indigenous populations. Witnesses to the study identified several critical barriers to Indigenous economic development, including limited access to capital, inadequate infrastructure, and in some cases, a lack of capacity. These challenges are deeply rooted in the history of colonialism and the ongoing failure to fully recognize Indigenous jurisdiction. While many Indigenous...
I have a point of order, it seems online. I will just double check on that. L'honorable député...
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Do you have a point of order? Yes, Madam Speaker. No. I was just seeking unanimous consent for a motion, and I can do that later.
Alors, c'est un appel.
Okay, so it's a point of order calling for to have a vote counted from the vote we just held. Will the House allow the member to vote?
No, on n'a pas le consentement unanime.
No, there's no unanimous consent. I'm sorry.
Burton-Kawartha Lakes Brock, resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I started, the several witnesses to this study identified several critical barriers to Indigenous economic independence and developments. We're talking about the issues identified were limited access to capital, inadequate infrastructure, and in some cases, lack of capacity. So, of course, we go on to say that many Indigenous communities are already working on their own solutions to these issues, and they require further supports from the Government of Canada. Indigenous peoples have long been excluded from key decision-making process, which have hindered their ability to fully participate in economic development. Clarence T. Jules, otherwise known as Manny Jules to many, Chief Commissioner of the First Nations Tax Commission, pointed out that Indigenous peoples have lost control over their fiscal powers and lands as a result of these historical exclusions. Infrastructure is essential for driving Indigenous economic development, serving as a backbone of a functional economy. And before I continue on with the reports, I'd like to remind people that I am splitting my time with the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Great decision.
I think is a great decision as well. So going on, experts such as Clint Davis from Nunasi Corporation and Ernie Daniels of the First Nations Finance Authority have underscored the importance of closing the significant infrastructure gap estimated at about $30 billion between First Nations and other Canadian communities. Wow. The Nunavut Infrastructure Gap Report, for example, highlights critical shortages in water, housing, broadband, and energy systems. The overall infrastructure gap for Indigenous communities there could be as high as $70 billion. Housing, of course, is another urgent issue. Shannon Matabawaban from the National Aboriginal Capital Corporations Associations has proposed the creation of an Indigenous housing fund in partnership with Aboriginal financial institutions. This fund would help secure financing for housing in Indigenous communities. Similarly, Grand Chief Jerry Daniels of the Southern Chiefs Organization recommended offering long-term loan guarantees to support capital projects, including housing initiatives. To help bridge the infrastructure gap, Daniels has suggested exploring monetization as a funding approach. This method, commonly used by municipalities to finance projects, involves issuing debentures to raise capital for infrastructure and economic development. Daniels also proposed a pilot project to replace diesel generation in remote communities, potentially funded through this model. This approach could not only reduce dependence on federal funding, but also provide a sustainable, clean energy solution while testing innovative financing strategies at a minimal cost to the government. The committee was informed that administrative obstacles pose significant challenges to Indigenous economic development, especially when it comes to accessing public funding. Witnesses highlighted issues such as time-consuming and repetitive processes of submitting applications, as well as confusion around program eligibility requirements. To address these challenges, Mr. Harold Calla from the First Nations Financial Management Board proposed a pilot project aimed at streamlining administrative functions for smaller communities. Some of those smaller communities can lack the resources to manage such tasks efficiently. Furthermore, Tabitha Bull from the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Businesses recommended the creation of a navigator position to assist Indigenous businesses in navigating government programs and grant applications. This role would help entrepreneurs identify relevant funding opportunities and support a need that has frequently emphasized by Indigenous business owners. Witnesses also emphasized that the current funding for Indigenous economic development is inadequate and often lacks the structure needed to foster long-term growth. Regional Chief TG called for a shift away from short-term program funding, advocating for more substantial and predictable financial support, particularly for areas like First Nations policing. He stressed that this approach would also be extended to economic development initiatives. Access to capital and equity was identified as another key barrier to Indigenous economic progress. Grand Chief Daniels of the Southern Chiefs Organization highlighted that without equity, Indigenous communities face significant challenges in launching and sustaining wealth-building ventures. Securing capital, particularly for large-scale projects in sectors like energy, mining, and agriculture, remains difficult due to historical disadvantages and bureaucratic obstacles. Chief Commissioner Manny Jules pointed out that Indigenous peoples face a $175 billion gap in access to capital. Several leaders also underscored the mutual benefits of improving access to capital. Mr. Matawaban announced that Indigenous communities represent profitable investment opportunities. Although progress has been made, such as through impact benefit agreements, communities still encounter financial barriers that prevent full participation in major projects. Traditional lenders are unwilling to finance equity, leaving communities either unstable or unable to secure necessary funds or forced to accept costly, unfavorable terms. Several witnesses emphasized the need to increase Indigenous participation in public procurement and highlighted the ongoing barriers to achieving this very goal. In April of 2022, the Minister of Canada announced that 32 federal departments would be required to allocate at least 5% of federal contracts to Indigenous-owned led businesses. However, since then, the program has faced significant shortcomings, Speaker. There have been reports of companies and individuals exploiting the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses, falsely claiming Indigenous status to secure those contracts. Some have even gone so far as to submit fraudulent documents, such as a picture of a rabbit, to qualify for the program. A particularly troubling issue involves the employment minister's past business dealings, specifically his connection to Global Health Imports. This company, co-owned by the employment minister, falsely represented itself as a wholly owned Indigenous business in order to obtain government contracts through Canada's Indigenous procurement programs. Programs designed to benefit Indigenous communities. Such misrepresentation undermines the very purpose of these programs, which are intended to support Indigenous peoples and businesses. Speaker, I could go on, and I will just wrap up that there are many examples of Indigenous entrepreneurship, and initiatives are inspired by their vision and their drive. A future Conservative government will partner with Indigenous communities to realize their aspirations, and we will be laser focused in fostering economic growth and creating opportunities for Indigenous communities. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in regards to, we have many different reports, like we're talking well over 100 reports that the members could actually call in terms of having a concurrence debate on. And I would ultimately argue that this is just a carry-on of that multi-million-dollar game that the Conservatives continue to play to prevent the House from being able to talk about and debate issues such as legislation, opposition days, and so forth. The question to the member is, can you identify as to why it is that they decided, I believe this one's been on the books for quite a while now, to call this particular report?
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. And I wouldn't call Indigenous entrepreneurship and the struggles they're having accessing government programs a game. I am simply reminding this government that Indigenous peoples have long been excluded from key decision-making events, and now we have a Indigenous procurement program which is supposed to uplift and benefit Indigenous businesses being taken advantage of, at least it seems that way, by the Liberal employment minister, checking off a box claiming to be Indigenous but no real evidence to even back that up. And in fact, even in his own words, he claims he is not Indigenous. So again, there is no shame on that side of the aisle, where they will rather push down Indigenous-owned businesses and Indigenous people in order to enrich themselves. And shameful.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member of Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the issues that we've dealt with in the Northern Treaty 9 region is the incredible inequity faced in the communities themselves. In Attawapiskat, where people are literally living almost on top of each other, there's no other decree, and yet to get the federal government and the province of Doug Ford to sit down and talk about a reserve extension, they just refused to do. But when De Beers came up to open a diamond mine, all the permitting happened very quickly. And what ended up happening is a sense of, within the community, is that if they were coming simply to extract the resources, government was willing to come to the table. But when we had basic issues like housing, the right to expand the reserve so we could build livable communities, neither the province, and particularly Doug Ford, and this government have come to the table. So there is now lawsuits saying they're going to stop economic development until they get those basic issues of inequity dealt with.
The Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And the member from Timmins, James Bay, also fails to recognize the fact that the chief and the band of Attawapiskat is asking for long-term funding commitments. I actually met with the chief of Attawapiskat not too long ago, and she was actually pointing out that with long-term predictable funding, they could use some of the programs like the First Nations Financial Management Board, the Finance Authority, and others to address their infrastructure gap and the needs that the member opposite talked about, the housing, and the list goes on. Unfortunately, that member continues to forget that he is in a federal parliament, and actually, this is the government that he continues to prop up, despite the fact that the long-term predictable funding, which Attawapiskat is asking for, is not being addressed. So he should actually figure out where his priorities lie, in my opinion.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's interesting to have this change of subject this afternoon because at the FIWO committee, we did a study about the issue of finding ways for Indigenous women to take charge of their own situation. We discussed how the Indian Act is an obstacle to some companies. It's an obstacle to some Indigenous women getting out of poverty and violence situations. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about how can we help Indigenous women to be business owners and business people and to be more economically independent. The honourable member.
Madam Speaker, appreciate the question from the member along the way. I do agree that the Indian Act is a horrible piece of legislation, and I think we need to find ways to free up Indigenous communities or First Nations communities from that Indian Act. And as I covered sometimes in my speech, we talked about access to capital, getting the Ottawa Knows Best attitude out of the way so that Indigenous people can thrive and prosper without asking, in some cases, Ottawa for money that is taken out of their community forward back to start or enhance programs like economic development or infrastructure, and the list goes on.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, at this point there can be very little doubt that the Liberal Minister of Employment, the member for Edmonton Centre, and Alberta's only member of the Liberal Cabinet willfully pretended to be Indigenous. He shouldn't be in Cabinet. Of course, I know there are slim pickings among Alberta Liberals. You're either with the pretender or the porch pirate. But, Madam Speaker, this minister certainly should be out of Cabinet. As a consequence of his pretense, the company that he co-owned also pretended to be Indigenous-owned, and this pretense was used to advance the minister's political image and potentially to advance his private commercial interests as well. Now that he has been found out, the minister should offer a more fulsome and sincere apology than the one he offered on Friday, and he should resign or remove from Cabinet. Speaker, I have an Instagram post that the Liberal Party put out in 2016, one of many examples of things published at the time and since that make very clear how this minister was being positioned. The post in question proudly highlights that, apparently, the Liberals had elected the largest number of Indigenous MPs ever, and it includes a picture that shows the Indigenous Liberal caucus, photos of 9 MPs, one of whom is the current Minister of Employment. The minister has most recently claimed that he participated in the activities of the Indigenous Liberal caucus, but only as an ally. In other words, he says he never pretended to be Indigenous. He just happened to be the one and only white guy that happened to be invited to an organization that identified as the Indigenous Liberal caucus. Oh, obviously, that's not passing a pretty basic smell test. You have a post saying that the Liberals had elected a significant MPs, accompanied by a collection of photos of MPs. That would surely be designed to give the impression that those MPs are Indigenous. Why in the world would this minister be the one white guy in an otherwise all-Indigenous club that was repeatedly publicly identified as an all-Indigenous club unless he was trying to create the impression that he was Indigenous? But you don't actually even need those Liberal Party social media posts to see the problem. Let's look even at the minister's own words in this House. In 2016, he described himself as an adopted Cree. In 2018, he switched to calling himself a non-status adopted Cree and a member of the Indigenous caucus. As recently as a year ago, the minister told the House, "My Cree name means strong eagle man." There can surely be no doubt what this was supposed to convey, even as he was also talking about Métis family members and admitting alternatively that he was neither. Now, the thing is, listening to the minister's damage control now, he sounds a lot like the Prime Minister. When pressed on the point of misidentification at a press conference on Friday, he said on the one hand that the Liberal Party had misunderstood, that he apologized if anyone was confused, and that he's learning about his family history in real time. He did not at any point actually admit wrongdoing. He later said, "I'm going to continue this journey, and I will share this journey with Canadians as I continue down that path." He sounded much like a Prime Minister who thought a groping scandal was just a matter of someone experiencing things differently and who thought his own repeated wearing of racist costumes was a learning opportunity for the rest of us. The minister says he's on a journey, But actually, I think the journey that most people want this minister to take is first to the backbenches and then out of Parliament entirely.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. On a point of order, the following questions will be answered today. 3003, 3010, 3019, 3024, 3026, 3031, 3033, and 3036. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 2999 to 3002, 3004 to 3009, 3011 to 3018, 3020 to 3025, 3027 to 3030, 3032, 3034, 3035, 3037, and 3038 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately. Thank you.
Fait-il à la Chambre que...
Is it the House agree that the questions be tabled and it be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I think it's worth recalling that on March 1st, 2018, the Minister of Employment told this House, quote, "Never let the truth get in the way of a good story." He actually said that in the House of Commons. He said, "Never let the truth get in the way of a good story." And that's really what's going on here. The Minister from Edmonton didn't want to let the truth get in the way of what he thought would be a good political story. But why exactly were these claims made? Why did the Liberal Minister of Employment falsely claim to be Indigenous? Now, perhaps this is another Liberal example of the Miriam-Monsef method, selectively claiming to be unaware of key personal facts in order to help develop a more elaborate origin story. Well, once upon a time there were three brothers, Remus, Romulus, and Randy, born of a union between the god Mars and a mortal, nursed in the woods by a wolf. And after the brothers grew up, a lethal struggle for dominance ensued. Then one of the brothers founded the great city of Rome, and after founding Rome, he traveled halfway around the world to join the Liberal cabinet. In other myths, he is identified as the son of Janus, the Roman god with two faces. Although, as more comes out, two faces may actually not be enough. He is the man, the myth, the minister. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story. But efforts at exaggerated personal myth-making may not be all there is to it. You see, at present, we are prosecuting the Liberals' Indigenous contracting scandal, a scandal in which many companies made false or misleading claims about Indigenous identity or developed creative arrangements to position themselves as technically Indigenous without actually providing substantive economic benefit or opportunity to Indigenous peoples. For those who haven't been following it, this is the scandal. Liberals established a 5% target and set aside. 5% of government contracts had to go to Indigenous companies. So what necessarily flows from having this kind of target is the need to define who is an Indigenous company. This kind of work defining Indigenous companies is going on elsewhere because it's not just governments that are looking to include Indigenous business with procurement opportunities. Many private sector companies, especially in the energy sector, are looking to procure more from Indigenous businesses and include Indigenous businesses in their supply chains. For private sector companies, they're not looking to just check a legal box. They're doing this voluntarily because it's good business and because it gives impacted communities a greater stake in the success of projects. Private sector proponents, though not perfect, have sought ways to define in an authentic way who are Indigenous businesses and the extent to which there are real positive economic impacts in the communities they want to work with. There are currently various organizations, such as the Canadian Council of Indigenous Business, that work with the private sector to help identify and support Indigenous businesses. I've also met with the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce in Winnipeg, who have a rigorous process of assessing whether a business is truly Indigenous owned before it is admitted to their membership rolls. But this Liberal government, bizarrely, chose not to work with existing organizations to draw on the various lists that have been created for Indigenous businesses. Instead, they developed their own list, which suspiciously appears to include a number of actors as Indigenous businesses who are not on anyone else's list. While many in the private sector want to do this for real, the Liberal government has sought to inflate their numbers in terms of how many contracts are going to Indigenous businesses by including businesses on their list who are not actually Indigenous and who are not on anyone else's Indigenous business list. the Assembly of First Nations has said that a majority of those getting this 5% are actually shell companies. You have abuse of joint ventures, shell companies, and outright pretending. You have one example that was in the news recently, where a company called the Canadian Healthcare Agency, a large non-Indigenous company, went into joint venture with one person who was also their employee. Canadian Healthcare Agency were able to get many contracts. They were able to take all of the benefit associated with these so-called joint ventures as a non-Indigenous company, but they were able to deceptively position themselves as an Indigenous company. So we've been prosecuting this scandal for a while, and the AFN and other Indigenous leaders have been so clear that this is a grave problem, an abuse of this policy that the Liberals have turned a blind eye to. And yet we didn't know until recently that the employment minister's company was actually falsely trying to position itself as Indigenous. With this in mind, we need to get to the bottom of what's happening, Madam Speaker, and I move, seconded by the member for Battle River Crowfoot, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. The second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022 be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration with a view to studying the economic and anti-reconciliation barriers posed by fraudulent bids and applications for procurement opportunities set aside for Indigenous businesses, including those from...
I have a point of order. I think I know what it's about, but
The honourable member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I think that the member knows very well that the interpreters have to do their work, and when he's trying to, move along at Olympic speed, it makes it very hard for them. So if he could slow down, please, to allow the interpreters to do their work. Thank you.
So the whole issue is that the translated that there may be problems with the translation because of the fact that the honourable member is actually speeding through his amendment. There is still a minute and a half left. I'm sure that the honourable member can slow down and make sure that everybody in the House is able to hear the amendment. Unless the interpreters already have that amendment before them, then it might be something that that they'll be able to do. But I would ask the honourable member to please slow down in order to make sure that everyone has the amendment.
Just on the same point of order,
the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Just on the same point of order, if there's agreement of the House that I'll be able to finish the amendment, then I'm happy to take the time necessary.
As long as you had started your amendment before the time had ended. Perfect. So the honourable member, if he could please slow down so that everyone, including those who are listening at home to the translation, are able to hear that. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I would just say, slow down, but not to the point where it slows down the whole process.
Sure, Madam Speaker. My only goal was to ensure we got it in. So. Shall I start from the top, I suppose? I move, seconded by the member for Battle River Crowfoot, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. The second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration with a view to studying the economic and anti-reconciliatory barriers posed by fraudulent bids and applications for procurement opportunities set aside for Indigenous businesses, including those from non-Indigenous owned companies, provided that, for the purposes of this study, A, the following be ordered to appear as witnesses for at least 2 hours each at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17, 2024. 1, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages. 2, the Minister of Indigenous Services. 3, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. 4, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Quebec Lieutenant. 5, Ariane Reza, Deputy Minister of Public Services and Procurement. 6, Catherine Poulin, Assistant Deputy Minister, Departmental Oversight Branch, Department of Public Works and Government Services. B, Felix Papineau and Shauna Parker, individuals currently or formerly associated with Global Health Imports, shall each be ordered to appear as witnesses separately for at least 1 hour each at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17, 2024. And C, it be an instruction that the committee, I, hold at least 4 other meetings to receive evidence from Indigenous partners, stakeholders, and experts proposed by the members of the committee, and 2, report its findings to the House by Friday, January 31st, 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Genius, seconded by Mr. Couric, moves the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022 be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration with a view to studying the economic and anti-reconciliatory barriers posed by fraudulent bids and applications for procurement opportunities set aside for Indigenous businesses, including those from non-Indigenous owned companies, provided that, for the purpose of the study, A, the following be ordered to appear as witnesses for at least 2 hours, each at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but not later than Tuesday, December 17, 2024. 1, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages. 2, the Minister of Indigenous Services. 3, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. 4, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement in Quebec, Lieutenant. 5, Ariane Reza, Deputy Minister of Public Services and Procurement. 6, Catherine Poulin, Assistant Deputy Minister, Departmental Oversight Branch, Department of Public Works and Government Services. B, Felix Papineau and Shauna Parker, individuals currently or formerly associated with Global Health Imports, shall each be ordered to appear as witnesses separately for at least 1 hour each at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17, 2024, and it be an instruction that the committee 1, hold at least 4 other meetings to receive evidence from Indigenous partners, stakeholders and experts proposed by the members of the committee. 2, report its finding to the House by Friday, January 31st, 2025. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no doubt in terms of the importance of the issue. What I do call into question is that the Conservatives continue to play this game of preventing, whether it's Opposition Day motions to government legislation, to private members' bills, from being able to be debated inside the chamber. Instead, they're focusing on the privileges. In order to give themselves a break on the privileges, then they bring in the concurrence reports. My question to my colleague across the way, does he not feel any sort of obligation whatsoever to maybe question the leader of the Conservative Party and the self-serving tactic that they're actually using on the floor of the House of Commons? Because it seems to me they're more interested in the Conservative Party and the leader of the Conservative Party's ambitions than they are about the concerns of Canadians.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, actually, it's this member in particular who seems to be very concerned with talking about the leader of the Conservative Party. But it's quite striking to hear him talk about self-serving tactics. You have a situation where a minister of the Crown, a Liberal minister, pretended to be Indigenous. And as a result of that pretense, his company sought contracts with the government on the basis of falsely claiming to be Indigenous owned. That is incredibly inappropriate, self-serving, and it hurts Indigenous entrepreneurs and Indigenous communities that are supposed to benefit. This is a critically important issue, an issue that the government used to describe as relating to the most important relationship, but clearly it's not important enough in the view of the Parliamentary Secretary. But I think this is an important discussion, and Conservatives will continue to work to get to the bottom of the abuses in the Indigenous contracting program in general, and to hold this minister accountable for his despicable actions and abuses of the public trust.
Some comments, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's been very it's been a dismal experience watching the member for Edmonton Centre. He's been like an ethical dumpster fire from the first day he walked in here. And I say that because it's been one issue after another, one red flag after another, and yet he got moved up into cabinet. I know there's some hardworking Liberals who would never get in your cabinet, but he got in your cabinet. But there's something about this, because the issue of hundreds of years of deeply racist policies that have tried to destroy Indigenous life, Indigenous culture, the Indigenous ability to live on the land, we finally get one program that's going to be fair. And what do we see? We see grifters taking advantage of what should be a profound commitment to reconciliation. And the fact that grifter number one may be sitting in the cabinet, to me, calls on the Prime Minister to take action, and yet he's still standing there refusing to explain how he got into this position in the first place.
Honour Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, for the first time in our parliamentary careers, I find myself agreeing with everything that the member for Timmins James Bay just said. And I think that was a call from that member and from the NDP also for this minister to be removed from cabinet. Of course he needs to be removed from cabinet. I mean, what a contrast we see, Madam Speaker. On the one hand, the first Indigenous Attorney General was removed from the Liberal caucus for refusing to enable Liberal corruption in the SNC-Lavalin affair. And then you have an incredibly corrupt employment minister who was pretending to be Indigenous elevated to cabinet. And I hope we'll have the NDP support to continue to fight to get to the bottom of this at every committee, to send this back to the committee, ordering the minister himself to appear so that we can hold him accountable.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member Toronto St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, while the government was worrying about their exposure of their unethical behaviour, there was a blue wave sweeping across the country. The Toronto Argonauts were beating the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I congratulate the Toronto Argonauts, their quarterback, Nick Arbuckle, and head coach, Ryan Dinwiddie, on this remarkable win. My father was a football referee for 35 years. And you know what he would say now? He would say, I'm throwing the flag on the government's accountability metrics, assigning a 15-yard penalty and loss of downs for their absence of management. And when the Liberals refused to play by the rules, he would add, there's another 5 yards for unsportsmanlike conduct. My question is this ethical lapse another demonstration of a top-down lack of ethics in the Liberal government?
Brief answer from the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's actually early reports out that the Minister of Employment was trying to get into the game for free by pretending to be Prince William. I don't know if that's
Prince Harry.
Prince Harry. Well, okay, or both actually, both. Madam Speaker, kidding aside, though, this is a very serious issue, and this minister needs to be held accountable. He needs to deplorable conduct, and we need to continue to do the work at committee to get to the bottom of these outrageous abuses, taking advantage of these programs by elite privileged insiders pretending to be Indigenous, including right up to the cabinet.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and add some thoughts on an issue in which has always been of great importance to the Government of Canada, in particular this Prime Minister, when we talk about the whole issue of reconciliation and how, as a government, we have ensured not only have we witnessed significant budget commitments over the years, but also legislative actions, Madam Speaker, in a very, very tangible way. I'm going to expand on that shortly, but before I do that, I don't want anyone that might be actually debate at all to believe that the Conservatives are genuinely concerned about the report itself. All one really needs to do is to take a look at the previous member's comments on the report and then reflect in terms of what was being debated earlier today. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that it has something in common, that being the whole concept of character assassination that I've often used inside this chamber. This is more about a multi-million-dollar game that the Conservatives continue to play for many days, actually many weeks, at a very great cost, Madam Speaker. There is substantial legislation that is there, that is waiting to be debated, both from a government's perspective and from private members' perspective. But instead of having that form of debate, the Conservatives continue to bring in the concurrence reports in order to fill time because they're running out of things to say on their privilege motions. And here they have taken a particular issue, Madam Speaker, that I believe has always been important to the government. And at the end of the day, I question the motivation as to why it is they're choosing to use this issue as a political game to be added to that multi-million-dollar filibuster that the Conservatives are what we're witnessing now for many, many weeks. And unfortunately, in all likelihood, many days to come. I look at it from a perspective of lost opportunities and why it is that we need to, I would suggest to you, to move on, Madam Speaker. When I think of the issue at hand, I think of individuals like Cindy Woodhouse. I think of the passing of Mr. Sinclair, Madam Speaker. I was at the funeral, as members from all political parties were. An individual second to no other in Manitoba that has brought forward the debate on Indigenous and reconciliation for all Canadians, Madam Speaker, and the important role that we all have to play, including here in the House. And when that report came out, you know, the leader of the Liberal Party at the time, because it was back in 2015, made the commitment that when you think of those 94 calls for action, that we were committed to acting on every one of them, Madam Speaker. And we have seen significant gains. Many of them have actually taken the form of legislation that has passed, such as statutory holiday, to Indigenous languages, to legislation dealing with children. But we've also seen significant financial commitments, Madam Speaker. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $400+ million towards Indigenous entrepreneurs and others since 2015 to encourage, to see partnerships. In the 2024 budget, in fact, we had seen $350 million actually being committed, dealing with issues to increase access to capital. Mr. Speaker, when I think of my own home province of Manitoba and the city of Winnipeg, the only way in which we can actually hit the potential that our province has in the Federation is to see reconciliation work. And a part of that is to recognize the entrepreneurs and the workers and how it is that as a national government we can actually contribute to it. One of the first things that we had taken an initiative on, for example, was the issue of Freedom Road. It's something in which the Shoal Lake 40 was asking for many years. And Stephen Harper, throughout those years in which the leader of the Conservative Party was a cabinet with Stephen Harper, said no. The federal government did not support Freedom Road. it took a change in government. It wasn't until the current Prime Minister formed the cabinet and with the support of the National Liberal Caucus ultimately saw the financing for Freedom Road. And Freedom Road has made a profoundly positive impact for Shoal Lake 40. And it's not because of Ottawa, but it's more so because of the leadership from within the particular Shoal Lake 40 Reserve, Madam Speaker. These are the people that deserve the credit. What we had done as government is recognize the potential and got behind the individual chief and councils to ultimately enable that to happen. We have seen other very successful projects taking place over at Shoal Lake 40, Madam Speaker. Significant projects. All of which I would suggest to you is Indigenous-led. From companies to the workers to the quality that we actually see, whether it's the water treatment facility. For the community in the size, I would suggest to you a world-class facility, which is there today because of Indigenous-led companies and from the Chief and Council. We could talk about the twinning of Highway 17. You know, when I look at individuals like Sharon Redsky, who often affords me the opportunity to get a better understanding of Indigenous issues, especially around children and social enterprises and charitable and the potential for charitable groups to contribute to reconciliation and Indigenous organizations. These are individuals. I think of Chief Kevin Redsky and the leadership that's being provided from the Chief and Council, and how that is making a difference, Madam Speaker. We as a government have actually supported that leadership, those developments. I would suggest to you that the report that the members are wanting to talk about, or the report that the Conservatives are introducing today, isn't because they care about the issue. It has more to do with the same sort of subject matter that they're talking about during the privilege issue. Ask yourself, have they ever, in the last number of years, raised this issue in the form of an opposition day, Madam Speaker? The short answer is no. They have not. The only reason why they're raising it today, Madam Speaker, in going through the reports, and there's 100+ reports, they say, well, here's one that we can politicize to the degree we can stand up and continue on with the character assassination of a particular minister here. That is their motivation. It's not because they're concerned about Indigenous issues. I haven't witnessed that in the last speech that was provided from the Conservative member, Madam Speaker. You know, just last week, I had the opportunity to participate in an organization called Raising the Roof. I understand it actually originates out of the province of Ontario. A wonderful group, Madam Speaker. They ensure that they're building the number of homes for nonprofits. Well, they ventured into Manitoba, Winnipeg, for the very first time. And there was a substantial federal contribution to it. And I had the opportunity to participate in the announcement, Madam Speaker. And what touched me the most in regards to it was the fact that you had a company, Purpose Construction, is the one that's responsible for doing the renovations of this particular home, which happens to be in Winnipeg North, Madam Speaker. It's on Mountain Avenue in the, what I would classify as the core traditional, heritage-rich Winnipeg's North End. And this, would have been a dilapidated two-story plus home, now been into a wonderful place to call home, not for one, but actually 2 families. And also, from what I understand, a third area for maybe not necessarily a family, it could be for someone that's coming in and maybe studying or whatever it might be. And you will see that it is for the homeless. You get another organization, Siloam Missions, that is actually the group that's going to be responsible for, from what I can recall, ensuring that there is tenants that are going into the facility and managing the facility. And they're Indigenous tenants, Madam Speaker. But let me get back to the Purpose Construction, because it's more than just a federal government increasing the number of homes. You have Purpose Construction, which is Indigenous company that are taking Indigenous workers and allowing them to learn a trade and supporting that, Madam Speaker. The benefits of this particular facility or home that's being built go far beyond just providing another home for a couple of families and others, Madam Speaker. It goes in a very real way. It is supporting Indigenous led companies and more. And keep in mind, you have the Conservative Party that does not support housing initiatives. We've seen that most recently with the Housing Accelerator Fund, Madam Speaker, where the federal government is working with other municipalities to ensure that we get more homes built. And through that particular program, you have many that are saying, we like it, because they're writing the ministers. If you have 18 of them writing, Madam Speaker, you can only imagine how many others actually support it but are not writing the Minister of Housing here. I suspect the announcement, the housing announcement by the leader of the Conservative Party, which I have labeled as a dud, is going to be, it demonstrates how it is that the Conservative Party treats supporting Indigenous communities. Because I could talk at great length in regards to the housing issue, Madam Speaker, but I know my time is running. Let's go to the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Even today, I believe I've heard Conservative members, at least one, that says, we want to get rid of the Infrastructure Bank, Canada's Infrastructure Bank. The Conservative Party's official position on the Canada Infrastructure Bank is to cut it, to get rid of it. And if you dig a little bit deeper, they'll actually give misinformation. They'll say that that the Infrastructure Bank doesn't do anything. There's billions of investments through the Canada Infrastructure that have led to even more billions of actual investments from other stakeholders. You're talking over 30 billion or right around that 30 billion, Madam Speaker. The last time I checked, it was getting close to 30 billion. But you know, if you check with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, you will see that within that bank, there's actually an Indigenous Equity Initiative. That is something that is enabling Indigenous leaders to be able to tap in and become partners on infrastructure development, Madam Speaker. And there are actually projects that are there. And how does the Conservative Party of Canada and their new shiny leader respond to that? Well, Canada Infrastructure Bank, bad idea, we're going to cut it. Just like they say they're going to cut the Canada Accelerator Fund, Madam Speaker, for housing. Their policies, Madam Speaker, are very much dictated by the far right in Canada. We know that. The progressive nature that used to be within the Conservative Party has completely evaporated as they are more focused on cuts. If we were to broaden it out to expand beyond Indigenous communities and just focusing on the issue of cuts and why that's so relevant, Madam Speaker, because on the one hand, the Conservative Party tries to give the false impression that they care about Indigenous communities, when in fact we know that they are going to cut Indigenous funds flowing over, Madam Speaker. That will happen. Well, Member Crossley, well, that won't happen. Well, you're going to cut the Infrastructure Bank. The Infrastructure Bank is one of the things that's helping in the funding of some of these capital projects. But they're going to cut it, Madam Speaker. Yet they'll say, well, we're not going to cut. You know, they're going to cut the Housing Accelerator Fund. You trying to tell me that Indigenous communities do not benefit through that particular fund, Madam Speaker? That there are not going to be social enterprises such as Purpose Construction that are not going to participate in renovations and the building of homes? The Conservative Party needs to start to reflect and hold their own conservative far-right leader to account for the careless cuts that they continue to propose all of the time, Madam Speaker. Whether it's the ones I've talked about already or it's dental care, pharmacare, child care. That's the Conservative Party today, Madam Speaker, and they do need to be held to account for that. So they bring forward these motions of concurrence, not because they're interested in the subject matter, but they're more interested in trying to show that the House of Commons is dysfunctional. That's the real purpose of what it is that they're actually doing, Madam Speaker. If you read the motion, they want to extend it beyond. They want to extend it now to standing committees. I think this is the third one that I can think of right offhand where they want to send a report. We got hundreds of them. They want to send it back to the standing committee, tell the standing committee, here's what you have to do. And by the way, we want you to call X, Y, and Z. Because of the type of gains, the multi-million-dollar game at the expense of Canadians, because they're more focused on the interests of the leader of the Conservative Party than they are on Canadians, Madam Speaker. And I say shame on them, because they do have a responsibility to behave in such a fashion that other agenda items can in fact be debated. Other agenda items can in fact be passed. And I'm not just talking government. There's private members' business also, Madam Speaker. There's a full economic statement. There's a lot to be talking about on the floor of the House of Commons. It's time that the Conservative Party stops with their political game and start thinking in terms of what's in the best interest of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, the honourable member for, oh my gosh, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. It just drew a blank for a second there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's clear from this member's anti-conservative rant that the Leader of the Opposition lives rent-free in his head. That's about the only person in the whole country living rent-free at the moment, by the way, Madam Speaker. But on the very important subject of Indigenous economic development, Conservatives have repeatedly put forward policies aimed at supporting economic development for Indigenous peoples. And the Liberals' approach has been to oppose efforts by Indigenous peoples to prosper through, for instance, Canada's natural resource sectors, but also to allow elite, non-Indigenous fraudsters and phonies, well-connected Liberal insiders to take advantage of a program that's supposed to benefit Indigenous peoples. Now, we know that the Minister of Employment was creating misrepresentation about his identity, and this amendment would order him to come to committee. Does the member agree that the minister responsible should be ordered to come to committee and answer questions about his actions.
Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member knows opposite, that there's absolutely nothing that prevents the standing committee that he's calling into question from asking the minister to come before committee. But that's not what the issue is. The issue is a filibuster, a multi-million-dollar political game where the leader of the official opposition feels that it's more important to serve his political interests and the Conservative Party than the interests of Canadians. That's what the issue is about. And yes, I do give a lot of attention to the leader of the Conservative Party because I don't trust him, Madam Speaker, nor do Canadians. The more Canadians understand who that far-right leader actually is, Madam Speaker, they're going to go away from him by the droves, Madam Speaker. Because at the end of the day, this is a leader that believes in cuts. And those cuts are going to hurt, Madam Speaker. That's why I'm concerned.
L'Honorable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'd like to get us back to the subject of the day. And in my first question, I'm on the Status of Women Committee. We know that women, Indigenous women and girls have all kinds of issues that they deal with. And I had the opportunity to meet people who have a project, a housing project, who want to have a housing project. And they would like to see housing adapted for Indigenous people. They want to have safe, affordable housing. So I'm looking at this from a nation-to-nation perspective. We've asked the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, to ask for the money necessary. And this is kind of the initiative we'd like to see in the economic update.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I'm very proud of the fact that I've had the opportunity to know the Grand Chief, Cindy Woodhouse, for many years. And I can tell you she is a very outspoken, powerful advocate. And one of the issues that over the years that she has talked to me about is the issue of housing. I know it is a major issue and concern, and I believe that whether it's the Prime Minister or the Minister of Housing, we continue to work with Indigenous people because we know that the federal government has an important role to play. And that's one of the reasons why you will find this government, more than any other government, has been there from a financial point of view to support housing. You know, not that long ago, I was talking with David Chartrand, the president of the Red River Métis Federation, Madam Speaker, and I can tell you his approach at wanting and desiring to see housing built is actually, at least in a small way, being achieved. And I believe that he recognizes that the federal government is working with the Métis Nation and Indigenous people as a whole on the housing file. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, the issue of reconciliation is because Canada attempted to perpetrate a genocide, and the first step of a genocide was to target the children. Then the second was to bring in the hunger and the forced famine to force people off the land. Yeah. My colleague, I think, would agree that many days this House of Commons is like the Jerry Springer show, and yet we're not hearing any talk about the genocide in Gaza, of the fact that 2 days ago Human Rights Watch found that Israel is guilty of crimes against humanity for using famine and targeting children. 70% of the deaths in Gaza are women and children. That is a targeting of a people to destroy them. And we've seen nothing from this Prime Minister on the international stage. I want to ask the Liberals why they continue to tiptoe around a genocide that's happening in real time as the world watches.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I have full confidence, and I appreciate the efforts that, in particular, our Minister of Foreign Affairs has been working with our allied countries and like-minded countries, whether it's the Five Eyes or others, in terms of making sure that we're speaking as one. And I would suggest that the member, for more details, sit down and talk to her or send her an email, whatever it is that he feels more comfortable with. What I do know is that myself, the Minister of Northern Affairs, and a number of others of us were at the Murray Sinclair funeral services, and we recognized a man that has done so much, not only for reconciliation in the province of Manitoba, but for our entire country, Madam Speaker. And he has left a legacy in which we can all reflect on. And one of those things is to take a look at the 94 calls for action and how it is that each and every one of us have a role to play in it, Madam Speaker, whether you're an elected member of Parliament, an MLA, or anyone else in society.
Then comments, the honourable member of St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I come here week in and week out hoping we can get work done on behalf of Canadians. And I had great hopes coming here today, but obviously I can see from the members opposite that's not going to happen. And, you know, all of us are elected here. We have a great privilege to be here, Madam Speaker, but that privilege needs to be taken serious. I came here this week to talk about the wonderful initiatives we're bringing forward, like the Housing Accelerator, that some of the Conservatives want, some of them don't want, and other of them want, but they can't get approval to want it. So my question to my friend, Madam Speaker, is, when are the Conservatives going to be ready to get back to work on behalf of all Canadians? Thank you.
The honourable, the question is, anyhow, I'll let I see the honourable parliamentary secretary is rising to answer that, so I'll allow him to answer, even though the questions are differently.
You'll know, one of the things I've learned over the years about the Atlantic Caucus is that they are a powerful group as a caucus, and one of the best examples I could use on the floor, Madam Speaker, is the Atlantic Accord. They're the ones that held the Conservatives to account when the Conservatives refused to support the Atlantic Accord, Madam Speaker, much to the disappointment to all Canadians, let alone individuals that live and call Atlantic Canada home. And true to form, the member raises another important issue, the Housing Accelerator Fund. Remember, now you have the leader of the Conservative Party saying, no, we're going to cut that fund. And now you have at least 18 Conservatives saying, whoa, just wait a minute. You can't say who we are, but we really like this fund. Can you imagine how many have not written the Minister of Housing talking about the benefits of that program, Madam Speaker? I suspect we could have 50% or more of the Conservative caucus, Madam Speaker, on this particular issue. It was a bad idea to oppose the Atlantic Accord. It's a bad idea to cut the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Question, the honourable for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, it is striking that Liberals don't seem to think talking about economic development in Indigenous communities is an important topic. Unbelievable to hear that previous Liberal member characterize it as, in his view, a waste of time. But a specific question to this member, because there was a sleight of hand in his previous response to me. The amendment we've put forward is important because it is the only way to order the minister to appear. Various committees have asked the Minister of Indigenous Services, the Minister of Employment to come before committee and provide an explanation. They have not done so. This motion would create a House order. It is the only way to do it. So does the member appreciate that that is the only way to do this procedurally, and therefore the amendment is important?
Answer, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, what I appreciate is the fact that the member doesn't understand. He is wrong. If the member came to the House saying that the standing committee put in the request and the standing committee was refused, and as a result, then they want to be able to push us forward, then he might have some merit to his argument. It's time that he recognized that what they're trying to do is not about what's in the interest of Indigenous communities or Canadians as a whole. It's all about playing a multi-million-dollar filibuster because the Conservative leader is more interested in his personal side, Madam Speaker, and the Conservative Party than Canadians. And that is what's so shameful in terms of the tactics that the Conservatives continue to play every day.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire connaître.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 36, to inform the House that the questions to be raised are
the honourable member for Victoria, climate change, and the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge, carbon pricing. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're here today to discuss an issue that is fundamental to Canada's future and to Canada's future, the economic development of Indigenous communities. The report of the Committee of Indigenous and Northern Affairs reminds us of the obstacles that stand in the way of hoped-for effects not always being achieved as originally planned. This subject is of utmost importance, and it is also a mirror that reflects the systemic challenges that are rooted in our society. Reconciliation necessarily involves removing the barriers that continue to prevent First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from accessing a fair share of this country's wealth. This is not simply a matter of social justice, but of economic development for all. Barriers to economic development are excuse me, I had it upside down. The legacy of colonialism, non-recognition of Indigenous jurisdiction, inadequate infrastructure, red tape, limited access to capital, and limited access to federal procurement markets. First Nations, Inuit and Métis face similar obstacles, but they also face challenges specific to their respective situations and unique relationship with the federal government. Now, financial challenges are a systemic break. One of the major obstacles is access to funding. For example, the down payment required for any new project in an Indigenous context, a minimum of 10%, which does not deal with the realities of our communities where many people live below the poverty line. We hope to undertake an economic development project, whether commercial or residential, if the capital outlay represents an insurmountable obstacle. Yanochia, an innovative solution, is operating on Quebec territory, creating the capacity for the middle class on First Nations land. But it also stimulates a unique market for quality properties for the various communities. This financial leverage, for which we have asked the Minister of Finance to provide funding at the earliest community, means that members of the communities in need will finally have a roof over their heads. So let's put our priorities in the right places. What's more, access to private finance remains a major challenge. With few exceptions, financial institutions continue to show a clear mistrust of Indigenous businesses, making it difficult to access credit. The situation is even more complex in remote communities where transport and materials cost more. This means that even the simplest construction project would be invariably more expensive than in a city like Montreal or Quebec. It's not just a difference in costs, it's systemic inequality and an obstacle to these projects at the very outset. Red tape is another obstacle. Red tape, both provincial and federal, is something that should not be underestimated. It is not well adapted to Indigenous workers and entrepreneurs. They have to put requests into various departments, which leads to all kinds of time being taken up. And what this does is slow down the growth of Indigenous business. We need more responsive administrative system. It's not by continuing to impose these rigid qualification processes that will help Indigenous people. We have to see a redistribution of decision-making powers and not hinder the development of Indigenous communities. Geography is also one obstacle to economic development. We know that Indigenous communities deal with systemic issues that are visible but are nonetheless there. Now, some in urban areas might get some help, but others in more remote areas will not be helped as well because they have to deal with the exorbitant cost of supply. So we see that living in a remote area costs a great deal. Also, there is a lack of access to infrastructure and basic means that there will be a lack of access to communities and even sometimes to banking and financial services. The Indigenous population is doubly penalized by living in remote areas and also because of the lack of policies to address their specific needs. Economic reconciliation is a necessity for all of us. It is essential to remember that their development cannot take place without their active cooperation and involvement. Concrete steps have to be taken. Studies show that if Indigenous communities could benefit in the same way as other communities, this would increase Canada's GDP simply by allowing Indigenous peoples to have access to opportunities of employment, starting businesses, etc. These obstacles to Indigenous economic development have to be dealt with. And this would be for the good of all of Canada. In order to overcome the obstacles facing them, we have to work together. It is imperative that the government really consider those obstacles that Indigenous peoples face. There was the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. They could look at that and follow its articles. We also have to help supply financial opportunities and economic opportunities for Indigenous people. Indigenous financial networks have to be supported in order to favor access to capital and encourage the growth of their businesses. The government will have to ensure true participation, Indigenous participation in all of Canada's infrastructure programs. These will have to be adapted to the reality of Indigenous peoples. But economic reconciliation has to do also with solid territorial agreements. Because right now, they are not on an equal footing. We have to work nation to nation, and together with Indigenous people, we can make the efforts necessary to deal with each other freely and mutually. We propose a reworking of our policies, including the creation of an independent entity which would deal with Indigenous claims. I think that Bill C-76 is a good step in the right direction. The Commissioner underscored these points, but this did not prevent federal governments from acting. It doesn't prevent the federal government from acting right now. None of these issues has been addressed, even though they are crucial. With respect to land claims, it takes years to deal with them. And this leads to prohibitive costs for First Nations. For some nations, it can take 30 years. Madam Speaker, these obstacles often force communities to set aside, to abandon their plans. Now, people still are using the Indian Act, but it's urgent to deal with this and to come up with policies and to have a true egalitarian partnership between nations.
Since 2018, the abolition of the Indian Act has been one of the main objectives of the relationship between the Government of Canada and Indigenous peoples. However, the Liberal government has been too passive when it comes to this issue. In Quebec, only the Cree and Naskapi nations have emancipated themselves from the Indian Act thanks to the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement and the resulting legislation. In terms of land claims, the situation in Quebec is similar to that that's seen in British Columbia, where a large part of the territory is still not covered by any treaty. This is a problematic situation because the process of settling comprehensive land claims is excessively long and costly, and this is something that frustrates many First Nations representatives and which does nothing to improve the living conditions of these communities. What's more, these negotiations are very expensive for Indigenous communities. They're currently funded by a mix of repayable loans and non-repayable contributions. In 2013, the accumulated debt with interest related to this was $817 million. This funding model therefore discourages communities, it lengthens bargaining times, and it leads some nations to just simply abandon the process because they don't have the financial means. So the problems with this policy don't stop there. The federal government is both judge and party within the negotiations. The process is so long that several negotiators sit at the negotiating table one after the other and don't come to an agreement. That extends things even further as each new negotiator has to become familiar with these complex issue. And the negotiators don't have room to maneuver and must constantly validate their decisions with the government. In short, the current process does not allow any disputes to be resolved effectively, and it does not help to eliminate colonial structures such as the Indian Act. And it's also important that there be sufficient funds to enable the 20 or so communities recognized by the federal government to complete their process within this policy so that they can finally receive the funding that they need to ensure the well-being of their members with complete peace of mind. Can the government assure us that there will be enough money this year, as of right now, to act? In Quebec, in my riding, 3 First Nations have been displaced, and they still don't have a stable land base, a stable territory. This is unacceptable, and I want to make sure these communities receive their fair share. Too often they are forgotten, and I'll name them: Temiskaming First Nations, Winneway First Nations, and Hunters Point First Nations. So Wolf Lake. And, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that there is money that's not going to healthcare or to education for kids. There's a plan to put in an Indigenous police service, but the delays take too long. And every time there's a bug, it seems like the government's attitude is, oh, well, this is good for everyone. No. It's time to act on this because too often First Nations issues are set aside. There's often a pretext that's used for the government to leave negotiations and let things just sit on the back burner. But generations are waiting for results, and that's what we need to do if we want to see self-determination for Indigenous peoples, and particularly in my riding of Abitibi-Temiskaming. The Inuit and the Métis also deserve better representation on bodies that are studying economic reconciliation. The Inuit of Nunavut and Nunavik, like them, and the Métis of Red River, are not subject to the Indian Act. But these Indigenous peoples have unique realities that ought to be addressed by this government. They need to be better represented within the institutions and organizations that have been set up by the federal government. Although the Red River Métis are now recognized as an Indigenous people by the Government of Canada, they continue to face significant challenges when it comes to accessing financial resources and economic opportunities due to the ongoing delayed recognition of their rights and unfulfilled promises by the federal government. For a long time, they've been excluded from the funding and economic development programs that are available to other Indigenous groups. Although progress has been made in recent years, these commitments remain insufficient. Despite the obstacles, the Métis have shown remarkable resilience and a capacity to develop their own economic initiatives and institutions. However, the lack of appropriate channels for distributing funds and delays in implementing policies continue to hamper their ability to build sustainable infrastructure. It's essential that the federal government keep its promises and put in place funding mechanisms and institutions that are specifically designed to meet the unique needs of the Métis people, to enable them to participate fully in the Canadian economy and ensure a prosperous future for their communities. And, this weekend we also noted, Louis Riel, and that's something that Canada needs to continue to think about, the way that Louis Riel was treated. And as the government thinks about that, I think it's maybe an opportunity to take steps to change histories. And I'd like to recognize all those who marked that important anniversary this weekend. And there's a few more issues that I want to mention when it comes to economic development for Indigenous people. 5%, and here I'll refer to recommendation 8 in the report. It's one thing to say that 5% of federal contracts are being offered, but when we see things like GC strategies, when we see things like Chalk River, for example, which are going to have a major impact on nuclear safety in Quebec and in Canada, these are situations where there's access to government funds, where the government says, we consulted Indigenous peoples through the Nuclear Safety Commission, but the people that were consulted are not recognized by Indigenous peoples themselves, and that's where we have a problem. Those who are falsely Indigenous because there's an economic reason to do so, that's a major problem. Sometimes maybe there's a historical error. Sometimes it's not necessarily somebody who is voluntarily misrepresenting themselves, but this is something that's a major issue right now, the use of false Indigenous people to get access to government contracts or to give social acceptability. The case of Chalk River, for example, is a clear example of this. The Association of Algonquins of Ontario, which is giving social acceptability. Meanwhile, the Anishinaabe people on both the Ontario and the Quebec side in 40 municipalities are opposed to this project, Madam Speaker. So those who are speaking on behalf of Indigenous peoples are not Indigenous peoples in this case. And I'll give you other examples when it comes to economic development. Bastien Industries, which produces moccasins in Wendake. This is another example where knowledge has been passed down from generation to generation. It's economic development, it's handmade, it's something the community is very proud of. They don't have access to government contracts. And yet, if they want to sell things to the United States, they'll ask, for their, Indian card in Canada. It doesn't work that way. And so there's no obligation in Canada to actually do business with real Indigenous people. They say that that's the case, but when it comes to the implementation, that's not the case. This is a fundamental issue. And, I think that we need to continue studying this issue. Who is Indigenous, who is not, Madam Speaker, because this is an issue that has major impacts on economic development. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to speak about another issue, and the INAN committee talked about this, particularly in some of the first recommendations. The major solution for me, which is, a philosophical question, how can we trust First Nations knowledge? How can we develop by and for Indigenous people? Because, listen, this is a study that took about 2 years, so we thought about this for a long time, and nothing has been done. This government is at the end of its life. It's time to act. Instead of developing funds by and for Indigenous people, which are going to create financial levers. The government is just putting up obstacles, and there are just so many examples where the federal government just sets up barriers and obstacles. Meanwhile, there's a fund that's going to allow communities to build, 2 houses a year per community. Indigenous community populations are growing, and we're unable to meet their needs right now. So there's some major thinking that needs to be done, and the solution is projects that are by and for Indigenous people. So inclusion we need urgent action. We have a historic opportunity in front of us. Removing barriers to the economic development of Indigenous peoples is both a moral and an economic imperative. We have a responsibility to right the wrongs of the past and to build together a prosperous future for all Canadian communities and Quebec communities, whether Indigenous or not. Indigenous people must be fully integrated into Canada and Quebec's economy, not just because it's right, but because it's in everyone's interest. If we want a prosperous, inclusive, and truly reconciled Canada and Quebec, we must invest in the prosperity of Indigenous peoples. Together, as equal partners, we can build a shared future based on justice, equality, and economic reconciliation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I can appreciate, even though I don't necessarily agree with all the things that the member opposite has said, but what it caused me to do is to reflect in terms of what we've been able to do by working towards reconciliation in a very tangible way, whether it's budgetary measures or legislative measures. I would ask the member, is he aware of any other federal government that has invested as much as this particular government has? And if he is, if he could tell me which government has actually done that, because I'd love to do the contrast. But the question I have to the member, Madam Speaker, is he at all concerned with the Conservative Party continuing to bring forward amendments to reports which in essence send the reports back to committee and then they provide a list of individuals? Does he believe that the standing committees should be having a little bit more independence from the Conservatives' outreach?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I have an excellent example from my colleague of a government that's acting in a proactive way for First Nations and which gave a great economic development success, maybe the best in Canada. And, this week, the Cree Nation met in Val d'Or. I had a great conversation with one of the negotiators of the Bay James Agreement. The Quebec government acted in that case. The Bay James Agreement gave autonomous financial levers by and for the Cree people, and that's made them one of the strongest nations when it comes to economic development. The Pays des Braves as well in Quebec, and I would celebrate Bernard Landry, among others, for their leadership that had a major impact on the future of the Cree people. And I think other communities can take inspiration from that. We need more modern treaties. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The Liberals are repeatedly taking issue with our efforts to get ministers to come to committee to be held accountable for the Liberal Indigenous contracting scandal. In fact, the Indigenous Affairs Committee had ministers before it who simply refused to answer questions. And so the committee agreed, all opposition parties agreed, to order ministers, and in particular the Minister of Indigenous Services, back to committee to actually answer those questions. And they asked her to be back within 2 weeks, and the minister is not honoring that request from committee. Meanwhile, we've got committees that need to hear from the Minister of Employment about his misrepresentation of his Indigenous identity so that his company could benefit from these same set-asides. And I think it's clear why the government is complaining about this. They don't want their ministers to appear before committee to be held accountable. They've already been asked. They've been asked to appear within certain timelines, and they haven't honored that. And this is why what we're putting forward today is necessary for ensuring that ministers will actually come to committee and answer those questions. And so my question is, will we have the support of all opposition parties again to say ministers have to be held accountable and answer questions at committee about what they did and what happened in their portfolio?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The issue has been presented. There's also a motion at the INN committee to that effect. I want to come back to the principle, and I'll come back to what I said in my speech. When we use the names of Indigenous peoples, but it's not Indigenous people who get access to funding designed for Indigenous people, there's a major issue, whether that be for GC strategies, whether that be for the whole Randy controversy, whatever. For me, the issue is really much wider in scope and complex than that, and I think that that's one of the things that we could look at in my colleague's motion. I think we have the responsibility to look even more at this issue of who is getting the power, who's getting the money, because this has a major impact on a lot of people. And if we want to get to real truth and reconciliation, we also need to make sure that real Indigenous people are included in that. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his well-thought-out intervention. You know, this whole issue of contract is very sensitive. You know, it's billions of dollars, and often, you know, it's an issue where under the Liberals and Conservatives, there's lots of corruption. When it comes to the question of giving 5% of contracts to Indigenous-owned companies, obviously that's an idea that we support with an idea of reconciliation. But here we have a Liberal minister who's in hot water, and who's in hot water for a bunch of reasons. There's a number of scandals here, and I used to sit on the Government Operations Committee, and one thing I was surprised to see there is that it's the federal government that decides who are Indigenous-owned companies. It's not buying for Indigenous. I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on that. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. He's absolutely right. I think the first thing, listen, when we're talking about truth and reconciliation, there's the question of truth, and that's fundamental here. We need to rewrite history, but it has to be written by Indigenous peoples themselves. And through that, the mechanisms that are in place which have allowed false Indigenous people to have access to government contracts and who can, approve catastrophic projects like Chalk River. So the first thing we need to do is sit down with First Nations, whether it be, regional groups or the national group. We need to make sure that they have the power to recognize who is Indigenous and who is not. And with that information, we'd be able to move forward, Madam Speaker, and that would change the face of this country. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Mulcan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech. A very good speech on the subject that we're seized with today. The Indian Act has been a constant obstacle to the emancipation of Indigenous peoples. And so I'd like to ask my colleague, could he explain how it is that this terrible law, the Indian Act, that after 9 years of this Liberal government, and I remember, in the early days, they promised that they were going to change everything, they were going to toss that law and have real legislation that truly took into account the dignity of Indigenous peoples. How can they explain that, we're still faced with this terrible legislation today? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Indian Act is shameful. It's a stain on the history of Canada. We need to come to a point where it can be abolished. But, Madam Speaker, I think that we also need to be aware that even for several members of First Nations, the Indian Act gives certain guarantees. So we need to sit down with Indigenous peoples to be able to give them, the power, the economic levers for self-determination so that we can go further than what's in the Indian Act. But there's an issue of trust in there. With truth and reconciliation, there's an issue with trust. And historically, Canada has shown that it cannot be trusted when it comes to dealing with Indigenous peoples. We need to rebuild that trust, and the Liberal government has unfortunately failed. This was one of the first issues that I saw the Trudeau government lose the trust of Canadians on. It was particularly when it came to relationship with First Nations peoples. I know that the Honourable Member mentioned the last name of the Prime Minister. I would just like to remind him to not use that name in the House of Commons. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue, particularly for his reference to the situation between First Nations people and the nuclear industry. And I'd like to maybe ask him to speak to that issue a little bit further. This question of the respect towards Indigenous people, which we are not seeing from the nuclear industry.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue has just over 60 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to look at the positive parts of the 26 recommendations, because there are some positive parts. For mining, for example, we see that there is a will to increase Indigenous participation in mining and natural resources. Training a workforce is also fundamental. Businesses from my riding will work with Indigenous companies to share power and wealth and train Indigenous peoples, which is not what was done with Chalk River. We will help Indigenous people. Before I came to us here to give a speech, I spoke to the Minister for Natural Resources to talk about these issues. It's sad, it's cynical that it's the Supreme Court, is relied on by Indigenous peoples as their last recourse to simply get some help from the federal government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honour member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all my colleagues for this important discussion today on the economic barriers that are leading to the detrimental impacts of Indigenous communities to better serve themselves, to better serve their community, and albeit to better serve all Canadians. It's not too far in our own history, Madam Speaker. We have to look to Indigenous innovation for immense solutions to everyday problems. For example, the baby jumper, something that was invented by an Indigenous woman right here in Canada, a significant contribution that most now Indigenous children and non-Indigenous children would have access and understanding about. Indigenous entrepreneurs, Indigenous economic motivators are critical to the success of Canada. But, Madam Speaker, that being said, there's immense barriers to these kinds of achievements of Indigenous people, which is why so often is the case they find themselves in a difficult circumstance to keep their businesses and their operations afloat. The Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee was asked to study the barriers to Indigenous economic development and highlighted a few key aspects of what that could mean within the report itself. But I'd like to focus today on aspects of what we find in the recommendation and speak to some of the challenges that we're seeing presently here in Ottawa. The infrastructure gap, for example. I'll be touching on this important deficit that is largely contributing to Indigenous people having less access to our economy. Let me put it in perspective. Our immense supply chains in our country, a railroad, let's say, 2 bands of steel right across the country, these kinds of economic infrastructure, this supply chain is very difficult for Indigenous people to participate in when they are so far from infrastructure inputs where they can have their supply inputs to get them to market. Northern Alberta, Northern Saskatchewan, Northern Manitoba, Northern British Columbia. Indigenous communities make up an immense part of those economies, but are still finding the lack of infrastructure a critical barrier. We know, for example, over $350 billion for First Nations communities, $75 billion for Inuit, and $2.5 billion deficit for infrastructure. Indigenous people have been simply left behind, Madam Speaker, and for generations, it is time we catch up. We need a government that's willing to invest in infrastructure to see these communities truly flourish. Another topic that I'd like to address is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It is true that although economic development in Canada is largely one that's taken place without the consent of Indigenous people, we are now on a path that would see Indigenous people better participatory in the economic development drivers of our country. But there's still immense barriers to this, Madam Speaker. We're seeing time and time and time again when a First Nations, Métis, or Inuit community says no, the government ignores that. Indigenous people have fought tooth and nail to see the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People truly adhered to. This gives Indigenous people the great advantage and the great ability to not just say yes to projects that benefit them, but to also say no. This is, Madam Speaker, the particularly biggest contrast and challenge that Indigenous people have, particularly with Conservative and Liberal governments, is time and time and time again, Indigenous issues and Indigenous people are only important when it's convenient to them. In this particular case, this is another one of those instances where Indigenous people have now taken the floor of the House of Commons to speak to the very interesting and deep challenges related to economic development, but it's on the heels and backdrop of this very important moment in our House of Commons right now, where we're being stalemated because of several instances of concurrence for debates in this place to slow down, which I understand completely, but I also understand that this debate today is critical and should not be taking place in the backs of other critical pieces of work and legislation. So I want to point that out, Madam Speaker. However, this is an important topic, and we do have the moment now to speak to it. So I'd hope that the government representatives are listening, because it's true. We have a serious issue with the final topic I will address today, which is Indigenous procurement. Procurement, Madam Speaker, for Indigenous people, just to back up a bit, is done through a federal program called PSIP, the Indigenous Business Support Program, that allows Indigenous people to bid on procurement items. So when the government's looking for talent acquisition, it would create an offer, have Indigenous people bid on that offer, and then that Indigenous company would be successful in the administration of that program. It sounds wonderful. It's a great... This is, should they have been allowed to fairly participate? Madam Speaker, there's no framework today that would see the Indigenous procurement strategy of the government put to a higher standard, a standard that wouldn't be forcing the Assembly of First Nations to call for real reforms within procurement. It wouldn't be so that the victims of the lack of procurement for those Indigenous businesses, which are the real victims here, Madam Speaker, the Indigenous businesses that have done everything right, they played by the rules, they signed all the papers, they got the congratulation and pat on the back for incorporating their company, only to be met then by a system that's rigged by the government. A system that has benefited, and in this particular case, someone named Randy. Madam Speaker, this is an obvious instance that requires the government's immediate attention. We need to get to the direct bottom of what has been taking place in the Indigenous procurement processes of the government. It's time that someone be held accountable for pretendingism that continues to propagate right across this country, whether it's in social media, in traditional media, businesses, or right here in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. We have those who are falsely claiming to be Indigenous. You know, I had a conversation with my sister when this story came up, and she smiled at me and she said, well, if they want to be Indigenous so bad, they should also suffer the consequences. What a thing to say, Madam Speaker. Today, the lack of access to Indigenous business support is the consequence. Is the consequence today of being Indigenous. Disproportionately impacted by poverty. That's the condition Indigenous people are in. So can you imagine how much of a slap in the face this is when we have a member of the cabinet claiming to be Indigenous for the purposes of accessing an Indigenous procurement strategy. That's the issue pertaining to Indigenous procurement today, Madam Speaker. It requires the immediate attention of the government. The AFN, Indigenous leaders, someone may mention of Métis people, they too are calling for justice. How can anyone have faith in a system that allows for non-Indigenous people's applications to even be heard, let alone eventually then accept and be part of the government's procurement process? It's very serious, Madam Speaker, indeed. I want to speak to the important and critical aspects of the report as it pertains to Indigenous self-determination. Indigenous people in Canada, Madam Speaker, have always been subject to this unique relationship. Ever since the onset of colonization in North America, it's always been one of economic coercion. Economic coercion is the story and history of Canada. We don't even have to look all that far. In my own lifetime, I've heard stories from elders who would remember the days of the crooked and greedy Hudson's Bay Company. That was a monopoly here in North America that took such great advantage of Indigenous people that there are stories, horrific stories, whether it's the delivery of smallpox blankets or whether that was the fact that Indigenous people had to trap so many furs up to the height of a rifle. That was the cost of it. Extreme greed by these companies. What's a shame to hear today is the fact that these companies continue in that tradition, whether it's huge, immense, giant natural resource companies that say we would rather sue the nation than work with them, like we've seen in northern Alberta. Or whether that is governments getting in the direct way of Indigenous people trying to get access to real economic benefit, like what's taking place in Alberta, where in southwest Calgary, Canada's largest First Nation development, the Tsuut'ina Nation, is building a master planned community on 1,200 acres of their land. The $10 billion mixed-use project will feature 17 million square feet of real estate, including more than 6,500 residential units. However, Madam Speaker, there's issues related to the ability to permit this by the provincial government. And now they're waiting. They're waiting and waiting for the government to give them the green light when they themselves are the nation of those lands. Original stewards have always built homes on their land since time immemorial, and today a province is saying no. That is limiting economic business and economic opportunity for Indigenous people just as much as pretending to be Indigenous for the purpose of trying to access capital. We see instances of Indigenous entrepreneurs being sidelined over and over and over again, whether that's provincial governments, like I just mentioned, in this case of a federal government program that was meant to help Indigenous entrepreneurs in procurement, or whether that's in fact trying to uphold Indigenous people's rights. We often talk about economic reconciliation, Madam Speaker. This is a buzzword from my Conservative colleagues, most particularly, that want to talk about access to natural resources. And I understand this very well. Coming from a natural resource community myself, an area I worked in, I know how these debates go with the company. I know that the company comes in and they're hoping to get a $3,000 barbecue so you don't have to talk about beneficial ownership. I know exactly what it means when a company comes in and says, we're going to use your roads and not pay for any operations or maintenance. I know exactly what it means when a company says, we're going to give you this sweetheart deal today and then walk out 10 years later, leaving the community with a mess to clean up in the billions of dollars. Madam Speaker, these are the real economic barriers facing Indigenous people, and these are issues we don't talk about. We don't talk about them because of the deep, deep desire to see a partisan benefit. Anytime we talk about Indigenous issues in this place, whether that's the Liberals or the Conservatives, it's always about how we can score one on Indigenous people. Madam Speaker, we have to end this. We have to be critical of these issues, and hopefully we can unite as a House towards a process that deals with Indigenous people as the rightful and beneficial owners of these lands, and come to a real conclusion, a united conclusion in this House, how Canada must respect these fundamental rights. I'd like to speak now for a moment on the importance of the treaty. Canada undertook in the late 1800s, the 1870s and 1880s, upwards until the late 1920s, a process of historic treaty making. And for the better knowledge of my colleagues, there are several eras of treaties we delineate. For the topic of this discussion, we're talking about the numbered treaties. The numbered treaties, to which I am from one of them, Treaty number 6, there have been benefits allocated throughout those treaty negotiations and for the treaty itself. But the government, as soon as it signed these treaties, walked away and said, no, we know better. Now that we got the land, we're going to come and legislate these people. We're going to put down the Indian Act, and we're never going to hear of the treaty ever again. Today, we're in the courts. The Liberal government and the federal Conservatives have had a whole lifetime of lawsuits against them based on this decision. Lifetimes of lawsuits. The clean water legislation, for example, something that would fundamentally increase Indigenous people's access to the economy if only they had clean drinking water. A bill, a federal piece of legislation that was struck down by the courts when the Conservatives tried to defend it. A Conservative piece of legislation that was struck down for being unconstitutional is now being replaced by another piece of legislation by the Liberals that's barely an improvement. Madam Speaker, these are the issues we're talking about. This incremental justice results an incremental or massive injustice for Indigenous people while we wait and wait and wait and children go by without anything. That's why it's so important and so critical, Madam Speaker, that we speak to the real challenges facing economic development for these Indigenous communities. Part of the real issue is capital. The Indian Act, for example, delineates very small postage stamp pieces of land. In order for Indigenous people to truly be stewards of an economy that's for their own people, their land must grow. The fact that we've reserved them to this small postage stamp piece of property is an abomination. We must end this apartheid that exists in Canada. We must end the racial legislation that exists under the Indian Act, and we must empower Indigenous people toward their own destiny. For thousands of years, Indigenous people have traded up and down the St. Laurent, up and down North America, all the way to Mexico, to Tuktoyaktuk, bringing goods and services to people right across this great place. But, Madam Speaker, the ugly horrors of racism and discrimination clamped down on Canada as the boats of Europe arrived. They limited Indigenous people's dignity by saying they were savage. Today we reject these terms, Madam Speaker, in hopes that we can see Indigenous people like myself and right across this country as truly the stewards of this place, those who understand this land, and those that will hopefully save it from a climate crisis that continues to ravage the world, and most importantly, Indigenous people who are on the front lines of much of this. Madam Speaker, in addition to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, as a meaningful framework that was first ushered in by Alberta, by one of the greatest advocates in Canada, an Alberta First Nations chief by the name of Dr. Wilton Littlechild, a fantastic and remarkable living giant from Alberta. And many of the nations he serves are largely nations that are in the resource-rich provinces, including my home province. We have never at any point in time had to delineate between this unfortunate dichotomy that now exists between resource development or resource non-development. These kinds of questions presuppose Indigenous people's interests, when as a matter of fact, perhaps, Indigenous people's interests are for their land mass to grow, for example. How do we get to the point of having conversations of Indigenous people and their desires rather than a government that continually wants access to Indigenous people's resources and lands and is finding every single which way to do it, even though the courts have been clear, our international community has been clear, that Indigenous people have a fundamental right to their lands and a say in it. And that includes the right to say no. Madam Speaker, these are fundamental rights that will ensure clarity for industrial partners, and that's what I've been hearing from resource development companies in particular. They just want clarity. If they can find a way to get clarity on whether or not or who has those consultative rights, then perhaps those companies, including the Indigenous people, wouldn't have to settle these disputes in court. It takes a government that's willing to understand and implement the treaty for a number of treaty areas, or it requires the government to act in earnest in areas where there is no treaty, fully recognizing that it's Indigenous lands. When we don't recognize this, Madam Speaker, there's a cost and there's a consequence. As a matter of fact, we've seen this cost and consequence manifest earlier on in the last Parliament, where we've seen one of the most historic instances of Indigenous people saying no, and that was in the Wet'suwet'en uprising in British Columbia, where they had simply said no to a project, and it resulted in what we're seeing today, immense violence, police officers, chainsaws, ripping down doors. There is no reason for this violence in our country, Madam Speaker. The days of burning Indigenous people off their lands are over. It's time now where we respect Indigenous people for our perspectives, for our knowledge, and for our ways of being. Not simply to have to play defense for the Liberals or Conservatives anytime they bring up an issue of Indigenous people for their own partisan benefit. That is the only time we debate these issues in the House. I'm asking my colleagues to rise to an occasion, to rise to the true dignity that those who've already invoked his name, Murray Sinclair, has called us to. He's called us to reconciliation because if without it, we will have resistance. Madam Speaker, those words live on in my head. And those words live on the minds and hearts of Indigenous people right across this country that demand better, that demand reform, that demand that these issues be taken more seriously, that these issues be given more credence. I do want to make a final comment in addition to the last point I'll make today, which is on Indigenous procurement. I understand that there has been immense discussions related to who is Indigenous, who is not Indigenous. This is a serious issue that's touched the hearts and minds of Canadians and those across North America in the media, in academia, and still, again, here in this place, Madam Speaker. There's never been a time more important than today to work with Indigenous people, to understand Indigenous people, and put Indigenous people in the leadership role in developing a framework that will see Indigenous identity truly respected and taken care for. And I call on the government to immediately audit the existing list of businesses, strike down any who are ineligible, and create a framework with Indigenous people that gets to the bottom of this and ends pretendingism in procurement across Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd start off by saying that there's so much more that can be done, and as a government, we're working to do as much as we can. And the question that I have for the member is that when I reflect, and I've been a parliamentarian for well over 30 years now, and at the end of the day, I look at what it is that we have been able to accomplish over the last 9 years in terms of finances, in terms of legislative processes, in terms of building relationships, tangible relationships, nation to nation. I would be very much challenged to come up with another federal government that has done as much. And I recognize, that yes, there's a lot more that needs to be done. But I do believe, whether it's the issue of reconciliation, finances, legislation, that we have made significant gains in that area. My question to the member, Madam Speaker, is not that, but it's just related to the opposition. This would be the third concurrence report in a row where they're actually instructing committees and to call witnesses. I'm concerned about the parliamentary procedure of using committee reports to get concurred in the floor of the House as a tool to take away discussions that could be and should be possibly taking place in standing committees, and his thoughts on that.
Member for Edmonton, Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Listen, this would have been an important study 9 years ago. There would have been an important study 20 years ago. This would have been important when the country was founded, Madam Speaker. It's taken till today, where the Conservatives now are smelling blood in the water and want to take a partisan approach to this issue, and it's the only reason we're debating this now. And so I hear the member when he talks about the procedures of this place, but I'd respectfully submit the fact that we should have been debating this a long time ago, when Indigenous people began to be part of our economy, which was always. We should have always been asking the question of how they best fit in.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We're talking about all these impacts on infrastructure with respect to Indigenous people. We're talking about water, housing. I'd like to hear what he has to say about this, because people don't this is not only impacting infrastructure, but there's also the whole resource sector. We have looked at the extremely negative impacts in the Western Canada on Indigenous people around these resource extraction sites. These are projects not only don't involve Indigenous people economically, but can actually harm them. I'd like to hear about these negative impacts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my honourable colleague for that question. It's no secret that Indigenous people have been disproportionately impacted by resource development throughout Canada's history. And I'm not talking only about oil and gas. I'm talking about the fur trade industry, for example, that began Canada's exploitation in the area I'm from. I'm talking about the nuclear exploitation that took place in Ontario of Indigenous people here. I'm talking about all kinds of exploitation that Indigenous people often suffer by way of this economic demand by Canadians. It's true that Indigenous women in particular are facing disproportionate levels of violence at resource extraction zones. The member was on the committee responsible for the study that I'm mentioning, and there was testimony in there regarding an Indigenous woman who had to resign from being chief because of the amount of terrible things that were being told to her and around her, and the issues that were pertaining to Indigenous women and their ability to survive in that resource sector area. Sexualized violence, racism and hatred, systemic racism, are perpetuated in these systems, and we need to find ways to better support our workers in these places so that they are better equipped to deal with the challenges of living in a northern isolated community, in addition to assisting those workers in finding pathways to come to becoming a benefit in those communities, opposed to becoming what is right now a very serious and very risky and dangerous scenario.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker and honourable colleague from Edmonton Greens, but thank the honourable member for an extremely helpful view of the procurement processes and the need to go through those to remove the exploitation once again of Indigenous peoples through fakery. I just want to put the question forward really clearly. Reconciliation has to be more than land and territorial acknowledgement. This is the land we're standing on today that was stolen. When will we get to land back? When can we get to a real discussion of Indigenous territorial sovereignty over lands that were stolen?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that great question. This is something I think we would agree. The fundamental issue is the land. Indigenous people have a fundamental right to this land. That fundamental right comes from the very important reality that these people, Indigenous people, are part of the land. The Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples that took place in the early 1990s delineated three things that constitute a nation: land, power, and money. If there's ever been a moment in our time, Madam Speaker, where Indigenous people deserve to have their lands fully recognized as theirs, it's yesterday. The better than that, Madam Speaker, the next best opportunity, today. Let's acknowledge Indigenous peoples beyond just our territorial acknowledgements of having access or having traditional territory in this place. They have real territory in this place, and this is their lands, and we have to respect that, and we have to come to terms with that. And by God, I hope we can find a way to have reconciliation and forgiveness, because with that pathway of ensuring Indigenous people have ownership and access to their own lands, in addition to Canadians' ability to reconcile, I think we actually, if that happens in earnest, have a chance to live harmoniously in this great place we call home.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James May.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought my colleague gave an extremely powerful speech. When a Conservative Party come into this House and say they believe in Indigenous reconciliation, I kind of feel like a crocodile who's inviting me down to sit by the river's edge and have a picnic with them and say, trust me, we'll get along famously. We've seen the long history of the Conservatives, and then we've seen the complete failure of the Liberals year in, year out, all the way back to Confederation. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, in our region, Treaty 9, that treaty signed over the richest gold, iron, copper, hydro, forestry lands pretty much in the world to the state and built Canada. And our communities were left on these postage stamp sized reserves, and we still have it happening with the Ring of Fire, where Doug Ford said he was going to drive a bulldozer into the Ring of Fire himself while ignoring the Niskandiga First Nation 28 years without water, saying, I'm not even going to talk to Niskandiga. Ibamtung First Nation won't even talk to them, and yet says he is going to get at the wealth of Treaty 9's territory for an Australian mining giant. Wow. I want to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks of the Conservative promises.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd say this to Canadians following on this debate. This is the only time the Conservatives will mention Indigenous people, as if it's to score partisan points. That is always the case, and that has always been the truth across Canada. It's that truth or the second truth, which is Indigenous people have something they want, which is the point in case that my honourable member from Timmins James, who I want to make mention is a stalwart of Indigenous rights and has long committed to Indigenous people and our participation, not just in this place, but right across the country. To conclude my answer, though, Madam Speaker, I'd hope, and I'm willing to set aside what I've seen as a pattern from both parties to get a commitment from both to truly see that the solution towards Indigenous justice lies not within their party, but in the minds and imaginations and spirit of Indigenous peoples whose rights to self-determination will never die.
Questions and comments? Very brief question from the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I too want to thank my honourable colleague for his amazing speech. In all of these conversations, I'm consistently brought back to some of the stuff, the work that I do on national defence, and it's the links to the Arctic, conversations about resource extraction there, and what's going on. If he could mention what he was talking about earlier, but in relationship to the Arctic and what we're seeing for Indigenous people there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griswold.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from London for her fantastic work and her deep commitment to reconciliation on behalf of Indigenous people, in particular when it comes to those who are serving in our armed forces. Indigenous people have deeply committed to the defence of this country through the Canadian Armed Forces, whether that was remembering them in their deep contributions in World War II or World War I, but today, as they insist that the very important work of protecting the Arctic be something that is Indigenous-led. Inuit have long protected the northern part of the Arctic. We must continue in that great tradition and support them as they continue to do that work on and behalf of themselves and Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, you forgot the last part of my writing. I'm very pleased to speak tonight on this concurrence debate. I will be sharing my time with my neighbour, both in my neighbour riding, but also here in the House, the member from Sturgeon River Parkland. Now, this seems like everything old is new again with this debate and looking at this particular issue. We actually looked at this issue over 6 years ago in the Operations Committee. Now, I know I rarely mention my work in the Operations Committee over the 9 years I've been on it here in the House, but we actually went through this 6.5 years ago. In 2018, the Ogo Committee, the mighty Ogo, put out a report number 15, on Indigenous procurement and the government's role and how we can help with Indigenous businesses. I really encourage everyone, especially the government, to actually read the report. They actually did a response to the report as they were required to, which of course was full of nothings. A couple years later, actually, in probably 2020, 2021, I actually asked them to table line by line of the recommendations, how many they've actually achieved. And they came back with the 35 recommendations. They came back with 35 examples of basic word salad, which means basically they haven't done anything. So I have to ask, again, why are we studying this issue? I know my colleague from Edmonton-Griswold, although he gave us a shot at the end, I'm perfectly fine with that. I do work with him on, we did work together on public accounts, and I know he's passionate about this. And we shared a lot of similar values, which is the government should be following their rules, and there should be accountability for government for their actions. And we continue to see nothing on this issue. Now, from the report, I want to go over some of the titles. Again, this is from report number 15 from 2018. And my colleague from Edmonton-Griswold brought up, why haven't we done anything past decade, 20 years? Like, I had to say, we have a blueprint on how to succeed in this issue, and the government sat on it for 6.5 years. But here are some of the titles from the report, just so the government can understand some of the things we're talking about. It talks about governance and interpretation of the Indigenous strategy, promoting the Indigenous strategy, preventing corporate fronts. And of course, we talked about that a lot in question period today. Perhaps a member from Edmonton Centre would like to weigh in on this issue, or perhaps to read the report himself. Another chapter is supporting small and medium Indigenous women-owned Indigenous businesses. Set-asides and establishment of targets and goals, which I'm kind of confused. I'm thinking, why does the government need goals and targets on Indigenous set-aside, on business that has to be set aside for Indigenous-owned companies? Why we actually call it a goal when it's actually something firm and right writing is beyond me. Partnership and joint ventures, again, a topic often discussed today, and actually on the front page of the National Post about basically fake Indigenous companies being set up, shell companies. Lessons from the oil and gas sector. And I know my colleague from Edmonton Griesbach weighed in on that as well, and I'm going to respectfully disagree. We heard from Indigenous businesses, communities, all say that across the country, the ones that are actually promoting and using Indigenous businesses the most is actually the energy sector in Alberta. The ones doing the worst job was PSPC and INAC. There was a chapter on the evaluation of Indigenous strategy and data, which is funny because the government at the time, when we're asking how are you recording what Indigenous companies are getting business, how are you recording how the success is, their comment was, well, we're tracking it by Excel spreadsheet and we don't have proper numbers. A couple years later, we asked the same question and we were told, well, we're tracking it on Excel spreadsheet. Thank God they were not using Lotus 123, because I'm sure the government would if they could get away with that. Large-scale procurement projects, and my favorite one, Parliamentary precinct. I want to read part of the issue about Parliamentary precinct, part of the report. The government informed the committee that in the fall of 2017, PSPC posted a tendering process for project managers for a portion of the rehabilitation of the Parliamentary precinct for only 3 weeks. Now, for those, all three of you watching at home, I'm referring to the rebuilding of Centre Block, about a $10 billion project. So the government goes and puts out a RFP for that's only valid for about 3 weeks. Moreover, they highlighted that one of the requirements in the tendering process was that eligible companies had to acquire their resources from within a 50-kilometer radius of Ottawa. And what did that do? Well, it prevented Métis business and Indigenous businesses that were just on the outside of that 50-kilometer border. And we have to ask, it's a $10 billion job. And this government, which of course spends so much time patting itself on its back, on their back, almost throwing their arms out, patting themselves on the back so hard, but rising repeatedly in this House, saying there's no relationship more important than theirs with the First Nations, but then on our symbol of our democracy, the Centre Block, the very building that defines like freedom and democracy in Canada, they purposely exclude Métis and other Indigenous businesses from being able to bid or even being subcontractors on this project. It's mind-boggling and shameful. We also spoke in this committee about use of Aboriginal criteria, and that the government should be having their suppliers track subcontractors so we can actually see if there is community benefits for First Nations. Just last couple of weeks, we've been studying Indigenous procurement again in the Operations Committee, and we're told, no, we're not tracking subcontractors. It's like, why are we not doing this simple process to see if the community benefits are flowing through? The government seems more interested in finding a company with a 51% Indigenous owned that may be fraudulent or deliver no benefits to the communities to be able to tick a box than actually doing the real work. Part of that, of course, we heard from the ArriveCan scandal. We had Dalian with their partner Cordix, who received hundreds of millions of government contracts. Cordix would create a venture with Dalian, which had a self-identified Indigenous, received tens and tens, hundreds of millions of contracts, and then not employ Indigenous businesses or Indigenous at all. And yet the government has known about this, because we know from the study, and has done nothing. From the OGO study in 2017, I want to quote from the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business. They suggest that the federal government award points to bidders that are progressive Aboriginal relations certified, which consists of an independent jury of Indigenous professionals that evaluates companies on their relationships with Indigenous businesses and communities in day-to-day operations. And this is another ongoing issue that we have heard. We've had First Nations groups, Indigenous groups come to committee and say we should be the ones who are deciding who is Indigenous so we do not have the fraud. We should be the ones, it should be Indigenous-led to dictate who are these companies and not PSPC. And yet what do we have? We have PSPC defining it based on self-identification. And so we have rampant fraud. Hundreds of millions perhaps, we're not sure. Part of the study was, again, preventing corporate fronts. We explained that PSPC explained Indigenous status is not required for Indigenous businesses to be recognized as such, since that recognition is based on self-identification. And you have to give your head a shake and ask why. We have clearly identified rules to benefit Indigenous companies, and yet at the same time the government states, well, it's okay as long as you self-identify. Now, of course, we have the ongoing other Randy. I'm not sure whether this issue with the recent one, whether he's other Randy, other Randy, other Randy, or Randy's other Randy, where we have the Minister of Employment's company that he is 50% co-owner of bidding on Indigenous business. And the government actually quoted to committee that you are not required to be Indigenous to actually bid on Indigenous. You just have to state that you are Indigenous. And this is the crux of the issue. We have a government that's more interested in photo ops and virtue signaling than actually following the rules and getting the work done. I wish I had more time to discuss this issue because it's been 6.5 years of building up, but I would just say that government should be acting on this issue now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm thinking in terms of a Conservative commitment to cut the Canada Infrastructure Bank, even though the Canada Infrastructure Bank has many projects that are not only complete, but others that are on their way. They have a wonderful program called the Indigenous Equity Initiative. And this is, again, a partner with Indigenous people in many different ways. And I'm wondering if the member can explain how it is that the Conservatives have made the determination that they're going to cut the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and if he could give a clear indication whether or not they would, at the very least, after they've cut the Infrastructure Bank, that they would put in some form of an Indigenous equity initiative to replace that.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, to my colleague across the way, I would just ask him the question, will he stand with us and demand that the member from Edmonton Centre, the Minister for Employment, be fired from his job as minister? He committed fraud. His company put down that they were Indigenous-owned when they were clearly not. This government paraded the member from Edmonton Centre for years through their Indigenous caucus when he was not. So I'll ask the member again, will he just simply stand, because I'm sure he'll have another chance to ask a question, will he stand and say yes, he supports the firing of the Minister of Employment?
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his speech and his great work at OGO getting to the bottom of much of this serious procurement issue. One of the issues we had worked together on in public accounts was this issue of subcontracting. We had, at the time when we were investigating Dalian, company that claimed to be Indigenous for the purposes of getting government contracts, we had learned throughout that process that even he didn't know the rules around the Indigenous procurement strategy. He never even knew them. And so my question to this member is, how can a government fail so much that even the person applying to the program hadn't had any idea, according to him, that there was misleading applications? Or is this just part and parcel of the program, that you must admit to not understanding the program in order to apply? What would the member have to say about those two options, present to Dalian and present to the other Andy?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton Griesbaugh. We do miss you, or we do miss him rather, on public accounts. I hope he will come back. this is a serious issue, and I think he brought up his own speech about, and some pointed toward us, and that's fair, that people were using the Indigenous community for scoring points or for gaining traction. The government needs to move past this. We have to follow the rules. We have to include the community when setting out very clear guidelines on what is considered Indigenous owned and what the community benefits are that will maximize the benefit of Indigenous communities. We have to stop using photo ops and seeking attention or, again, patting ourselves on the back for all this great work we're doing when nothing's getting done. We need to involve all the members of this House and all the members on the committee to ensure that strong work, such as whether it's the OGO report, public accounts work, is followed, and that we focus on getting results and not just ticking a box somewhere in the bureaucracy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague. I've got a great amount of respect for the work he does. I've seen a lot of scandals over the years. This one to me is very tawdry. I mean, it's been like an endless line of scandals with the member for Edmonton Centre, but there's something I think really, really deplorable about someone who has the power of government and then presents themselves as Indigenous in order to secure contracts from the government. This seems like the ultimate grift. And it's a slap in the face to anything that speaks of reconciliation in this country. It just can't be allowed to stand. I want to ask my colleague why he thinks that member for Edmonton Centre is still sitting on the front bench.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks. I want to thank my colleague from James Bay for the question. One of our witnesses in Ottawa had a comment about the situation. He stated, "You're harming the community by taking opportunity away, whether it's food out of the mouths and social impact on the community or a job." And this is very much at the crux of it. The actions from the Minister of Employment are attacking and taking away opportunities from those deserving in the Indigenous community.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to give a round of applause to my colleague from Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall, as he often says, for an excellent speech. Yes, the mall. And I was just so thankful to participate in this debate because this Parliament is about debating these very important issues. And I'm very proud to come here not only as a representative of Sturgeon River Parkland, but a representative for a number of Indigenous communities, including the Enoch Cree Nation, the Alexander Cree Nation, as well as the area that was traditionally occupied by members of the Michelle Band, a band that sadly and unfortunately in the 1950s was enfranchised under some suspicious circumstances, and we're still fighting to get the recognition that they deserve to this day. So my region, which is in Treaty 6, has been a region of significant settlement for Indigenous peoples and Métis peoples. And so I'm very proud not only to be a representative of Sturgeon River Parkland, but to represent these peoples as well. And we're rising to speak today on the issue of Indigenous procurement programs. And I just want of my constituents who are watching here to provide a little bit of a background on what we're talking about here today. And we know that, you know, over the time period of Canada being a country and even before that, you know, Indigenous peoples were disadvantaged in many ways by policies that were carried out by the government and racism and a number of other things. And I could talk about those at length, but I only have 10 minutes today, so I'm going to focus on Indigenous procurement. And we know that these issues have really disenfranchised First Nations, Indigenous, and Métis people and others from participating in the economy. And the ability to participate in the economy is the ability to free oneself to really take charge of your own life financially. And when programs are set up, like an Indigenous procurement program, it's a recognition by government that there has been this marginalization that has taken place, and it needs to be addressed by a special program with the hopes that marginalized communities and entrepreneurs from these communities will have the opportunity to bid on government contracts And the hope is that they'll be able to build their capacities to provide is contracting for, and to provide economic opportunity for people in their nations across Canada. Now, what I think has happened, and I think this is a symptom of a government that has really let their hand get off the wheel of governing, and they've really taken a laid-back approach to accountability and transparency. And what has been, or what should be, a good program to increase capacity and support Indigenous peoples with developing their economic capacity has been really taken by unscrupulous actors exploiting a weakness in government, exploiting a lack of accountability and transparency to access these programs. And we know that we're talking about potentially hundreds of millions of dollars here in funds that have been misappropriated. And we know that there is this recent, and I'm sure it's been a long-lasting phenomenon, but pretendians, where you have people who have no Indigenous heritage, no status with any Indigenous community, who are claiming this Indigenous heritage through this government's Indigenous procurement program to try to give themselves a leg up when seeking out government contracts. And we've seen this pretendianism manifest itself in many ways, but this is a very specific example of how it's manifesting itself in a way that is financially benefiting. And I think the member from Timmins, Jane Bay, said, is this the ultimate grift? And I think this is an example of grift, where you see people who are taking advantage of a program that's meant to empower marginalized people and using it. And the people who are doing this are very empowered in the first place. And I think a case in point example is when we're talking about the Minister of Employment and his business partner, Stephen Anderson. I don't think anyone in this House would argue that these are marginalized people. These are people that are at the pinnacle of political and economic power in this country. The Minister of Employment was a Rhodes Scholar. He's a very privileged person. And yet, him and his business partner are checking the box, claiming their Indigenous heritage fit from a government program that's meant to build capacity and support people in marginalized Indigenous communities so that they can empower themselves, they can build their businesses so that they can be successful. And I pray that someday in the future, hopefully sooner rather than later, that we live in a country where there's no need for programs. Indigenous people will be on an equal footing with all other people in terms of their success and their ability, their capacities to support these programs, or to build their own businesses and to succeed in the marketplace. And I know there are many great Indigenous companies that are already succeeding to this day. There's Indigenous companies in my riding that are participating particularly in the oil and gas sector in my province who are succeeding massively. There was a recent agreement made under the Indigenous Opportunities Agency, which was set up under a Conservative government in Alberta, where we saw Indigenous communities such as Enoch Cree Nation in my constituency partner on a new power plant project, the Cascade plant just outside of Edson, Alberta. And this power plant was built on time, on schedule, on budget, and it's now providing power for the people of Alberta, including many of these First Nations communities. And First Nations have a tangible ownership stake in this company. And that's to show just how successful Indigenous peoples can be when these programs are built correctly. And yet under this Liberal government, we've seen transparency and accountability really go by the wayside. We've seen cases, there's been research findings revealed by Global News and First Nations universities that have uncovered fraudulent schemes where consultants are paying Indigenous people to front companies so that they can apply for this program. We're seeing shell companies that have been abusing loopholes for years while Indigenous Services Canada is just standing by. And we had witnesses who came to the Government Operations Committee who said very clearly, this is harming Indigenous peoples because it's not only taking away financial economic opportunities that Indigenous people should be given priority to access, but it's also, I think, undermining the very programs themselves. So when people see that this fraudulent activity is taking place, it undermines the public support for these very important programs. And so we need to ensure that these programs are targeted. We need to ensure that they're doing the background checks necessary so that the people who actually these programs have designed to help are the ones that they are helping. And I think that's when you'll see Canadians firmly continue to support these programs. So, you know, talking again about the Minister of Employment, you know, a colleague of mine during question period today made a very interesting point, is that when Indigenous, in fact, the first Indigenous Justice Minister, Jody Wilson-Raybould, stood up to government corruption, she was removed from cabinet. And yet we have another Liberal minister who pretended to be Indigenous to get try to get government contracts when he was in the private sector, and he's still standing on the front bench. And I think it speaks volumes that we have a Prime Minister that allows this to happen under his leadership. And you got to say, like, leadership comes from the top down. And when people in the Liberal Party see what their Prime Minister is getting away with, I guess they just take it as an example of what they think that they'll be allowed to get away with themselves. So, you know, with my final time, I just want to say I'm incredibly proud to represent so many wonderful Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis peoples in my region. And I know I've been speaking to leaders in the community, and they're absolutely furious that these programs have been exploited by bad actors in order to enrich themselves, while Indigenous businesses that are very deserving have been left out, either from a lack of information or a lack of funding, because these funds are going to companies that don't have the right to access these funds. And they're furious, and it's really a slap in the face to reconciliation for this government not to take action immediately to solve these issues. But in my final time, I'd like to move an amendment. I move, seconded by the member for Battle River Crowfoot, that the amendment be amended in paragraph C by adding the following. 3, give priority to this study subject only to its order of reference concerning Bill C-61, an act respecting water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nations lands. And 4, have the first priority for the use of House resources for committee meetings, subject to any special orders previously adopted for the studies referred to in subparagraph 3. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Couric, I'm sorry, moves the following sub-amendment. That the amendment be amended in paragraph C by adding the following, quote, 3, give priority to this study, subject only to its order of reference concerning Bill C-61, an act respecting water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nation lands, and 4, have the first priority for the use of House committee meetings, subject to any special order previously adopted for the studies referred to in paragraph 3. The sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure you've heard the phrase fake news. What we've witnessed is fake concern from the Conservative Party on such an important issue for Canadians. And let me explain why in the form of putting the member forward a question to the member. The member knows that the Conservative Party's had numerous, many days of opposition. You might be surprised, or maybe not, that the Conservative Party has never, ever used this issue as an opposition day motion. And if I'm wrong, I would like the member to tell me the day in which they actually did, or just say, yes, we even came close. Maybe even they gave some thought to talking about this issue, Madam Speaker, when they think about opposition days. Any sort of sign of hope that the Conservative Party of Canada genuinely cares about Indigenous issues, outside of using what they've done today as nothing but a political maneuver as part of that multi-million-dollar filibuster That's what we're actually witnessing, because I've never seen an opposition day on this issue. Am I wrong? Was there an opposition day from the Conservative Party on the issue of Indigenous people?
River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to push back against the member's assertion. And I think you can check the record, and I've raised issues numerous times on behalf of my constituents, including my Indigenous constituents. Speaking of issues related to Enoch Cree Nation, where they have made multiple attempts to access rural broadband funding, housing funding, wastewater funding from this federal government, only to be rejected every single time. In fact, the chief and council of Enoch Cree Nation reached out in relation to a funding program that was set up by this government to clean up abandoned orphan wells. And there are a number of orphan wells on Enoch Cree Nation lands. And there was money left over in this fund, and they begged this Liberal government to set aside those funds so that First Nations could go out and do the work and clean up these abandoned wells. And you know what this government did instead? They clawed back the funding. Not only hurting our environment, not only leaving First Nations communities with a bigger cleanup bill and environmental disasters on their lands, but preventing Indigenous businesses from succeeding. Where have we heard that story before?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I had the privilege of being in this House from 2008 to 2015 when the Conservative government under Prime Minister Harper was here. And in that time period, there were dozens and dozens of Indigenous nations across this country that didn't have access to clean drinking water. One of the primary essences of life. Well, that government sat and did nothing about that. So I don't think we should take any lessons from the Conservatives about care and concern for Indigenous communities in this country. But my question is this. He talked about economic development. Well, to me, the basis of economic development for anybody is to be anchored in their home, in their community with a home. That is that is an essential need to be able to participate as a member of society. Yet the Conservatives, the leader has told their MPs to stop advocating for funds for municipalities who want to obtain funds through the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund. This is admitted by Conservatives. Can he tell us why does he support his leader telling other Conservative MPs not to obtain funds for housing for his constituents?
That's a good question.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to admit, I'm somewhat confused because I'm never sure which NDP party I'm going to see in the House today. When my colleague from Edmonton West was speaking, we had members of the NDP party standing up, holding the government to account. When I get up and speak, we have members of the NDP party looking like they want to join the Liberal Party and parroting their talking points. Madam Speaker, it's so important that we focus on the debate here today, and I find it kind of odd that an NDP party that claims to stand up, and I know the member from Edmonton Griesbaugh was very eloquent on this, but maybe he should be speaking with his colleagues and reminding them about how important it is to stand up for Indigenous communities, Indigenous small businesses, so that they can access these programs and actually ask questions that are relevant to the subject matter that we're speaking to today. The fact is that Indigenous-owned businesses have been underrepresented in our country, and that the funding programs that were designed to increase their capacity, increase their economic empowerment, have been taken advantage of by bad actors who are using shell companies and consultants to exploit Indigenous peoples to access and enrich themselves. It's absolutely wrong, and it's absolutely shameful that a member of this NDP party isn't championing this issue each and every day in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I start my comments today, I'm just going to recognize I've got an opportunity today, just because I'm standing up, to recognize Sabrina Larson, who has worked in my constituency office for 16 years. She's here to get a long service award in Ottawa today. I can't tell you whether she's in the House or not, but I'm very thankful for the work that she's done for many, many years, helping my constituents handle their casework. Madam Speaker, I serve what is no doubt the largest constituency by population in the country, with a lot of casework, about, we think, between 260 and 280,000 people right now in Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. So looking forward to the boundary changes in the next election. And those boundary changes, I should mention Sabrina's husband Lane is here as well. So obviously the contributions that our staff make and that we make aren't made without is here in Ottawa, and so very thankful for him as well. Madam Speaker, the new constituency, when the boundaries take effect at the election, will be switched from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin to Leduc-Wetaskiwin. And in that new constituency, the community of Maskwacis will be added to my constituency. And I am very much looking forward to the riding boundaries being moved in that way. I think that our region, it's very important for Maskwacis to be included in the region that we're in. Of course, the honourable member from Edmonton-Griesbach, he and I may not agree on very many things, but as he spoke today, I was listening intently. I appreciated his comments, and I appreciated especially his shout out to Willie Littlechild, who was the member of parliament in that region, in that area, I believe from 1984 to 93, but in that time frame anyway. And also we have a connection in that he's very involved with the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation. I worked for the Edmonton Oilers before I was elected, and so very thankful to Willie for his contributions to the broader community and specifically the community of Maskwacis. Madam Speaker, this debate's really important, and as I was listening to the debate today, I was struck by Liberal members, including the Liberal member for Winnipeg North, Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader, earlier the member for St. John Rothsay, standing up and completely discounting the importance of this conversation, completely demeaning the fact that we would even have this conversation today, talking about how unimportant it is. Now, of course, the member for Winnipeg North called it fake news. In fact, just a few minutes ago as we were talking, referred to the whole debate that we're having today as fake news. Interestingly, of course, Conservatives have brought up this issue at various committees in the House. We're having this debate today because of a concurrence motion brought forward by Conservatives, and the member will have the opportunity to vote on this concurrence motion and the amendments in the coming days. So we'll look forward to seeing how the member for Winnipeg North votes today, or votes when the vote comes up on what we're talking about today. But Madam Speaker, I want to focus on the member of Parliament for Edmonton Centre and the broader issue here. Of course, he's the Minister for Employment, Workforce and Official Languages. And
I have to interrupt the honourable member. There's a point of order from the honourable member for Waterloo.
I know that the Conservatives are trying to have a high level of debate today, so I just wanted to correct the record. It was not fake news. He was saying it's fake concern from the Conservatives.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Actually, the quote-unquote comment was fake news from the honourable member. So that point of order seems to be fake news in and of itself. But Madam Speaker, I do serve in Edmonton, in an Edmonton riding. I've served for 19 years in this House. I've had the opportunity to...
Another point of order from James
And I
Bay.
do appreciate the high level of debate, but I wasn't sure if the Speaker, did she rule that it was a fake point of order or not a point of order?
Just that it was not a point of order, a point of debate. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
I always appreciate the member from Timmins and his dedication to a high level of debate in this House. So, Madam Speaker, again, coming back to the member from Edmonton Centre, an on-again, off-again member of this House. Of course, he was a member for 4 years and then put on a timeout and then came back for the last few years as one of two Alberta members of Parliament taking the position as the Cabinet Minister for Alberta. Madam Speaker, I will point out that even before the scandals, this series of scandals that the minister has found himself in, he did absolutely nothing for the people of Alberta or the people of Edmonton in his role as the minister responsible for Edmonton. In fact, on multiple occasions, I had the chance to be on panels with him up until, Madam Speaker, I'm having a hard time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, on a point of order.
I would sincerely like to apologize, but I do think the conversation was that he had done some stuff by getting the procurements, and so I think it was unfair, but I do retract, and I'm
Getting into debate, but actually mocking the procedures in the House, and I really do not appreciate that. The honourable member for Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
Madam Speaker, actually, that's one of the first comments I think I've ever heard the honourable member make that I might agree with a little bit. That we agree that it seems as though the minister in question, it seems as though he sees every government program as a personal opportunity. That's what it seems as though we're talking about. That is what we're talking about today. And it sounds like the honourable member was making this. And so, you know, I was going back to the conversations that we've had in year-end panels and things like that with the minister where time and time again, as just the two of us, sometimes three of us, were talking about, sometimes there was an NDP member there as well, once in a while, talking about the situation, the federal government, and the impact on Edmontonians or Albertans, and the minister constantly simply repeating the government talking points as it relates to, for example, the energy sector in Alberta. And I would say it was mentioned earlier today, the energy sector in Alberta, there's few industries more committed to Indigenous involvement, Indigenous benefit, Indigenous contribution, meaningful Indigenous contribution and benefit than the energy sector in Canada, Madam Speaker. And that minister constantly stands in opposition in this House to that energy sector in Alberta. Madam Speaker, I also had the opportunity to do 4 constituent roundtables this last week. And it's unfortunate that with the scandals facing the minister today, that minister is not able to take part in meaningful conversations at Cabinet. I believe there's a Cabinet meeting tomorrow. I suspect that Cabinet meeting will be more consumed with the side hustles of the minister for employment and workforce and official languages than actually talking about employment, workforce, or official languages tomorrow, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, my constituents, what they're concerned about is just our broken systems across the board, Madam Speaker. A government that seems, again, consumed with experimental posing on immigration, on public safety, on energy and the environment. All of these issues, those were the things that constituents at my roundtable were consumed with over the past week, the 4 constituent roundtable meetings we had. And they're very concerned that their government, their Liberal government, propped up by the NDP, is completely not just lost in the conversations, but completely incompetent when it comes to dealing with the very real issues that Canadians are facing today. So here we have an Indigenous procurement strategy, the outcome of which is supposed to be stimulating economic activity that benefits Indigenous people, and a 5% set aside for Indigenous businesses. 5% of federal contracts are supposed to go to Indigenous businesses. And the concern that's been raised before this even came up, the concern that's been raised is there's probably 3 different areas of abuses that we can point to. Instances where non-Indigenous companies claim to be and come to be regarded as Indigenous by the federal government. Instances where joint ventures between Indigenous and non-Indigenous companies mean that the joint venture can access set-asides while the work and benefit is monopolized by non-Indigenous partners. And then, of course, instances where small, nominally Indigenous companies receive contracts and then they subcontract to non-Indigenous companies. But the first of these instances is what we're dealing with right now. So we already many of us, many of my constituents, most people, I would say in Alberta, have believed that it was time for this minister to resign, even before this conflict. So the context to the conversation we're having today is that there was an underlying conversation about Indigenous procurement, and we've talked about this concept of pretendians as it's come to be known. We were already having this conversation, and then it came to light over the last week that the minister himself and the organization, the company that he is a part of and has been a part of, is engaged in this same activity. So, Madam Speaker, he was already, I believe his company, the lobbyist that he's tied to, has received $110 million in government funds, taxpayer funds. Let's be clear on this. We're not talking about government money. The government has no money. It's individual Canadians that have money taken from their paychecks, money that would otherwise be used for other things like food and housing and maybe the odd vacation if they can afford it, Madam Speaker. But instead, this lobbyist received $110 million. And then while he was in the company, in fact, a director in the company, it received a further $8 million in government contracts. And so there was already a conversation happening about that, and then this new situation comes to light. And Madam Speaker, I'll point out a couple of things in terms of the conversation I think that's really important. So, as we've had the conversation today in question period today, you'll notice that the responses from the government on this particular question, no one is denying that the minister, before he was a minister, before he was a member of parliament, that the minister pretended to be Indigenous and that his company applied for federal funding. Even in the answers in question period today, nobody is denying that that's the case. The government defense, and you saw it, the government House Leader did, I believe, an interview after QP today, and this is what the government House Leader said. And listen carefully to the wording. She said, quote, "We addressed the fact that that business was never Indigenous business on the procurement site, and in fact received no funding from the Government of Canada." But Madam Speaker, I would hope that we're holding, and I would hope that the Prime Minister is holding his cabinet ministers to a higher standard than that, Madam Speaker, because the assertion is that the minister, before he was a minister, pretended to be Indigenous, and then his company applied for funding meant for Indigenous procurement. The fact that the government didn't give them that funding does not change anything about the minister's conduct and the question as to whether the minister meets the standard that Canadians would expect. I think that most Canadians, I don't think that there's any doubt that most Canadians would say that that minister needs to resign. And if he doesn't resign, he absolutely needs to be fired by this Prime Minister. I would bet you if you polled Canadians on that question, and if you let them know exactly what the circumstances are, I would be surprised if it's not 99% in favor of the Prime Minister firing that minister. That's how serious this circumstance is today that we're discussing. So, Madam Speaker, I will be curious as I sit down. I want to allow some time for questions. I'll be curious as to whether no questions. No questions. Okay. The speaker's signaling to me that there's no time for questions. I will miss the member from Winnipeg North standing up and asking me a question today. But so, Madam Speaker, then I will take the rest of my time to comment on this. I will point out that it's interesting that it seems that even the minister's cabinet colleagues have questions. It was interesting again today in question period that question after question in the early part of question period, there was no minister willing to stand up and defend that minister. That minister, it's very rare to see the minister have to stand up. He didn't actually respond or answer the questions, but the fact that he had to stand up, and then the procurement minister, again, after question period, when asked about it, said, asked clearly about the situation. The procurement minister said, it's for, and he named him, not the other Randy, okay? It's for him to continue explaining the circumstances, unquote. So even Liberal ministers don't want to have to carry the water for this Liberal minister. His time is up, Madam Speaker, as my time speaking right now is almost up, but I think in the larger picture, his time is up. His time is almost certainly up as a minister. There's no way that even as incompetent a government as this government is, there's no way that they can possibly continue to have this minister serving in the capacity that he's serving. So his time is certainly up as a minister, Madam Speaker. His time as a member of Parliament will be up, because there's no way that even the staunchest supporters in Edmonton Centre, they weren't going to vote for this government anyway, but they certainly aren't going to vote for this member of Parliament when the time comes, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'll conclude by saying we look forward to the debate this week. We hope that that ministers in the government, maybe the Prime Minister, if he's able to make it out this week, has some responses to this, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we'll look forward to seeing how every member of the House votes on this motion today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Schmale, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moved that the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022 be concurred in.
Mr. Kurek, move the following amendment. Shall I dispense? That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration with a view to studying the economic and anti-reconciliatory barriers posed by fraudulent bids and applications for procurement opportunities set aside for Indigenous businesses, including those from non-Indigenous owned companies, provided that, for the purposes of this study, A, the following be ordered to appear as witnesses for at least 2 hours each, at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17, 2024. 1. Le ministre de l'Emploi, du Développement et de la Main.
1. The Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages. 2. The Minister of Indigenous Services. 3. The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. 4. The Minister of Public Services and Procurement. 5. Ariane Reza, Deputy Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Deputy Minister, Departmental Oversight Branch, Department of Public Works and Government Services, and B. Felix Papineau and Shwana Parker, individuals currently or formerly associated with Global Health Imports, shall each be ordered to appear as witnesses separately for at least 1 hour each, at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17, 2024, and C. It be an instruction that the committee 1. Hold at least 4 other meetings to receive evidence from Indigenous partners, stakeholders and experts proposed by the members of the committee. Et 2. Fasse rapport de
2. Report its findings to the House by Friday, January 31st, 2025.
Mr. Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Kurek, moved the following sub-amendment. That the amendment be amended by adding in paragraph C the following. 3. Give priority to this study, subject only to its order of reference concerning Bill C-61, an act respecting water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nation lands. 4, have the first priority for the use of House resources for committee meetings, subject to any special orders previously adopted for the studies referred to in subparagraph 3. La mise aux voix porte sur le...
The vote is on the sub-amendment. If a member participating in person wants the vote adopted with...
Nicola. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Common Sense Conservatives would ask for recorded division.
Conformément à l'article 45.
Pursuant to the standing order, the vote is deferred until Tuesday, 19 November, after oral questions.
Orders of the day, no? No? Oh, we are out of time. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. An honour to rise today in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I originally asked the Minister of Environment on September 16th of this year. It relates to a very controversial project in the province of Quebec. So ma question, c'est sur la question.
My question has to do with the North Vault. This is a project which has had no advance assessment, and the mayors of Saint-Basile-le-Grand and another have asked for an environmental assessment.
Environmental review doesn't apply because these are areas of federal jurisdiction. More than 4,000 people at the time of this question had asked through a petition for a federal environmental review. Now, in response to my question about whether there would be an environmental review of North Vault, the Minister of Environment said that the Impact Assessment Agency was reviewing the request for an assessment of the project, and that the review was ongoing, and the Minister told me the agency will make a recommendation to the Minister in weeks to come. Now, that was September 16th, so quite a few weeks have come and gone since I asked the question. The concern about the environment here, because it's generally seen as an environmental green kind of project, to have Canada have more of the components of a supply chain for renewable energy, for lithium-ion battery storage of renewable energy. The difficulty here particularly is that the North Vault site is on contaminated land, previously contaminated by the Canadian Industries Limited explosives plant. There's tremendous concern that the proximity of the North Vault plant would be so close to the Richelieu River that the advanced environmental assessment is needed to ensure that we know that the project has adequate safety measures in place to avoid the contamination of the Richelieu River from the North Vault plant. Now, since that time, there have been a number of developments surrounding North Vault. Its financial security is in doubt. The company has had a downturn in its economic fortunes. In fact, the company might welcome an environmental review to keep its Canadian prospects alive while it tries to revive its financial prospects. The most recent note on the Impact Assessment Agency website is from 9 days after I asked the question, so September 25th. They reported that parts of the project, particularly the battery cell components of the project, could not be evaluated because construction had substantially begun and therefore they couldn't do a review. But it's still, as far as I can see from tracking this issue closely, it's still the case that we don't know if the project as a whole will have a full environmental review under the federal environmental assessment law. It's really critical for protection of key habitat, for protection of species in that area, that the environmental review take place soon, and that the proponent is informed early of what precautionary steps they will have to take to ensure that the environment surrounding the Northvolt plant in Saint-Basile-le-Grand and McMasterville and the Richelieu River is protected. In the remaining 10 seconds I have, Madam Speaker, it's a great opportunity to actually be able to pursue this matter tonight when the question is an open question. Will the government have an impact review of Northvolt?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a great pleasure at the adjournment debate. I know that the factory is in Quebec, but I will continue in English.
We're from Saanich Gulf Islands, my friend and colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, for her intervention tonight and for her ongoing advocacy for all environmental causes in Canada. She really is a legend, Madam Speaker. This past June, the Government of Canada delivered on its promise to quickly and meaningfully amend the Impact Assessment Act to respond to the Supreme Court of Canada and provide regulatory certainty for major project proponents, Indigenous partners in Canada's investment climate. The Impact Assessment Act is designed to protect the environment, ensure sustainable projects can move forward safely, and instill public confidence in how the Government of Canada makes decisions concerning major resource projects. And I would just add, Madam Speaker, that the improvements that we've made to this are real. The old impact assessment regime under Stephen Harper really didn't do anything to protect the environment, but ours does. The amended Impact Assessment Act ensures that federal decision-making, namely the designation decision, the screening decision, and the final decision at the end of the assessment are focused on areas of clear federal jurisdiction. In any exceptional circumstance, the Impact Assessment Act provides the Minister of Environment and Climate Change under Section 9 the power to designate a physical activity that is not prescribed in the regulations if they are of the opinion that the carrying out of that physical activity may cause adverse effects within federal jurisdiction or direct incident adverse effects. He, in this case, may decide, in deciding whether to make it an order, consider public concerns and adverse impacts that the physical activity may have on the rights of Indigenous peoples of Canada, among other things. However, there are limitations on the Minister's power to designate. They may not designate a project if the project has been substantially started or under a federal authority has made it a decision under whether or not an act of Parliament that permits the project to be carried out in whole or in part. And the Minister can confirm that he has received a designation request for the Northvolt 6 projects. The request, co-signed by some 50 citizens and a few organizations, highlighted adverse effects on fish and fish habitat in the Richelieu River, as well as certain species at risk. So on September 25th, 2024, the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada responded to the request in the relation to the battery cell component production and assembly plant and the crushing and sorting facility. The response noted that the Minister's power to designate was limited as these two components of the project have already substantially begun. However, the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada's analysis process continues for the battery recycling plant, which will inform a decision as to whether or not the project warrants a designation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my dear colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. I would simply like to add that there has to be an environmental assessment of this project. In the same region that this project is to take place, there are issues around biodiversity. And also, there are issues of clear-cutting in the region. Environmental activists in this part of Quebec are really against this project. But with an environmental assessment, it might be possible to reduce the impact. The aim of an environmental assessment is to protect the environment and not to stop a project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Impact Assessment Act is designed to protect the environment, ensure sustainable projects can move forward safely, and instill public confidence in how the Government of Canada makes decisions concerning major resource projects. And as is the case with any designation request, the portion of the request pertaining to the battery recycling plant is being reviewed by the Impact Assessment Agency, and a decision will be rendered in a timely manner. The Northvolt 6 may be subject to other federal legislation, such as the Species at Risk Act, the Fisheries Act, and or the Migratory Birds Convention Act. And once again, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her decades and decades of environmental advocacy and stewardship. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Adjournment proceedings are where we debate unsatisfactory responses raised in question period. And tonight I rise to follow up a question asked on June 14th. That day I asked two questions of the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. The questions were about the suppression of his department's information proving that the carbon tax costs the Canadian economy $30 billion in lost GDP. So when I raised the first of these two questions last week, it degenerated into quite a spectacle, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary accused me of some kind of bait and switch. In his opening remarks, he accused me of not debating the question submitted. So for added clarity, this was the question, and the question that I'm looking for a better response, Madam Speaker. So that on June 14th, I asked, the government only does the right thing when it gets caught. The Liberals only disclosed the information because Conservatives forced them to. The NDP Liberal government put a gag order on the Parliamentary Budget Officer because it did not want Canadians to know the economic cost of the carbon tax. Per capita GDP is falling, and the carbon tax makes life more. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The Minister has misled Canadians by hiding the truth. When will he resign? That's the question I asked. That is the question that I've submitted for debate tonight. And the answer, though, that, this really is a reasonable question, Madam Speaker. Misleading Parliament and misleading Canadians is a serious matter. Any minister caught misleading Parliament must correct the record at the earliest opportunity, and any minister who deliberately misleads the House should resign. The minister appears to have sat on important information, withheld it from an officer of Parliament, and abused the access to information system to prevent it from being released. So my question remains, will he resign? But last week, Mr. Speaker, something really extraordinary happened. The minister's parliamentary secretary said, actually what he did was he accused the Alberta industry of, quote, using Canada as an exhaust pipe. I can't imagine, Madam Speaker, anything more demeaning to the hundreds of thousands of Canadians that work in the Canadian industry, in the Canadian energy industry, who supply Canadians with safe, reliable, and what should be affordable energy, to dismiss the industry and the regulations with which that industry complies, and the billions of dollars of taxes that they pay, and the equalization formula also that comes into play, wherein Alberta finances much of the rest of the country's health and other transfers. So, Madam Speaker, it's a matter of how this government treats this industry. For decades, Canadians from every part of Canada have come to Alberta in search of and finding good, high-paying jobs with great prospects for long, fulfilling careers that can sustain families. The workers in these jobs, they provide the energy for our company or for our country. So the arrogance with which this government, and particularly that member, the member for Milton, looks down his nose at the Canadian energy industry is palpable, Madam Speaker, and it was on full display last week. But back to the follow-up, the question that is tonight's debate, the government thought it was laughable that Conservatives were demanding accountability from a government that tried to fudge its data and refused to turn over a report that undermined their core narrative on the carbon tax, and that somehow that Canadians are better off.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member's ability to fit misleading and untrue rhetoric into a short question is remarkable. Let's stick to the facts, Madam Chair. First of all, Alberta is 10% of Canada's population. I love Alberta. Tons of friends there, go all the time. Edmonton, Calgary, Canmore. Absolutely love Alberta and Albertans. And I also know that Canada relies heavily on Alberta for energy, and I also think that's important to recognize and appreciate in Canada. But it's also important to recognize that Alberta is 10% of Canada's population, and the industry there is responsible for 40% of Canada's emissions. That's a big discrepancy. Let's also consider that oil and gas as a whole is worth about 5% of Canada's GDP and 31% of Canada's emissions. These are things that need to be addressed. And if the Conservative Party, and particularly that member, wants to ignore the fact that Canada's oil and gas sector is having an outsized impact on our emissions profile in Canada and an outsized impact on Canada's disproportionate footprint, then that's irresponsible and that's irrefutably biased towards only one aspect of Canada's economy. Every aspect of Canada's economy is important. That includes energy. But a government's job is not to suck up to industry. Our job is to regulate industry and ensure that it's fair, competitive, and ethical. And Madam Chair, that's what we're doing with a pollution cap on the oil and gas sector. That's what that member and those members on the Conservative side are opposed to. And, you know, on the Environment Committee, we've been working on a taxonomy and sustainable finance and disclosure for all companies in Canada, but they stand against all of that type of regulation because they don't believe that climate change is caused by the burning of fossil fuels and the production of fossil fuels. They want to turn a blind eye to all of that, Madam Chair. They also don't listen to economists who have repeatedly asked for Conservatives to tone down the rhetoric against carbon pricing. And I'd point to the conclusions of a group of well-established, extremely well-educated, independent economists from across Canada. They're called the Eco-Fiscal Commission. They analyzed Canada's pollution pricing policy, and they concluded that it's absolutely the best way to do two things: reduce our emissions and grow a green and robust economy. They weren't the only ones that know this fact. Countries around the world have been using some sort of pollution pricing to grow their green economies for decades. The World Bank confirmed that there are now 75 carbon pricing instruments in the operation worldwide. To listen to the opposition, you'd think that the government's approach to pollution pricing is some type of isolated experiment, but it's not. It's an internationally recognized and widely adopted economic mechanism, actually has its roots in conservative economics, and actually William Nordhaus, who's a Nobel Prize winner, says that Canada on carbon pricing, which is the topic of his Nobel Prize. Indeed, he says Canada is getting it right. There's a whole world of support for carbon pricing out there, and if an entire Canadian economist isn't good enough for that member to understand how pollution pricing is so effective, then how about asking the leaders of 30 or 40 different countries that we trade with that are also using different market-based instruments to lower emissions. Madam Chair, it's very, very clear that the Conservatives want to turn a blind eye to unlimited pollution from certain sectors, but Canadians can count on the Liberal Party to stand up for them, for their health, for lowering our emissions, for maintaining Canada's competitiveness in an increasingly decarbonizing global energy market. These are Canadians' partners in a global effort to reduce our emissions, and the Conservatives want to turn a blind eye to all of it, as the Stephen Harper government did. They want to get us out of the Paris Agreement and pretend as though we have no action to take on fighting climate change, Madam Chair. One last stat for the member. We are 0.5% of global population and 1.5% of global emissions, Madam Chair. That is an outsized impact on the environment, and we need to address it.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, he has misrepresented and mischaracterized both myself and our party. We know that the industry will lead the way in practices and in technology to reduce or be able to produce more efficiently while doing its best to minimize emissions. But he's ignored the question again, which was about the suppression of information. This government ran on a platform in 2015 to be the most open and transparent government in Canadian history, and it has become the most secretive and least forthright government in Canadian history. Right now, we are seized in Parliament because the government still will not release documents that have been, the production of which was ordered by this House. So the minister misled Canadians. The minister refused to disclose, to provide information, and abused the access to information system, which is...
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the member on one thing is actually right. I did ignore all of the misleading and mischaracterized allegations that he made against the minister. All documents that were requested by the Parliamentary Budget Officer were 100% delivered on time, in full, unredacted. And that's why we got a good report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that indicated exactly what we've been trying to reiterate in this House of Commons, that 8 out of 10 families get more back through the Canada Carbon Rebate than they receive. They not only want to ignore that on the Conservative side, they also want to ignore the cost of inaction on climate change. They want to abdicate all responsibility for lowering our emissions, for regulating industry. They want to say that, hey, it's okay for Alberta to be accountable or to be unaccountable for 40% of Canada's emissions. The fact that a province with 10% of Canada's population is responsible for 4 times that of emissions should cause, you know, some alarm. The oil that is being produced in Alberta, much of it, the emissions intensity has gone up.
And that is that. The honourable member for Victoria not being present to raise during the adjournment proceedings the matter for which notice had been given, the notice is deemed withdrawn.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.